Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening in the world. Welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London for the start of day 4 of the second test between England and New Zealand. And it's the home side who've got all the chasing to do in this test match, with New Zealand ominously strongly placed at 252 for 3 with the first innings lead of 100. So they lead by 352. They've got 7 wickets in hand. And unless England can have a tumultuous wicket-taking morning, it may well come down to the equation that New Zealand decide regarding the declaration, how many overs they want. Jofra Archer will bowl the first over of the morning, and he's bowling. That's edge, and it's just gone past Harry Brook at slip. The solitary slip, he's got a hand to it. It's run away down to the boundary. I guess we have to put that down as a chance. There was only one slip in. It's Jofra Archer bowling the first over of the day. England have one slip in, and if they'd had 2, well, he could have dropped it. Hello, Cameron Ponsonby. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Neil Manthorp. I'd love to know if there was a statistic, I can't say that word, I never can, about Jofra Archer's kind of dropped catch percentages off his bowling. I remember across the Ashes, he always seemed to be the bowler in anguish after another chance goes down. It was incredibly difficult for Harry Brook, diving away to his right. But nevertheless, an early chance goes begging for England.
He's gone one-handed, and I just wonder whether it was a two-handed catch, to be honest. Archer in again, fizzes past the edge of Daryl Mitchell's bat. So Mitchell has a life, first ball of the morning. 4 runs, takes him on to 36 from his overnight 32. 256 for 3 New Zealand now. I mean, you have had a look at that, Cameron. I mean, it seemed like he's gone one-handed very early. Do you know what I mean? He's made the decision early, or as the ball has hit the edge. He's going, this is, you know, it's going to my right. I'm going one-handed.
I think he's potentially counterintuitively actually lined up the ball really well and very quickly. He's made a decision to go one-handed. Maybe he thought it was potentially just fading away from him a little bit further. He clips the thumb on the way through. 2 slips in place now.
Where's the horse? It's bolted. Yeah. Full and straight and clipped away off his pads by Daryl Mitchell out towards deep square leg. And it's fielded by Emilio Gay in the deep. He was quite a tetchy captain yesterday, Joe Root, wasn't he? He'd lost his cool a couple of times. There were fielders in who'd strayed out of position and weren't listening, weren't paying attention. Things weren't going his way. It's been an inglorious return to the captaincy for Joe Root, and a lot of criticism about his defensive defensive strategy, is that right? Defensive strategy with the slog field, the bouncer strategy, well, to tail enders.
He got some criticism from that, from the first innings. I think it always looks a bit peculiar, because you think, well, if these guys are the worst at batting, why don't you bowl normally to them if it was good enough for the guys a bit higher up? I asked a friend at Crickviz, Ben Jones, about England's record against the tail, and he actually said it was surprisingly fine.
Here is Jofra Archer again, and this one is clipped away by Henry Nicholls. A little inside edge onto his thigh pad, I think, and it bounces out to Sonny Baker at deep square leg.
He was saying at least the numbers show that the short ball tactic against the lower order across the world is normally pretty effective. And what I would say in defence of England in that regard is Ben Ducket dropped a very simple catch off Kyle Jamieson. Had that been held, we could have been having this conversation about the short ball tactic working. I think one of the main frustrations Joe Root would have had yesterday is it was a double whammy day. This is a very good batting surface, and England leaked runs. You can only take 3 wickets across 50 overs, whatever it may be, but only concede 150, 175.
Here's Archer again, bowls, and Mitchell clips one away off his pads. I don't know whether he got some bat on it. Definitely there was some pad. They've run through this, scampered back for the second. That's rapid running, and in fact leg buys the result. Mitchell didn't get anything on it. 260 for 3. Just seems that I know that this is a simplistic view, but you can understand why some people think the message you say when you start the day's play with Glenn Phillips and Kyle Jameson at the crease, so Phillips is batting really well, or had done the previous day. It's the start of the day, and when you're basically saying our bowlers aren't good enough to get you out bowling normally, so we're going to have to bowl bouncers and hope for a mistake. Here's Archer outside the off stump, left alone by Phillips, by Mitchell. I mean, that's the message, isn't it? Our best bowlers, okay, the ball's 77 overs old, but number 9's in, and a man who's got to start again. So we're not going to bowl properly. We're not good enough to get you out by bowling at the top of off stump.
It was also the second match in a row where England had pursued that tactic unsuccessfully against Kyle Jameson. If you remember at Lords, the ball was seaming around everywhere, and the only real time where England lost the thread, as it were, was when they decided to go short to Kyle Jameson, and he kind of hooked a couple of sixes into the mound stand and got New Zealand up to a deficit of only around 30, and it gave a bit of extra life to the game. I absolutely agree with you. I think there can be a bit of a confusion between what the numbers say and what the moment dictates, and when you're at the start of a day, both batters kind of morally on zero, as it were, having to try again, having to find their rhythms again, to go immediately to almost a plan B as plan A, I can understand why there was criticism.
Yeah, here's Josh Tongue. He's bowling from our commentary end, the Vauxhall end, and he's running in towards the left-handed Henry Nicholls, and that one beats the inside edge, I reckon. That's nipped back, and Nicholls a little flat-footed, or a little leaden-footed anyway, not much movement, and he's well beaten outside the off stump, past the inside edge rather.
Well, it's a fantastic example of why Josh Tongue has been so effective and so impressive since he's kind of come back into this England team. Because his natural shape, his natural action is to move the ball away from the left hander. Henry Nicholls will be worried about his outside edge on that occasion. But this time, Tongue gets the ball just to nip in, and he's challenging both sides of the bat.
Here is Tongue once again, runs away from us, and Nicholls leaves alone outside the off stump. In years gone by, when newspapers were still successful and sold well and were still popular, and when I'm talking like decades ago, when you came to a test match in England, there'd be half a dozen of the major newspapers in the press box, so you could catch up on what everybody had written, what's been happening around the country, and there'd be half a dozen Daily Mails and half a dozen Telegraphs and half a dozen Timeses, and on a Saturday there'd be a separate sports section, and they had disappeared. People took them off with a coffee to read what everybody else had written outside the off stump, left alone again by Nicholls. These days everything's online, so there haven't been newspapers for probably the last 10-12 years. So I'm relying on you, Cameron, to tell the listeners and viewers, and actually more importantly me, what's been going on in the first round of the county championship. It was a hard day of work, slog for Ben Stokes, didn't he? I mean, we bowled 18 overs, didn't he?
Tell you what, give me 2 seconds to get these statistics up on my phone.
No, I thought you would have done this all already. That's why you came early, wasn't it? So you could have a coffee and read the county championship roundup. Here is Tongue once again, and that's pushed away defensively by Henry Nicholls.
Well, I can take you to Leicestershire to begin with, because Rayan Ahmed's currently 64 not out.
Leicestershire are going to win their first game against Yorkshire.
Take it easy for a second. They're tied at the moment. They've got 7 wickets in hand in the first innings. So there's a long time left in the game for them to somehow muck it up in one way or another. But Rayan Ahmed scoring runs, I think, is a relevant situation to this fixture here. Because when we saw Jacob Bethel getting real variable bounce yesterday on occasion, you thought, blimey, on this wicket, a spinner would have been pretty handy. Rayan Ahmed, I thought, played exceptionally well for England yesterday. So did Sher Bashir, so did Ben Stokes.
I just thought, while you do continue the county roundup, I just want to tell listeners and viewers that there's a hold-up in play, because Henry Nicholls was whacked on his finger yesterday, and he's just experiencing some more discomfort. That last ball from Josh Tongue, I think, it's hit him on the finger again, and the physiotherapist is being called out. There isn't really a lot that can be done apart from spray it with ice and take the weight, numb it for 30 seconds. But it's I mean, like, he's had an hour and a half since the team arrived at the ground to have his finger strapped and do all everything that needs to be done. So the whole notion of restrapping it is a bit of a non-sequitur, non-starter, because it's just been strapped. He's only been out there for 8 minutes.
Well, I think he's had it whacked again. So he's
So what are you going to do? Say unstrap it and strap it again?
I think he wants 5 minutes to let the pain subside a little bit. It's one of those horrible ones where it hits you flush on the glove and your finger basically gets compressed into the handle of the bat. It's got nowhere to go. You've obviously got the padding to soften the blow a touch, but it's sod's law, really. It's exactly where he got struck yesterday. So he's trying to find out what South East London's ibuprofen and paracetamol's got to say.
Gus Atkinson had a busy day as well for Surrey, didn't he? Bowled 15 overs.
He's also in the wickets very early today. He's got a third wicket. Chris Cook, who scored a century for Glamorgan, he's on his way. So Glamorgan 252 for 7 over in Cardiff. Mason Crane's a fun story at the moment, because not only has he been bowling pretty well, he's somehow taught himself to be an incredibly effective batter. He's got another half century, 67 not out. He got a 99.
Whilst maintaining the ability to look like he can't bat.
Absolutely correct. This is Nick, friend of the cricketer, who's a friend of talkSPORT as well, has always said this about Mason Crane. He says, I don't understand. He's taught himself how to bat. Over the last 3 years, he averages about 30 in first-class cricket, with several half-centuries, made a 99 earlier this year. He said he still somehow looks like a tail-ender, despite having the output of a middle-order batsman.
Okay, Henry Nicholls has been patched up. Here's Josh Tongue into him, and the left-hander is on his back foot, punching it to the sweeper at deep backward point. Sonny Baker out there, and they've gone through for another single. Nicholls moves on to 121, and New Zealand 261 for 3. Early wicket's an absolute must. I mean, New Zealand are leading by 360, so if England are to pull off a miraculous, and it would be a record by light years if they would chase 400, but you know that would require them taking 7 for 40 from this moment on, and they would need to do that obviously in this session, well before lunch. Otherwise they're going to be chasing 450, even if they can bowl New Zealand out. Probably 500 if they can't. Here's Tongue again. Mitchell plays defensively, no run.
It's really important that England, across these next 22 overs before the second new ball arrives, they know that it's going to be difficult to take wickets, but bowling dry will just help them potentially increase that chance of the draw, bring the draw into the equation. Because at the moment, New Zealand are so far ahead of this game. They've got the runs in their favour and they've got time in their favour. But if England, let's be honest, England, unless something genuinely miraculous happens, are not winning this game. Their best opportunity to get anything out of this. I know that for years they didn't do draws, but they're 1-0 up in the series. It's the second match. There's only one to go. If you can somehow escape here with a draw, bat time, back to the end of tomorrow, New Zealand cannot win this series. And given the week that England have had, that'll be a big boost.
Jofra Archer continues. It's edge, gone! This time Harry Brook takes it straight in. Absolutely straight to him. Couldn't have bisected his 2 kneecaps any straighter than that one. And you do not get more regulation catches at second slip. He's a very good second slipper, Harry Brook. Drops very few. And, well, that's just about as regulation as you get.
What a wicket for England. Just a tiny bit of movement across the left-hander. A healthy edge, safely pouched by Harry Brook. He already had one opportunity off the first ball of the day from the right-handed Mitchell. This one with Archer coming over the wicket. You can see it coming towards him all the way. And a breakthrough for England with the ball 58-59 over his old. Henry Nicholls has played outstandingly well. 121 runs of 171 for him. Could only add 2 runs to his overnight score, but as a replacement to Kane Williamson, you can't really ask for any more for your stand-in number 3. I say stand-in, he's there to stay for now. We'll be sure to see him again with a sore finger or otherwise at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, don't get very many batsmen giving up their place in a team because of a sore finger. And in fact, many have batted with broken fingers. So I'm pretty sure that we'll see Henry Nicholls. Only his third century out of 11 outside of New Zealand. And he will have enjoyed that one immensely. But Jofra Archer has deserved that wicket. He's deserved a few more, actually. Anyway, Tom Blundell is the new batsman, and now we're going to have a mostly orthodox field in the sense we've got 2 slips and a gully, but England still have this sweeper at deep backward point and a deep square leg, which I just don't enjoy. It's a brand new batsman, you know, really. Sweeper on the cover boundary, Archer in again outside the off stump to Blundell, first ball, and it's left alone. And I try, Cameron. I'm not an old fogey.
Not yet.
I want to understand, and I ask, and I'm open to the explanation, but nobody can give me one. I ask captains who set fields. They've got a deep backward point sweeping on the cover boundary, which is giving a brand new batsman an easy run. If he blocks one towards cover, have him anyway. Archer in again. That's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Why would you want to give a brand new batsman easy runs?
I imagine the thinking is about what we were talking about earlier, about wanting to bowl as dry as possible. Yesterday England leaked boundaries, and if they know they're on the back foot here, and they know that New Zealand are probably only trying to score another 150 runs to get a lead of 500, and then
okay, so he's there for the bad ball then?
I think yes, pretty much. Or he's there to, if hands are thrown at a good length delivery, because New Zealand are so far ahead of the game that they can take a few more risks, they turn that 4 into a 1. And they basically want New Zealand to score these next 150 runs as slowly as possible.
Here is Archer outside the off stump, and it's left alone. So, the way I learnt about cricket would be then that you would have the fielder up at cover point and back your bowler not to bowl too wide.
Of course, and I think
a dot ball would be better than a 1 to the sweeper.
Potentially, if the match situation was different, I'm playing devil's advocate here to an extent. If the match situation was different and you wanted, there was a bit more pressure on Tom Blundell at the moment. New Zealand weren't 360 runs ahead, so then the game was on the edge, and he'd be a bit more nervous about being on 0. Yes, then you'd have him up and keep him on strike for as long as possible. But here, I think there's an element of run containment happening. Here's
Archer to Blundell, and he's hurried by this, as you normally are, by Jofra Archer, and he steers it into the gully where it's fielded by Jacob Bethell. So there's a deep square leg as well, and he's a long way away. I have to say that that would be a proper hit if he's there for the catch. He's 80 yards away.
I think something to think about with this field, you see there's 2 slips of gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, and then your wide men are on the boundary. So England have themselves the option of bowling short or full, but straight. Because if they keep a straight line, you've got catches in play and fielders in the ring, as it were, to prevent the run.
Archer again, full and straight to Blundell, who scampers through for a single to get off the mark. There's a pick up and a throw from Ben Ducket, which evidently was very close to smashing into the stumps at the non-striker's end. It was a sharp single. I think that both batsmen had made their ground. 262 for Blundell off the mark. Mitchell 37.
Well, Joe Root and Harry Brook were pretty excited by that shot at the stumps from Ben Ducket. Hands on heads after the ball passed. And I tell you what, having just seen the replay, I reckon Daryl Mitchell would have been a goner had this hit. In fact, he would have hardly been in the frame. So another opportunity for England. Half a chance, a third of a chance, we'll say. I always wonder when the missed run out kind of converts into the same as a dropped catch. I don't think it was in that instance. It would have been...
He was throwing from 25 yards, wasn't he?
25 yards, 2.5 stumps to aim at. We have high standards here at talkSPORT.
No, but what would be the hit percentage for a guy like Ducket there?
It's actually a very interesting question. I
1 in 5?
I know that at my cricket club we have a new overseas professional.
Ooh. Here comes Josh Tongue, and that one is a delicious delivery which nips away from Tom Blundell, beats him comfortably outside the off stump.
And I wasn't there, but they were running a fielding drill, and the overseas hit the stump in the middle of the kind of fielding drill 5 times in a row. He'd been about 15 or so yards away.
South African?
New Zealand.
Oh.
Kiwi. See him out there next week if enough people get injured. And at the end of the drill, everyone went up to him and was like, that was amazing, I can't believe you did that. And his response was, no, from that distance, you really shouldn't be missing. And that was a kind of a shift in mindset, where he was hitting one stump from 15 yards, and that was his idea of that should be pretty close to 100%.
Tongue in, down the leg side. In at the thigh pad, I suppose, of Tom Blundell. Tucks it away nicely off his hip and scampers back for a comfortable 2. Fielded by Archer way down in the deep. 264 for 4. Blundell 3, Mitchell 37. The Centurion has departed. Henry Nicholls for a wonderful 121. Caught it second slip by Harry Brook off the bowling of Jofra Archer. A second wicket for Archer, thoroughly deserved. Had disappointing figures in the first innings of 2 for 61, because he deserved, well, he might well have taken considerably more in a different iteration of that spell, or those spells. Next delivery from Tongue, back of a length, nudged away out on the offside by Blundell, and there's no run. Anything else that caught your eye on in the championship, or other news? How about Ireland losing to New Zealand in the Women's T20 World Cup yesterday?
They ran them very close. Well, to begin
they
with,
were 4 down, and they lost, chasing 140. Goodness, it was dramatic stuff. Down the leg side from Tongue again, and a little glance and a miss from Tom Blundell.
Well, Australia's women are currently taking on the Netherlands women, and Australia are 110 for 2 after 11 overs. Beth Mooney's 57 not out off 35 balls. I think there's something, Netherlands only have 300 registered female cricketers in the country.
Do me a favour, go back to that and read through the Netherlands team and tell me that there are any that are not born and bred Dutch ladies. How's your Dutch accent? How's your Dutch accent, all right?
We'll find out in a second, I guess.
Just read through the 11. It's absolutely the wonderful selection of classic Netherlands Dutch names outside the off stump, left alone. Here we go. Here's Cameron Ponsonby.
You can correct me in live time as we do this. a bit of Afrikaans knowledge. Heather Seegers.
Seegers.
There we go. This would be nice. I can tee you up. I say the kind of wrong version. You say the right version. Phoebe Molkenboyer.
It's fine. You just go do it in an English accent.
That was it.
Okay, that's right. Two out of 11. Here's Josh Tongue again. We got 2 slips of gully, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Here's that's driven in the air, and it's not far past Ben Ducket at cover. That was a false shot from Tom Blundell. I think it's fair to say he's not hitting that in the air on purpose, and they'll scamper through for a couple, 3 actually. 3 runs. Last ball of the over. New Zealand 267 for 4 now.
I think that was a shot that, had New Zealand not been in the lead, he probably would have kept that one in the locker. It wasn't quite full enough to drive. He got aerial, very almost caught it cover, but got 3 runs for his troubles. And for my troubles, I'm going to keep reading these. Babette Deleda, yeah. Deleda. Stair Callis. I can do that one. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
She plays in Tier 1. See her play a lot. Robin Riker.
Keep going.
I don't see what the problem is. It's all fine. Frederic Overdyke.
Keep going. I'm not going to correct you.
Iris Zwilling. Myrta Vandenrad. Caroline De Lange.
Pushed away defensively as Archer begins a new over.
Silver Seigers. I'm imagining a relation of Heather Seigers and Isabel van der Woning. What's wrong with that?
W's are V's in
Van der Woning.
Yeah.
There we go. If someone, all I need is information. I love learning.
But isn't that just that? Aren't they just classic, wonderful, brilliant names? And I hope they do well. I mean, it's their first World Cup since the first edition, I think. And as you say, I mean, it's a tiny niche sport, women's cricket in the Netherlands. And it's pushed away by Tom Blundell into the offside, and there's no run. So very often in situations like that, where cricket is very much a minority or a niche sport, it's often played by immigrants. And but the growth of women's cricket in the Netherlands, well, I don't know whether growth is the right word. There's only 300.
The presence.
I
think it is growth. I think you can grow from 300 from 200.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. So I hope they acquit themselves well against Australia, and it's not too one-sided. Outside the off stump by Archer again, and left alone by Blundell. 267 for 4. What did you say the score was at the moment?
110 for 2
Australia.
after 11 overs. Yep. Beth Mooney going along very well.
They're heading for a biggie, aren't they?
I think so.
That's going to be 220.
Other bits of notes from the county championship. More runs for Hasib Hamid, who in another world might have been out in place of Emilio Gay as England's kind of new old opener. I guess it would have been for him. He led Nottinghamshire to the county championship last year. He was one of Wisden's cricketers, 5 cricketers of the year. He went along to Lords and picked up his special leather-bound book.
Here's Jofra Archer from the pavilion end, running up to the crease now. Bowls, and Blundell edges to Joe Root at first slip all the way, not all the way along the ground. It was in the air for maybe halfway on its journey to first slip.
Kent's having a bit of a happier day with the bat. They're 375 for 8. Zach Crawley has taken a bit of a break from first-class cricket. He's missing these 2 rounds of the red ball game for Kent. But Ben Dawkins, who's kind of his clone at Kent, he's a young, very aesthetically pleasing batter who uses Gray Nicholls. If you ever kind of click on one of the county streams and blur your eyes a little bit, it's quite hard to tell them apart when they're going toe to toe.
Archer down the leg side and flicked away by Blundell. Again, they run the first really hard, and that enables them to scurry back for the second. He wanted 2 from the moment that one left his bat down towards fine leg. Did Ben Compton block the living daylights out of it and get some runs again?
He did indeed. 53 of 137 for old Ben. So strike rate of 38. It's not too slow, and I don't think it would be featuring his top 5 epics, as it were.
Well, I've known Ben since he was 4 years old, because his father Patrick was a cricket writer in Durban, and Ben used to run around the press box. So that's how old I am. But no, I'm very, very, very fond of Ben. I follow his career extremely closely. Archer in, last ball of the over outside the off stump, and it's left alone. And he's held in very high regard by the coach down there. He's a brilliant anti-Baz baller, isn't he, Ben? He's just been told, you know, actually we've got other players to score runs more quickly, and there is a place for your slow-moving game.
Well, he scored bucketfuls of run, bucket loads of runs, I believe is the phrase, over the last few years. He's been a very helpful addition to Kent over the last 5 years, I'd say.
Tell me what you think about Dom Sibley's strike rate, because he's also a prolific scorer. Here's Tongue. Gosh, he's bowling a lot down the leg side at the moment, and that one is too wide to even contemplate a shot for Daryl Mitchell. Just watches it disdainfully into the gloves. Because Dom Sibley does play some like really properly slow innings. You know, strike rate under 30, I always think is a bit of a struggle.
Excessive. Well, Dom Sibley over the past few years, he did find himself briefly in Surrey's T20 team and had a bit of a reinvention of himself, where
I didn't know that.
He was upping the ante ever so slightly. I don't think he stayed there for particularly long, but it was part of his kind of rebranding.
Here is Tongue again. That's where he's overcompensated and gone too far wide of the off stump this time, and once again it's left alone. I'm just a huge fan of Dom Sibley, and you know, consistency is the holy grail for batsmen. He's one of the most consistent performers and scorers in the county championship, but I just wonder whether, you know, he can do something about the strike rate of about 35 or 40, whether he is capable of scoring quicker, and whether it would detract from his output if he did try to do that. That's pushed away up towards mid-on, and I'm not talking about upping the boundary count, you know that. I mean, I'm just talking about a bit more strike rotation and a few more singles, a few less dead bat shots, you know what I mean?
Well, his strike rate in first-class cricket is in the low 40s. It's about 41, 42. In Test cricket, it was 33, and that is a substantial difference. The strike rate of 33 is 2 runs and over. That's the economy we're talking about, and that really is slow. You're having to bat, well, the best part of a day to kind of get yourself up to a century.
a bit longer, I think. Is short from tongue, pulled into the air, and it just falls short of Jordan Cox. Oh, complete miscue from Daryl Mitchell. Complete miscue. I think he spliced it. Had to have spliced it, and it's just popped straight up in the air. Jordan Cox running around from mid-on, and just couldn't get there. Bit of a let-off for Mitchell. 269 for 4.
Well, my eyes immediately averted away to the boundary to see where that pull shot had gone. It only in the end gone about 15 yards, dribbled out into the leg side, almost caught by Cox at mid-wicket. I was just having a look through Sibley's stats from this year. He's having another exceptional season.
Pushed away defensively by Mitchell to Cox at mid-on, no run.
And his record is remarkable. He's scored over 10,000 first-class runs now. This year he's averaging 60 with the bat. He's got 1 century, oh, beg your pardon, 3 centuries, 1 half century across the year. And you just kind of wonder if he wasn't Dom Sibley. It was a time where England wanted change. We wanted new faces. The Ashes were a disaster. Had the answer to all of Bazball's problems been Dom Sibley, I don't know if there'd have been riots, but there might have been a bit of uproar.
Here's Tongue once again from the Vauxhall end, and forward comes Mitchell, blocking it back to the bowler, no run.
And I think crucially something that will stay in Dom Sibley's favour, and why I don't think the door on his international career will ever be fully closed. He's only 30, 31 still. He's still got years left of batting. Is his record against Test bowlers in the County Championship is exceptional. It's not a case that he's a flat track bully who's only cashing in against your 4th and 5th changers who, after he's ground down the openers of whichever county it may be, who don't have a particularly potent bowling attack. He has performed against every bowler he's come up against. And those types of things do matter for England. I remember, we're going back about 10 years now, but there was like the expected average or something like that, where weighted averages, that was it, where the England selectors were going through and working out who scored your runs against. You need to not just score bulk runs, you need to score runs against certain bowlers. Can you do it against certain players? Which I think makes a large portion of sense.
Here's Archer again, and that's guided into the gully where Bethel fields. It makes enormous sense. I mean, you know, the big joke when I started was was to take out runs scored against the universities in pre-season, you know, because all the counties played. Warwickshire was my county. They had a rule that you could only face 6 balls after reaching your 100, and so there was this county record. Has anybody ever scored 136? And the answer was no. The highest score against university was 128. 2 slips and a gully. And here is Jofra Archer once again, left alone by Tom Blundell outside the off stump. But there were other counties that were just very happy for the top order to completely fill their boots and go down to Fenners or the Parks, and you know, you'd see players shamelessly 220 not out against the students.
There was a remarkable game this week between Oxford University and the MCC. So
was that first class?
I don't think it was first class, but it was a 3-day fixture, kind of this, what's the word, flagship fixture for both university and the MCC. Here's
Archer, and flicked away by Blundell down towards fine leg rather than long leg, and it's run away for 4. 2 straight from Jofra Archer, and Josh Tongue is at long leg rather than fine leg. You were waving your hand rather dismissively about this fixture. What is it?
Well,
is it a bit toffee for you?
It's hard to say that given my name and the rest of it. But 3 days, Oxford won the toss, batted, got bowled out for 150. Not good news. In reply, the MCC put on 454 for none. Both openers scored double centuries, and after the second opener had reached their double century, they called it and they said, right, we'll have a bowl again now. It's a long day out, that.
Down the leg side once again, a flick and a miss from Tom Blundell. Is this like a Posh Boys game?
I don't think it's meant to be. I think it is just meant to be an Oxford University fixture, so they've arranged it, and then the MCC will play against however many, will play hundreds of fixtures across the year, and there'll be certain games which are of the highest standard.
This wasn't on the one day. This was over 2 days.
I think this was a 3-day match.
But 150 all out, and MCC replied with 450. That was 2 days, was it? Or
I
two
imagine
and a bit?
that must have taken them to the back end of day 2. You'd assume, and then they left themselves a day to follow them out the other side. Perfect cricket.
Here's Archer once again, and Tom Blundell pushes firmly up to mid-off. There's no run. I need to go and find this scorecard now. I'm completely intrigued.
I'll do when I finish my stint here. I'll go and do my research. I'll get it up for you and I'll send it across. Then we can examine
Were the
it at
openers,
length.
were the MCC openers first-class cricketers? Or?
I don't think so, but they would have been very good cricketers. I think there are certain fixtures where you have to be a certain quality of cricketer, and you kind of get handpicked to say, right, this will be a good matchup. Little did they know they'd matched up a little bit too well.
273 for 4. The samosas have been started to be cooked down below in the kitchen below us. We can smell them, the saffron and curry powder. End of the over from Jofra Archer, defended by Blundell into the offside. Cameron Ponsonby away for Jeremy Coney, and Melinda Farrell will take over from me with Tom Blundell on 12, Daryl Mitchell on 37. The man who's gone this morning, Centurion Henry Nicholls, for 121. New Zealand in a position of comfortable dominance, it's fair to say. 273 for 4. Jeremy Coney is making his way into our commentary position, and she'll make way for Melinda Farrell. Jeremy, you're going to have to describe the first ball. Maybe I'll do it for you. Josh Tongue, and then I'll leave. Josh Tongue from the Vauxhall end bowls to Daryl Mitchell, nudges it away off his pads out towards deep square leg for another single. 274 for 4. Morning, Jeremy.
Morning, Manners. It's been a tough morning for batting, actually. It seems a strange thing to say, doesn't it, when it was so flat and placid yesterday. But it's a different scenario this morning, with a wee bit of moisture perhaps left over from the evening and the covers on. The ball has bounced. That's the first thing. You've seen Nicholls hit on the hand. It's also cut him in half at another stage. There's been edges go through, and there's been a dropped catch.
Next ball from Tongue is just defended. Good morning to you, Jeremy.
Morning, Mel.
It has it's been quite an interesting morning, really, so far. And the other thing is, you also realise why England value Jofra Archer so much. He was finding edges all over the place this morning. Could easily have had Mitchell with that thick edge that just sort of burst through the outstretched hand of Harry Brook in the slips. His Tongue runs in again over the wicket. It's on the hip of Blundell, and he just drops it into the ground beside him.
Yes, they've started well, England. Both the bowlers have recognised rather faster than the captain, actually, to start with. You don't realise sometimes you've got to restart everyone. It's like being on naught again for a while. And however many runs you've got, Ellard Nicholls had over 100, but it was very difficult for him this morning. I don't know whether the hand affected the actual dismissal itself. I don't think so, but the ball certainly has bounced a good deal more.
His Tongue is in and bowls, and it's chopped straight into the ground by Blundell. Bounces harmlessly into the offside.
It has seamed, and it's cost England a wicket perhaps in the first ball of the day. It was wide of Brook. He dived, got a right hand to it, but then deflected it to the boundary. Only one slip in, and quite a gap between him and the gully as well. They recognised it, and they thankfully kept their second slip in. They've tried a leg slip. Oh, Joe's moving again to leg slip. I don't like it. You may as well bring deep point in and put him at leg slip and keep your 2.
Tongue in, bowls a full delivery that's dug out. Why would you rather see that, Jeremy?
Well, you want him to basically bowl. I mean, if you want a leg slip, that's fine. That's an attacking move. But you don't need the deep point, really? Not when the ball's moving around and your chance is to change the game. Your chance when you get something like this is we could actually bowl New Zealand out and pick 2 or 3 wickets and the game will change here. And that's what we're seeing at the moment. But you see, he's gone now to a leg slip and got that gap between the first slip and the keeper again, and the gully again, and still the deep point. I don't kind of get that. New Zealand haven't looked like taking them apart at all. They're actually defending here first and foremost at the moment.
Yeah, in a strong position with a lead of 374 as Tongue is in. Another fuller delivery that's just blocked into the onside, no run.
You could argue New Zealand being bowled out would be the best for the game. And so I just feel when you get little opportunities like this, they don't last forever. There is a bit of cloud cover. And as I say, there's always in the morning, there's a little bit more happening. And Archer and Tongue are the 2 most experienced bowlers for England. They've got their line in length. They're having a crack at the moment at both these New Zealand batsmen who are having to struggle. They're defending generally.
It's going to be Archer bowling to Mitchell now, and it's a bouncer that, well, it goes so high over the leaping and outstretched arm of James Rue, and that is another 4. We've seen a lot of byes in this match, particularly when England's in the field.
Don't mind the bouncer from Archer. It was just a little bit too short. We've already seen Mitchell caught in the first innings from the bowling, I think, of Baker, and was a cloth hook to sort of a mid-wicket. He nearly got it this morning as well, and so he likes to sort of in these situations attack or try to attack the bowling, but the ball's onto him too quickly this morning. It's hitting high on the bat.
Root has moved back to leg Smith as Archer is in, and that's just squirted out in front of point by Mitchell. I'll come through for a single. Yeah, I'm just looking at that. So just to update our listeners, there were 53 extras in the first, when New Zealand were batting the first time around, and 22 of those were byes. And this time around so far, we've had 16 extras. Gosh, it's so glary here. And 9 byes. Archer is in and bowls, and it's a swivel from Blundell, but doesn't really get all of it, and it sprawls its way out towards long leg. And Josh Tongue comes in off the boundary, and they'll just get the single. Do you know, I was thinking something this morning when I was looking at extras, Jeremy. And I do this thing, I don't know if players do it, where I look at the total of extras, but then I look at how many leg byes there have been, and I kind of don't, in my mind, count those as much as extras, because they don't seem as egregious. Is that what happens with you playing? Because it's not like it's been a sprayed delivery or something of that nature, or an overstep as Archer is in, and that squirts off the outside portion of the bat and they take off for a single. Do you know what I mean? It's more like, okay, it's come off the pads and they've taken a run, but it doesn't feel as egregious as a no ball or a wide or anything like that.
Well, it's not. What it is that the bowler has beaten the bat. That's why it's hit the pad. And so they've either got the ball to swing a little bit late to beat the inside edge, or it's nipped off the pitch to do that as well. So they're actually, and it brings that a whole argument, should there be leg byes? Well, of course there should be leg byes. But it's usually bowlers beating batsmen.
Blunder waits as in comes Archer with a full of delivery that almost has him falling over in front as he jammed his bat down to keep that one out. Yeah, I just feel it's always a bit harsh when you sort of say, oh, extras, and then, oh, actually quite a few of them, because you think of extras as being bad, if you like, as far as the fielding team goes. But I feel a bit sorry for the bowlers myself, but I'm quite sympathetic, especially to bowlers.
Were you a bowler, Mel?
Are you kidding? I was nothing. Here comes Archer. He's in and bowls, and that's whipped away on the pull. But there's protection in the deep. They just get the single. Takes New Zealand to 282 for 4.
Archer once again finishing the over with the short pitch ball, trying to push the batsman back, and perhaps there was one ball in that over I thought just kept and crept a little lower than we've seen. So we're starting to see also the variation of bounce in this surface. New Zealand won't mind that because they have of course a few runs up the sleeve, if you like, but at the same time they don't want to lose too many wickets in this first session. I think there was 24 overs until the new ball at the start of the day's play. That's been obviously reduced since.
Josh Tongue running in from the Vauxhall end over the wicket, bowls, and that's clipped into mid-wicket by Blundell, no run. A few runs up their sleeves. Boy, they're big sleeves. They're like those big poofy pirate shirt sleeves. They've got a bundle. 382 and only 4 down.
Doesn't look like it though at the moment, does it? In this pitch,
No.
At the moment, the passage of play that we are witnessing at the moment as bowlers in charge and batsmen kind of desperately trying to remain at the crease in order to score later in the day.
It's Blundell at the crease now as Tongue is in and he's up on his toes. Gets on top of the bounce and just plays it out in front of point. They scamper through for a quick single.
That's an interesting thing too. At the moment you've got 2 batsmen. Blundell quite quick, lithe, moves well. Mitchell a heavier man, heavy-legged, and he nearly was been run out. There's been a run-out opportunity to Ducket at mid-on this morning as well, as Blundell wanted to get off the mark. Blundell was going to get home easily. Mitchell was gone.
Mitchell's there now as Tongue in bowls a short ball down the leg side, and he doesn't get hold of the pull shot cleanly. They come through for another single as it's picked up at deep backward point. Mitchell looks one like the one in particular, though, who's vulnerable to the short ball. It's just looked a bit uncertain from him, hasn't it?
I think that at the moment the pace is beating him and he's getting onto it, you know, very high on the bat. That one was lucky because it was leg side-ish. That was more leg stump than it is to centre or middle and off. It's that line, that middle and off line, when he tries to pull a short ball that brings the mid-wicket into play. Now
it's Blundell as Tongue bowls and he just plays a very conventional front foot defence. Ball goes out to the offside, no run. I just noticed there too, Mitchell at the non-strikers end was just bringing his bat round in a horizontal position, just thinking about perhaps how he's taking on the short ball and where he has to get to.
Well, to play that stroke, you've got to have the high backlift. But at the moment, you've also got to be watching very closely what the length is and so on. So it's a difficult little morning for the batsmen right now, and the bowlers are holding sway.
As Tongue is in, another full ball that's clipped up to mid-on, no run for Blundell. It's funny, isn't it, how it just feels so different to yesterday afternoon when you had Nicholls and Ravindra in there, and it looked like nothing could ruffle their feathers.
Well, that could happen again today if the clouds go and it gets a little warmer, and any residual moisture from having the covers on there. They just used the light roller this morning, New Zealand.
Blundell on strike as Tongue is in, and he just plays that one out into the gully region where there's a fielder waiting. End of the over, 284 for 4.
The next interesting thing is how long can Archer bowl? I think he might get a spell here shortly, and we're going to see a new bowler operating. Probably Baker, who's a shorter man very early on in his career. Whether he'll provide the difficulties that we've seen from Archer, who can not only bowl short but also target the stumps and the slips into play. So not quite the level of threat. I'm not saying he can't pick up wickets, he can, but a good spell from Archer. He could have had a couple more actually with the deliveries that he bowled, and likewise, you know, New Zealand could have lost 3 this morning, and it hasn't quite happened yet for England. and it looks as though they're going to go with a very similar field. 2 men back for the hook shot, particularly for Mitchell.
Yes, so the new bowler is Sonny Baker. He's running in from the pavilion and the hop and the skip, and off he goes in over the wicket. First ball is actually a good length ball that Mitchell plays up to mid-on, no run. Yeah, it's a conundrum, an ongoing conundrum for England about how to use the talents of Archer, how much to bowl him, when to bowl him, as far as which tests, if they should save him for one, when he's fully fit. He's a precious commodity, but it's how you use it, and it's something that is an ongoing question here, Jeremy.
Shouldn't be. If he's in the team, he can bowl.
That's Baker now, bowling to Mitchell, and he clips this one through mid-wicket. There is a fielder out in the deep. And it's Emilio Gay preventing any more than 1 run to add to the total.
If he wants to play and making himself available, he's getting played very handsomely. And if the captain wants him to bowl, he bowls. We don't want physios making changes to bowling. They don't do that. If they say, you know, we don't think he should bowl, and the captain says he's bowling, on he comes. It's as simple as that for me. If he's not fit, he's off the field.
Joe Root's just moved to short mid-wicket as Baker. He's in and he bowls a ball just leaping off the deck a bit there on Blundell, but he gets on top of it, pushes it into the offside. I guess it's a complicating fact, and you know, New Zealand cricket's been dealing an awful lot with how to manage players in this era and this age of franchise cricket and lucrative contracts, and how to manage that with central contracts. I think Archer's one with England as well. Have been trying to work out what the best way to do that is. Multi-year central contracts, if that's the best option, or just quite how to go about it. It is a new age. It's Baker in and bowls, and it's turned to Joe Root at short mid-wicket, no run.
Well, they have a central contract with Archer, don't they? That's worth about £1 million, that is. So that's 2 million New Zealand. They're actually over that. And he's signed that. He's also, part of his contract says he is going to play in the IPL. And if it goes through to the final of the IPL, as he was kind of very close to it, was he in the final? I can't remember. I can't remember what team. I don't follow it quite so closely. I'm sorry, everyone. But I'm not sorry. And, you know, so he has that written in.
Baker to Blundell. He's on his toes and chips this one through mid-wicket. They'll take another single.
And so you just need players, if they've done those things, I just think, well, be mature about it. In other words, if you know that you've got into your team and close to the finals of the IPL, which finish at kind of the end of May, and you've also got a test match that starts 3 or 4 days, a week later, then you prepare for it. That's where the maturity comes in. You have the Duke's balls in the bag with you, and you spend, after your little practice at the IPL, you bowl your extra hour.
Baker to Mitchell, who just fences this one towards or through the slips, and it gets through the little gap, and Harry Brook trots after it, but it's another 4 runs. A little bit streaky.
That's that big gap I'm talking about between first slip and gully. It was wide enough that he just sort of angled the bat slightly and opened the face. So it was going down. It was just too wide from Baker, really, to be threatening.
Well, Joe Root had moved out of that slips position into short mid-wicket, and that opened up that gap as well. It's the end of the over from Sonny Baker. 290 for 4 now, New Zealand, with the lead of 390. Do really love the fact that they left it at 100, that round number. For someone as mathematically challenged as me, I'm not suggesting you are, Jeremy Coney.
I've got my abacus.
His tongue, first ball, oh, it's nicked down to leg slip, and it's taken after a juggle. Wow, the leg slip works. It was ever so close, and Josh Tongue strikes. Blundell is the latest to fall. It was heading down a leg side, and it ends up in the hands of James Roux after the juggle.
Yeah, it's Root. Root has the first one. And it's Blundell will look at that and say, gee, that's a bit tough, isn't it? But he's flicked it hard. It's gone at such a pace that Root can't control it, even though it's a comfortable height. Almost straight to him, perhaps a bit to his right. And that means as the hands went across and the speed of the ball is hitting the hard part of the heel of the hand, if you like, it's therefore bounced a little bit more. And towards the wicket-keeper, Roux, who's turned obviously towards the catch as well, and it's presented a very comfortable rebound catch to him. So it'll go down to Roux, but the fact that the keeper's there and the fact that the leg slip is there and it's been decent pace again from Tongue, I think England, to be honest, have deserved that second wicket this morning. New Zealand were fighting back, a little partnership between Blundell and Phillips, and that's now completed. So 290 for 5 now, half the side out. Phillips coming in after his first innings century has come to the crease, and Mitchell is still there as well. But after this, for New Zealand, the tail is then exposed. And so let's see if this ball keeps on doing some movement. And it's an interesting game. 390 isn't enough. There's plenty of overs left in this game yet. And at the moment, England making inroads this morning.
And I think James Roux will be feeling better about himself as well and his keeping after copying quite a bit of criticism for dropping a couple of catches. What he did really well, Joe Root actually fell on top of him as he took that catch. He had one hand on his back as he was losing his balance. So even though the catch was easy, he did well with the Root. He's bigger and perhaps heavier than you might think, Joe Root, I reckon. As Josh Tongue comes in and bowls to Phillip, lets this one go outside the off stump. He's just taller than you think, Joe Root, is what I'm saying, Jeremy.
Well, he's the height he is. But he's at that leg slip position, which seems to be favoured right now at the moment, which is an old world kind of position, and Blundell will feel, oh, really? But never mind, he's gone now. That can happen.
His tongue is in and bowls, and that's just pushed back. Look, it's one of the things people will often say, it's an unlucky dismissal if it's a leg side strangle, and I don't think it is, because at the end it's still not good execution by the batter. It's lucky for the bowler perhaps, because it's not always a good ball, although I guess sometimes they bowl for it anyway. But it's very lucky for the bowler, but batter getting sucked in and getting a bit of bat on it. Right, slip and leg slip in and a gully for Phillips. His tongue is in and bowls, and that's clipped away off the pads. Down to deep square leg. There's a fielder running around, firing back in. That's Baker down there, right over the other side. They move to 292 for 5. Glenn Phillips, of course, that really was a magnificent century from him. He weathered all sorts of proper short ball barrage from Archer in particular to post his first ever Test century. Very emotional about it, speaking after play as Tongue is in and down the leg side again, and this time it's clipped fine by Phillips. might have just been pad. Yes, it was. I take the single. 293 for 5. And I almost think in a way, Jeremy, that you're right about it's almost the best thing for the game if New Zealand get bowled out. But it's so difficult that the third innings, it's really, I guess, the most difficult innings at times for a captain to judge, because you've got to decide how, not just how many runs, there's tongue, bowls, it's a short balls, sails harmlessly over Mitchell's head to finish the over 293 for 5. But you have to gauge how much time is left in the game, as well as how many runs you have if you're in a position where you're going to have to decide whether or not to declare. And England, certainly in their most aggressive, have made that quite difficult for teams to actually try and judge, because they have chased down some big totals.
Yeah, I think declarations, really, you've obviously worked your way in the initial periods of the match to a point where you have got a position of domination, and therefore you've earned the choice of what you want to do. Do I want to declare now? How many overs are left? How long do I think it's going to take for our bowlers? Have they had sufficient rest? What's the pitch doing? Will that suit my bowlers as well?
Archer is back, and it's a full ball first up, so interesting bringing Archer back.
Well,
now.
New man in. They want to use their best bowler and see if he can just produce one more delivery and expose the tail then. So this is, as I say, these conditions at the moment have swung the game from the batsman to the bowlers, and that's what happens in cricket. That's why the conditions of the game's presiding geniuses, that's what they do. You've got to react to what's in front of you, and you make the most of that time if you get that presented with that opportunity.
Slip and a leg slip in as Archer bowls. It's dropped into the leg side. They take off for a quick single, and it's well run in the end. Ben Ducket was charging in.
I mean, I feel, as far as declarations are concerned, if it is a club match or a league match and you play a number of games throughout the season, if you make a mistake, you can always get it back later on, because you got so many matches where those things can happen. It's exactly the same in the county championship. 10 teams, you're playing 14 games. If you make a mistake on the third match for a declaration, you've still got 7 games to go. You can't do that with tests.
Oh, next ball from Archer is popped up, and, well, Joe Root at second slip was herring in. Couldn't quite get there in time. It squared up Mitchell.
He got himself in a pretty awkward position, Mitchell, and it had, I don't know what it came off because he's got his back to us, but Archer was running towards it. It's a short ball again. He kind of half ducks, and I think that's come off the glove and then into the shoulder, and that's why it's gone up high. So it's come off the gloves onto the shoulder and then lifted up, and it was Root coming from a leg slip position racing up, and it was Archer coming down the pitch in his follow through in case it was going to him. Neither made it. Luck.
In comes Archer again, and this time it's just turned into short mid-wicket, and Ducket races in once more and shatters the stumps with the throw. Now home safely, but you hear the roar from the crowd. He's absolutely splayed those stumps. They're actually going to check it.
Well, so they should. That's quite a tight run. That's in fact a really, that's asking a lot of the non-striker. It is Phillips, so he is quick. But Duckett's had 3 goes and he's going to be home. He's actually well home. He's going past the level of the stumps when the stumps are broken. So I'm not sure what the umpire's seeing there, frankly. But they want to go and check those things. They usually do. They actually stand. They don't even stand on square nowadays, do they? They want to see that the cameras on square can get a nice view. They don't want to, be in front of that.
As Archer is in and Phillips lets this one go. Actually, my thought was that, I mean, we're obviously behind here. I thought he was safe, but I think if it had been closer or if he'd been out, we would have heard the "oh" from the crowd, stay up, because that they subsided pretty quickly. I think they thought he was safe home. But Duckett's been hovering there. It's dangerous.
Well, he's had 3 goes. He's had 3 goes today to hit the stumps. He's got him the 3rd time. But if those batsmen are at different ends, and that was Phillips that hit that, Mitchell would have been run out. I just feel he's nowhere near as quick as Glenn Phillips.
Here's Phillips on strike. As Archer is in, bowls. Oh, and he's on his back again. He's limboed out of the way, fallen flat on his back, and they're appealing because they felt, I think, that the ball had actually grazed his bat as he fell onto his back. But we're going to have a drinks break. But all of a sudden, it really does feel a little bit fraught, like anything could happen at any time. And Phillips, we saw him lying on his back many times in his first dig when he was facing Archer. And it hasn't taken long before he's been prone once more. And that is the threat of Archer, a good option to bring him back on. And hopefully now, for England at least, they get a little drink now. Every minute and every bit of hydration they can get into Archer. It just feels like loading up a weapon ready to strike. So New Zealand 295 for 5 with Phillips, the new batter, in on 3. Mitchell on 47. It's been an incredibly interesting first hour of play because England have really had New Zealand on the ropes. I'm just looking at Neil Manthorp, who's bent over next to me, looking at. Oh, so he can hear what I'm saying. I thought you were looking at your shoes, Neil Manthorp. I'll tell you what I've been saying. It's been very entertaining, and it's certainly a morning where batting is far more difficult than it was yesterday afternoon. And England, perhaps feeling rather buoyed by how things are going. As I hand over the headphones, and I will now hand over the microphone. Thanks, Manners.
Thank you very much indeed, Mel. Do you think we'll get chicken curry for lunch?
Either chickpea or chicken, because they've done a job lot on those 2 things.
There's been no surprises, have there, at the lunch break? That's what we've had for the last 3 days, and we're very grateful for it. Lead is 395. There was Gary Morgan sent us a couple of minutes ago, or showed us the highest scores in the 4th innings at the Oval in all Test matches, all results, never mind the highest score in the 4th innings to win a Test match, which is under 300. I should read those figures out for you, or I'll get Jon Norman to. So England are going to be needing closer to 500. You'd have to say that the likelihood is that they will need over 500 to win this Test match. And England don't do draws, of course, or at least that's what Ben Stokes said a year ago in Bazball Mark II rather than Bazball Mark I. But I wonder, I mean, there's a difference between accepting a draw and playing for a draw. I don't think that we'll see England blocking out long periods of studious defence. So in that sense, you won't see innings of 28 from 160 balls as they're actually consciously playing for a draw. They'll continue to play just to bat normally, I suspect. But I mean, if they are needing 500, they probably just you know, whoever does the press conference won't say, yeah, we're playing for the draw now. Especially if it's Ben Ducket, he'll say, oh, the more the better. But that is England's best hope. Jon Norman.
Thank you for that internal monologue. Okay, let me throw in a couple of elements into all of this. I think this is the equivalent. I think Brendan McCullum is at the top of his mark, and the captain's just come up to him, and he's a fast bowler, and the captain's come up and just said, Baz, keeper's coming up behind the stumps. I know you don't like it, and I know it's a bit of a blow to the ego. I'm not saying that you're not a fast bowler, but it's going to happen. Okay? It's better for the team to have the keeper up behind the stumps and you just carry on doing what you're doing. And I think...
Keeper certainly up behind the stumps now because Joe Root's brought himself into the attack. First ball is defended, no run.
Brent, if Ben Stokes is out there and it's 1-0 England with 2 to play, England go for it no matter what. But it's not Ben Stokes, it's Joe Root, who does not want...
Little reverse sweep now, and he's hit it quite nicely as Daryl Mitchell. He's hit it very nicely indeed, actually, and he's beaten the fielder down there on the long leg boundary, and it's 50 for Daryl Mitchell. Cleverly played. Does have the whole array of alternative shots, improvisations from T20 cricket, and he's hit that really well. I'm all ears. I can't wait to the end of this analogy, Jon Norman. Here is Joe Root again, and tosses that one up. Gives it plenty of air. Daryl Mitchell scuttles over to the off stump and defends it. So
Brendan McCullum's going to have to take one for the team. He's going to have to do his job.
Root in again, bowls short and wide and cut for 4. Nobody on sweeping on the cover boundary. It was a poor delivery from Joe Root. He knows it and deserved to be hit for 4 and was. 300 up for New Zealand, 303 for 5, lead of 403.
He's going to have to look his captain in the eye and he's going to have to say, okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do it for the team. And Joe Root is going to be saying to Brendan McCullum, we need a draw.
Here's Root again, tosses that one up, plenty of air, a little bit of turn and bounce as well. A lot of speculation about why England, I mean indeed New Zealand, didn't go in with a specialist spinner, with Jacob Bethel getting turn and bounce on the 3rd afternoon, and Joe Root, that one also turned and spat a little bit. In comes Root again, another reverse sweep, and it's beaten Harry Brook at slip. And it's racing away down towards the boundary. It'll be a second 4 in this over, I should say. Harry Brook read that well at slip, but wasn't able to get across far enough. And it's another boundary. And Mitchell moves on to 59. Phillips has 3. It's 307 for 5, lead of 407. So you can see someone like Ben Ducket going out there and changing his game and playing for a draw. Maybe not him, but.
No, but it's not about changing your game, is it? I can't see... I think Ben Ducket was playing beautifully. I think he'll go out and he'll just play his way. I don't think anybody's going to dead bat this. But none of this nonsense about we want them to have 600 because he just wanted to chase it down. Okay? None of this getting caught at deep backward point, advancing down the track, trying to loft it over for 6. That's not going to happen. I don't think, and I think the reason is that Joe Root doesn't want a loss against his captaincy record.
Here is Archer, bouncer to Glenn Phillips. It ducks underneath it. Well, he didn't need to, just backed away from it, passed away at head height. The man out at deep square leg in front of square. He's a long way away. Also a man sweeping at deep backward point. We were talking about this in the first half an hour with Cameron Ponsonby, trying to bowl dry, but you know, Emilio Gay is 80 yards away at deep square leg in front of square. Be an incredible hit from Glenn Phillips to pick out that fielder in front of square, with Jofra Archer bowling short at 90 miles an hour. Here he is again, bowls, and it's over pitch, driven and caught. Bethel takes a catch in the gully. Thick outside half of the bat. Archer has another. Phillips is on his way. That was sharp. Well, we may not have learnt a lot in this game, and probably The fact that Jacob Bethel is an excellent catcher at gully was already known, but we have some confirmation in this game. He's taken a couple of absolute snorters in the gully. Phillips is gone. New Zealand are 307 for 6.
Of course, if England have 5 sessions, or the best part of 5 sessions, and a target of 450, then they're going for the win. Right? That's happening. What is also happening is this cloud cover and these conditions, if they remain, this is going to be even more testing for England, because the ball has moved around. Even with a 65 over ball, 70 over ball, it's bounced, it's moved, not extravagant, but certainly it's any idea this will be a sedate start to day 4 as New Zealand move themselves inexorably towards that declaration have been put to bed, because there's every chance now that New Zealand will be bowled out. There's also every indication that England have got a player in Jacob Bethel. I don't often watch these wicket-keeper, you know, what a catch by the keeper. You see the same videos pushed out on Instagram or on Twitter or on whatever social media platform you watch your short-form content. You know, fielding drills with the ball bouncing back and quick hands and all this kind of thing. But I did see one catch that Jacob Bethel took in training, which has been put up on the ECB account, which was an extraordinary take. That boy can catch, and also he's quite close to the bat there, isn't he? Relatively speaking.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, with Jofra Archer bowling at 90 miles an hour. Nathan Smith's new batsman. Bouncer first up. Ducks underneath it. Passes over his left shoulder and into the gloves of James Rew. 307 for 6. I agree with you that you know, under. It depends on the time, but if the last 4 wickets do fall quickly and the target is under 450 in you know, the best part of 5 sessions, then that's 110 overs. 4 and over, 4.5 and over.
There's runs on this pitch.
It's imaginable, isn't it? Just about. Here is Archer again outside the off stump, left alone by Nathan Smith, taken by James Rew. Whereas 10 years ago it would have been unimaginable.
We haven't seen Matt Fisher bowl today, have we?
No, we haven't. We haven't.
He's out there, is he?
Or Jacob Bethel, for that matter.
That's less of a surprise. Oh yeah, Fisher's over there at kind of a deep backwards square leg, just this 10 metres in from the long leg boundary.
2 slips in a gully. There's a short leg in as well. Mid on and mid off are both quite close. Nudged away off his hip by Nathan Smith as Archer bowls it back of a length, and it is Fisher who comes in to do the fielding from deep backward square leg. 309 for 6.
I do have a question for the viewers and listeners on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I never knew there was such a thing as a frozen muffin before until this test match. I do have a question for you. How long does it take a muffin to thaw out? Because I picked this up, I guess, an hour ago. It's still not quite there.
It should be quite quick outside, as opposed to the air-conditioned press box, which is like a fridge. Here comes Archer again, quick but slightly too wide of the off stump and left alone by Mitchell. I wondered I assumed that the muffins must have been freshly baked every day, because they are very, very soft and fluffy, whereas in fact they're just being stored in the freezer.
It does remind me of a funny story involving my brother. Viewers will be able to see that I have started to try to eat this muffin, because of course the outside bit starts to thaw out, and it is really
so
tasty.
You're
right?
peeling the soft bits off.
I've kind of been chewing the outside. It's almost like a mouse has got at it.
They are delicious. They come in 3 flavours: chocolate, caramel and blueberry. John's gone for the blueberry. Slip gully and leg slip now as Archer is into Mitchell once again. It's pushed to short extra cover.
4 flavours.
Which one did I miss?
There's a really, really good one.
Lemon.
Lemon, yeah. Did you say lemon? You said caramel, didn't you? chocolate caramel.
There was a caramel one
Right,
the first
so
day.
4.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because this is a blueberry one.
I haven't had the lemon. I definitely will be seeking one out if possible. It's the end of the over. 309 for 6. New Zealand in a very, very strong position.
Can you remember back in the 80s when frozen, you'd get a Sara Lee cake, and it was a frozen cake, wasn't it? You'd stick it in the freezer. Can you remember that?
Yeah, I do. I remember Pet Rocks as well in the 80s.
So my brother, one night, we were all out, and at some point in the early hours, he turned up at a friend's house who was in, and my friend was otherwise engaged, so my brother Dave found himself alone in the house at that stage of the evening when you start to get a bit peckish, right? So it's about 3 or 4 in the morning, and my friend lived with his mum and dad. So, he rattled around, and they could hear some banging and the sound of cupboards opening and doors slamming and all this kind of stuff.
Sonny Baker is bowling the next over. It's short and pulled away handsomely through mid-wicket for 4. Very, very fine pull shot there from Glenn Phillips. Banged in short from Sonny Baker, and it's Nathan Smith. Sorry. Glenn Phillips is gone. It's Daryl Mitchell at the non-striker's end. It's a very fine pull shot from Nathan Smith. I was just carrying on because I wanted to make sure that you want to finish this. I mean, I can't help thinking what activity was taking place, that he got the nibbles, got the munchies at 3 o'clock in the morning. Here comes Baker again, pushed defensively by Smith up towards mid-on, fielded by Tongue.
So anyway, my friend's there, and he can hear him rattling around downstairs, and as I say, doors opening and the doors shutting, and footsteps up the stairs, footsteps down the stairs, and then in the end he hears the sound of the front door opening and slamming shut, and there's silence, and he doesn't think anything more of it until a few weeks or maybe a month later.
Sonny Baker runs away from us, a hop and a skip at the top of his run up to the crease now, bowls on the back foot, goes Smith punching for a single into the offside. 314 for 6.
A month or so later, it's a Sunday afternoon, and as is the custom in England, that Sunday afternoons is roast dinner day. Yeah, Mum, traditionally, now Dad, I'm the one that does it in my house, spends a good 2 or 3 hours slaving over a hot oven, and at the end of it, a roast dinner is presented and eaten within about 10 minutes, right? And if you're really fortunate, and on special occasions, like maybe the new girlfriend and her family are coming round, there's a cake.
Here is Sonny Baker bowls, and back and across goes Mitchell. Wants a single, can't get it. Straight to Josh Tongue at mid-on.
So the meal is gratefully received.
New girlfriend and her family.
Well, the girlfriend had been, in position for a month or two, but now was the time that the parents decided that things are getting serious, and indeed they're still together 30 years later. So things are getting serious. It was time to invite what turned out to be the future in-laws for dinner on a Sunday. Lovely roast lamb with all the trimmings.
Here's Sonny Baker running away from us, up to the crease now, bowls. Mitchell forward, blocking defensively, 314 for 6.
And at the end of the meal, and after all the plates and everything have been taken away, in comes Mum, and on a tray, a glorious chocolate cake. And it's put down on the table, and everyone looks at it, and my friend Richard, head on one side, looks at this cake, which has got suspiciously, looks like it's got bite marks, teeth marks all over it.
No, here comes Sonny Baker again. Mitchell forward, same delivery, same result, pushing to Tongue at mid-on. So your mother hadn't inspected the cake closely before presenting it?
Well, why would you? It was in its box. I mean, it had been opened. And it turns out it had been taken out. And somebody had decided to try and eat it, despite the fact it was frozen.
Did he own up? Was he accused?
Well, he wasn't there at the time.
Oh. Oh dear. Was he rumbled in the end? Was there an investigation?
Well,
Independent regulator.
he's been rumbled now.
How many years later?
30 years later.
Jofra Archer begins a new over. That one squats, keeps very low outside the off stump. Nathan Smith not offering a shot.
Mate, muffin update.
It's definitely softening. isn't
Yeah,
it?
I reckon the end of my stint, so about 5 minutes time, it will be ready. Ready to be eaten. World record score, by the way, we're in that zone, aren't we? I'm surprised that the world record
run chase.
Yes,
yeah,
world
yeah.
record run chase. Successful run chase in 4th innings in Test cricket is within 1 shot away. I'm surprised that hasn't actually been beaten yet.
Here comes Jofra Archer, right up in the block hole, looks for the Yorker, and it's clipped away by Nathan Smith to Matt Fisher at deep backward square leg. 418 by the West Indies against Australia at it was the recreation ground, wasn't it, in Antigua, before the Viv Richards Stadium. And then the second highest, 414 by South Africa against Australia at the Wacker. It's back in 2008.
Oh, join NZ Green says 2 minutes in the microwave for my muffin, but we don't have access to a microwave.
And we've got the sunshine, and it's going to be 30 degrees again today. Pushed away by Mitchell again defensively up towards mid-on.
Well, Stephen Cook says stick it in the sun, it would thaw very quickly. That is exactly what I'm doing, Stephen. And do you know what? It is going to be perfect. I am regretting going early.
The thing about Ruth's muffins, and I don't know who Ruth is, but they are outstanding, is that there's almost a liquid centre, isn't there?
Not at the moment there isn't.
No.
But in about 5 minutes' time there will be.
It's coming. A little bit of sort of blueberry Kool-Aid. Here is Archer, bouncer to Mitchell, and ducks underneath it, fizzing through to James Rue. 315 for 6, lead of 415.
Joe Root's employment of Jofra Archer today just makes some of the bowling selections at the front end of this test match even more surprising, don't they? Doesn't it? I mean, it's clear why he's doing it. It's now or never. Can't wait till the second new ball to attack, because by that point New Zealand would just be too far ahead. So I do get it, but 2 spells. Haven't seen Fisher. Sonny Baker only bowled what, 2 overs? Maybe 3?
Here is Archer again, looks for the stump, searching this one, full and straight. Mitchell guides it defensively up to Emilio Gay. He's fielded everywhere today. He's at mid-off at the moment.
I've got a question for you as we approach the end of our stint. How is Sonny Baker trying to take a wicket? How has he been trying to take a wicket in this second innings? What are his areas?
He's bowled too short.
Yeah, so how is he trying to take away? I have not at one point, apart from just a New Zealand getting out like Daryl Mitchell did in the first innings, slapping one to mid-wicket, high up on the bat. I can't work out how he's going to take a wicket.
Archer in again, and Mitchell opens the face of the bat, guides it past Bethel at Gully, or to the right of Bethel at Gully, and allows him to go through for a single. 316 for 6. Just at the end of the over, John, before we move on from the chocolate cake, what is your recollection of the extent of the teeth marks? Had the cake been lifted up? Was it? So obviously it was frozen.
It was frozen at point of entry.
Were they obvious to you?
Yeah. What made it even more hilarious was my brother had obviously had a couple of goes at it. So he had. It was almost.
Good job you didn't try and microwave it.
Well, actually, it probably would have made more sense to. Can you microwave a frozen chocolate cake? I don't know, but essentially he'd had a go. He'd had 2 really good goes at it, and obviously something hadn't computed in his brain.
Here comes Sonny Baker. He is actually continuing, and that one is steered away on the offside past Jordan Cox, and again they go through for a single. It's very important to understand that New Zealand, as much as the runs still matter, they are a long way ahead, but they are actually using up time here because they don't want to leave too much time for England to chase a mammoth target just in case. And also, they don't want to have to bowl 140 overs. You know, the next Test match, it starts on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine they will probably make a change for that Test match to their bowlers. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Blair Tickner come in.
I think Carl Jameson looked a bit jaded with the ball, didn't he? But you lose his batting. Mind you, he's batting 9, so it doesn't matter. Outside the off stump now from Baker. That's better, isn't it, John? Now you can see how he's going to get his wicket. Clip the top of off stump or caught behind, caught slip. That's much better. Good length line as well, and beats the outside of Daryl Mitchell's bat. 317 for 6.
Well, it's Smith's bat, isn't it? And that's the thing. I don't think there's a problem with... I can see Sonny Baker taking lower order wickets. And I know Nathan Smith is better than a lower order batter. I can see that. Top 6, though?
Not sure about that, no. Doesn't look top 6 material, does he? Baker in and clipped away by Smith off his pads down to fine leg. They go through for a single as Jofra Archer does the gathering in front of... that's the Bedser stand to the right of the pavilion as we look from the Vauxhall end.
I'd say it's perfect now.
And the timing couldn't be better because will be replaced by Melinda Farrell and I assume Jeremy Coney or Cameron Ponsonby after this over, or perhaps one over to go. One slip, one gully for the right-handed Daryl Mitchell. So no leg slip for Mitchell. There is a backward square leg and a deep square leg. However, as Baker is in, that one keeps low, and he defends it up towards Josh Tongue at mid-on. That kept very low. The thing about the oval, John, is that even when it's 2/3 full, it looks and feels like more, doesn't it? I mean, there are quite a lot of empty seats and it's quite a low turnout, but it is day 4. It's Saturday. It's unusual to start a Test match, especially at the Oval or Lords on a Wednesday, but it's a concertinaed schedule. Is there a particular reason why this started on Wednesday? Here is Sonny Baker. I mean, it was 8 days after the first Test at Lords. Here's a short pulled by Mitchell down towards long leg. It's gone straight to Archer all the way along the ground, mostly along the ground, and so it'll be just a single. And now we are into world record 4th innings run chase territory, because England will require 419, the current record 418. Nathan Smith on 8 with Daryl Mitchell going along very nicely, and he is perfectly happy just to absorb time, absorb balls. Yes, he's playing very low risk cricket and batting really rather well on 62. 319 for 6. Smith in again, steered into the gully, fielded by Jacob Bethel. That's gone extremely quickly. Bethel makes it look easy in the gully.
These two are like a pair of uncles. I love it, says William JT31. I guess he means us, not Daryl Mitchell and Nathan Smith.
I'm not sure that Daryl Mitchell and Nathan Smith are old enough to be uncles.
No. My uncle has the same name as me, or rather I have the same name as my uncle. He's also called Jonathan Norman. And he, unlike my father, who was a primary school teacher, was quite a wealthy individual. He worked as an oil broker for many years in England and in France. What's this got to do with anything? I hear everybody ask. Well, it doesn't really have anything to do with anything, but what I would say is, you know, you get those credit reports in which banks make a decision on whether to give you money or not.
Or extend your overdraft.
Correct, yeah. Well, it's very handy when somehow those credit reports mix up your details with your very rich uncle's.
Give get into financial trouble with that. Now it's Matt Fisher into the attack for the first time, and that one is pushed away, defended by Daryl Mitchell. As long as we're not the kind of uncles that have too many sherries too early at the family Christmas lunch.
No, he wasn't. It isn't that kind of uncle. He's.
Or too many ports after lunch.
It was strange though. I remember looking at my credit report, this is about 15, 20 years ago, and thinking, "Oof, that's pretty good." How's that happened? And then I looked at the list of addresses they had saved for me, and I thought, I never lived in Chiswick.
That's how you managed to buy that flat. Here comes Fisher again. It's driven firmly by Daryl Mitchell straight to extra cover. Fielded by Jordan Cox, no run.
Yeah, I thought to myself, I don't own a very, very expensive property in Chiswick.
And your credit rating now, or have they rumbled you?
It's pretty good, actually. No, it's a few years on now, so I've calmed down on my spending.
Henry Nicholls, the first to go this morning for 121, Tom Blundell for 16, and Glenn Phillips for 3 wickets for England. Jofra Archer has taken 2 of them and has really bowled rather well. Nicholls 121, his 11th Test century. He was caught by Harry Brook at second slip off Archer. Here is Fisher again, and guided defensively by Mitchell straight back to the bowler. So Nicholls gone, caught Brook, bowled Archer for 121. Good delivery, really not a great deal that Henry Nicholls could blame himself for. Tom Blundell then caught in unusual circumstances by keeper James Rew. He glanced a full-length delivery from Josh Tongue to leg slip, where Joe Root dropped it into Rew's gloves.
I was pleased for Rew. You know, there's been a few articles written overnight about his goalkeeping, his wicket keeping.
Actually, that's a Freudian slip that may be appropriate. Here's Fisher again, bowls. The Mitchell defends again, no run.
So yeah, it was good to see, because it is a lonely place when you're out there and you've failed. I mean, it's lonely when your off stump goes cartwheeling out the grounds and everybody's celebrating, you know, this latest setback in your career, but at least you can get off the pitch. Frank A. Stop says, is that a Sarah Lee's muffin?
It's a Ruth's muffin.
It's Ruth's. She's the niece of Sarah. And Night Owl says,
Fisher to Mitchell, driven, no run.
Night Owl 264 says, John, when I was starting to watch talkSPORT, I took you for Mike Hesson. You resemble him a lot.
Really? She's referring to your cricket brain.
Oh, I'd definitely take that.
Yeah.
He is one of the most forward-thinking cricket brains in the sport. So I take that, but I don't think that's what is being said. I take it. Jeremy's about to come in.
The eyes, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take it. I usually get Didi Haman.
Oh dear, it's Matt Fisher from the pavilion end, running in towards Daryl Mitchell. Oh, there's a short mid-on now, silly mid-on almost. He's not quite in under the batsman's nose, but he was very close in there, Emilio Gay, and it was too wide of the off stump and left alone. So the over comes to an end. We've got about 23 minutes to go until the lunch break. It's going to be Sonny Baker to continue from the Vauxhall end. As we've said, we are already in world record run chase territory. 419 the lead for New Zealand. England at this stage would need 420, but they first need 4 more wickets. Jeremy Coney's going to guide you through to our 4th chicken curry, and he's going to be in the company of Melinda Farrell after this ball. Sonny Baker in, and it's defended by Nathan Smith. All yours, Jeremy, and here's Melinda.
Thanks, Manners. Yes, fourth chicken curry. You're quite right. That's always they're taking different positions. So it looks as if it might be slightly different, but it's not. We're getting very accustomed to it, but that's okay. Not a criticism. So this is New Zealand just trying to desperately keep this target moving along if they can, with Mitchell still there. Smith important.
Baker into Smith, who drives expansively. That is a lovely shot. It's a little bit too wide and a little bit too full, and Nathan Smith said, "Thank you very much, I'll have a bit of that."
Yeah, that's interesting, Nathan Smith. He's played here at Surrey, he's played at Worcester, and he's regarded as, at the moment, I think, in New Zealand, as a bowling all-rounder. We've seen the number of wickets that he's been able to create, even in the tests here. He's certainly improved that skill, moving the ball away from the right-handers, and at a decent kind of clip. But he hasn't got the runs, I don't think, that he should get. Let's see how he goes.
He's there now as Baker is in and bowls, and this time he just plays it straight into the ground in front of him as it makes its way out into the covers. I first met him at New Road when he was playing for Worcester a couple of years back, and I asked him at the time, I said, how close do you reckon you are? And he said, yeah, he said, look, I think I'm close. They've sort of said to me I'm close. And before long, after being at Worcester, he's snapped up by New Zealand, he's snapped up by Surrey. They weren't very happy about that at New Road, I can tell you. As Baker, he's in and bowls to Smith, who turns this into the leg side. A little gap there, so they'll take 2 runs. Takes them on to 325 for 6. Yes, he was a good signing.
And don't forget his fielding.
Yeah, great fielder. He's been brilliant in this game, hasn't he? Just swooping on everything so quick. He and Matt Henry have sort of been in there in the mid-off and mid-off positions when New Zealand have been in the field. And he's got a run out as well already. But he's a good all-round cricketer. Here's Nathan Smith. Been a fascinating morning of cricket, hasn't it? It really has turned. Here is Baker, and the next ball's just chopped straight into the ground at the toes of Smith, no run. No, and by turned, I don't mean the ball's turning. I mean it's turned the feel of the game, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It's much more even right now because of the movement earlier in the day and the dismissals, of Henry Nicholls and subsequent players as well. So New Zealand now have moved from 3 down, they're now 6 down. This is kind of the last of the players who you feel can put together a total.
Baker to Smith, that one stays a little bit low and he just defends it, rolls back down to the right of Smith. He picks it up, and that is Baker, I should say. It's the end of his over, 325 for 6 with Smith on 14, and Mitchell still out there on 62. And I mean, Mitchell looked like he was struggling a little bit with the short ball that was being sent down his way, and a bit slower in between, running between the wickets as well, but he's still out there, isn't he?
He's still out there, and he's benefited from the time when it wasn't quite so certain. He's got away with a little piece of luck here and there. You kind of needed that this morning because the ball was not only bouncing, but it was seaming. And while Archer was fresh, and he's not bowling now. They're trying to we got the second new ball coming very shortly, maybe just after lunch.
Tongue to Mitchell, it's wide and it's put away. Driven past the diving fielder in the covers. And as it was in the last over, just the width over pitched and gobbled up by Mitchell.
Yep, just a tad wide. The difference here from Mitchell and from, say, Phillips, who tried a drive and was caught in the gully, is the front foot and moving towards the ball, the whole body moving through, and the current of the bat going through as well. That's the difference. Phillips just didn't move his feet.
Tongue in once more, and it's just defended to the onside. No run. And I guess for New Zealand now, they've lost 6. They looked really comfortable yesterday. It's not so comfortable today. But we're in this kind of interesting scenario where what are they looking at setting England? What do they think is one that England would go after, but that they have plenty of time to get them out? Get your thoughts on that. After this ball from Tongue, he's in and bowls to Mitchell. He lets that one go outside the off stump.
Well, I was kind of talking about that, I think, last time I was with you, that we are members of the interested public, and there'll be other people who are even not so interested, but they'll be just thinking vaguely about what sort of total. I think that New Zealand, because it's a test match and every match is 1-on-1, and you're trying to get to a point where you win more than the other side. Now, there is jeopardy about this particular decision as well, having lost the first test at Lord's, so that if they lose this one, that's it. That's the series, gone.
Tongue into Mitchell, left alone again.
And so there's no doubt the members in the New Zealand dressing room at the moment will be wanting not to lose it, but to win it, and then even it up and then go to the last test at Trent Bridge in a couple of days. So that's clear so far. But I don't think that would necessarily lead them to, because of that jeopardy, that they would, what's called in the cricket parlance, dangling the carrot. And I think that carrot won't be really very easy, or close to the mouth, if you like, of the English players.
His Tongue with a full delivery that's played back to him on the bounce by Mitchell.
As I said, I think before, if you've got 10 teams, say, in the county championship with Surrey and all the other teams, Yorkshire and co, you get 14 games. If you make a mistake with your declaration in the third or second game of the year, you've still got 11 or 12 games to go. So it's not the finish of things, but it can be at test level when you've only got 3 matches.
Tongue in once more, and this time it's a bouncer that Mitchell ducks under.
What things will they be thinking about at that point? And you started to talk about that a little bit, that tantalising prospect. Obviously, the first thing they will kind of look at is, what are the runs scored so far in the game? Well, when I just had a look at it very quickly this morning, and starting this morning, there were 934 runs scored. There were 234 overs bowled at that stage before the start of play this morning, and the run, then you can do a quick division and you come up with 3.95. So that's nearly 4 runs and over in the innings up to the start of today. Now, if you look at New Zealand's inning, it started, that was the first innings of the game. They were wanting to get a big total. They weren't really coming out to whack the ball. They were just interested in getting as far as they could. And they were gifted a little bit, if you remember, on the second morning by a slightly shambolic effort from England at that time, and 100 and something runs accrued because of that.
Bethel is on around the wicket to Smith, who defends, no run.
And they therefore ended up with, I felt, a slightly inflated 391. And then England went out and was obviously looking at that as their first target and trying to get as close to it and then beyond if they could. So they themselves weren't really looking to whack the ball around, to really play aggressive cricket.
Bethel to Smith, who just drives that off the back foot, but straight to the fielder on the covers.
And so they were nevertheless going at over 5 and over at some stage. Jamieson was having trouble with length and so on, and Root was looking very solid, and they were 3 for 170 at that time.
Bethel darts one in, and it's worked to the offside, actually more squirted off the inside part of the bat. No run.
Remember, Bethel got Smith out in the first innings with a full toss. And so then, of course, they collapsed. England lost 6 for 60 and ended up 100 short of New Zealand. So that's been the story of the match. And then New Zealand yesterday, of course, pushed ahead in nice batting conditions and got to where? 253 for 3, something like that.
As Bethel bowls to Smith, who presses forward in defence, turns it to the onside.
I think New Zealand have two choices. The first one is to do the equations and to work out. They might be bowled out. That's why I said this morning that might be the best thing for this match. So that's one situation.
As Bethel comes in once more to Smith, a shorter delivery that's worked away to short leg.
The second situation is they do the calculations. Overs left. They'll want two new balls if they want, so they'll start with one, and even into tomorrow there'll be one available to them, so they could perhaps polish off anything that's left. They'll want 2 new balls.
The next ball from Bethel's driven straight back to past the bowler. Brook fields it at mid-on. End of the over, 329 for 6.
Then there's a question of the runs per over issue. And as I say, it's around about 4 up to this morning's play, the beginning of play. And that means you can't set 4s because of the style of those innings, the first innings of the game. So it has to be in excess of 4. Now at the moment, New Zealand, there's quite a few overs left. There's 90 tomorrow. If you're bowling nearly 30, probably not that many, is it? Nowadays it might be sort of 25, 26 overs in a session. And so that would be, if they declared at tea time, say today, if they were able to bat that long, obviously the runs would be extended. But then there would after that be the 90 plus the 25. And then you start to work out, is that run rate, is that over 4? We hope so, and you do that calculation. And you look at how fit your bowlers are. How much have they bowled so much in the game? And more particularly the surface of the pitch. Is it doing something for our bowlers? So that's the second kind of option.
Here is Fisher to Mitchell, who defends.
The last option is one that's slightly more unusual, and that is they're playing against England. And England have shown in the last 4 years under McCullum that they are going to have a crack, whatever the total is. If it's 650, they'll have a go at it, and they get bowled out for 250. You know, that's the way they play. And in other words,
as Fisher is in, a full delivery defended.
You set them a baseboard total if you've got the opportunity to do so, which is way up in terms of the number of runs. It's already past the highest total, isn't it, at the moment in Test cricket? And so, but they will push ahead, and they will push ahead. And even though it's an unlikely one, England will go for it. And knowing that, New Zealand have kind of pushed the baseball thing at them a wee bit and say, come on, have a go, have a crack.
Here's Fisher, full ball worked into the onside.
And that's the third possibility that New Zealand could think about. So I think, I don't know whether I've answered your question, Mel, but those I think are the 3 possibilities for New Zealand. They certainly won't, I don't think, look to declare with lots of overs to go, which reduces the runs per over equation.
No, you certainly have, and I realise now why you need your abacus more than anything. Next ball from Fisher is played to Ben Ducket at short mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, no wonder you need an abacus. You need a Cray computer. That's what you need.
Well, you do I don't have to have it at all. It's it's the changing room that are going to have to work those sorts of things out, and that's the job. And I've said, just be understanding that it's a test match, and that you've got to take that very carefully in these circumstances right now, because they're 1 down.
Mitchell waits as in comes Fisher, who's bowling another foolish delivery that's played to Ducket once more. And I think there's another factor in there as well, and you have answered that beautifully, by the way. When you talk about, and you explain what I alluded to before about the way England play and how that's become almost a complicating or an additional factor in how teams have to try and set up when they're batting in the third innings against England. For me, it's going to be fascinating to see how England bat in this chase, because we've had this reset, this Bazball refined, if you like, as in comes Fisher full, just punched up to mid-off, no run. So it's the reset, the end of the over, 3:29 for 6. And Ben Stokes isn't here. We've as well, Joe Root back in charge. We've had, there's been so much talk about how they got it wrong in the Ashes, and they haven't had as many wins in the second couple of years of the current regime being in charge as they did in the first couple of years when it was at its peak. So for me, this is going to be really interesting, because you couldn't really tell much from Lords because of the pitch factor. And this is going to be, from my view, the first time we're really going to see this whole reset. What does it mean in a more normal situation than we perhaps had at Lords? And no Ben Stokes there as well. We know that he had some differing views to Brendan McCullum as Bethel starts a new over, back foot punch that Bethel picks up one-handed on the run from Smith.
I agree with you. I think there has been a slight change, particularly to the personnel. Gay doesn't, at the moment, look as if he's going to attack at the same instinct, perhaps, that Ducket might have.
Bethel again, and it's a 1-foot flamingo hoik. Well, that is some shot. A 6 for Smith. And it was 1 foot in the air flamingo. What is this, Kevin Peterson at the Oval?
No, it's Nathan Smith, and he's just shimmied down, and it hasn't bounced too much, so he's had to go out and get that. And it's a good contact point. There's no one back there. It's cleanly struck. Interesting to see how will he go for the rest of the over.
Well, they've got a slip and a leg slip in for Smith as Bethel is in around the wicket. Well, he goes this time square of the wicket, and it's a boundary. Follows up the 6 with a 4. So deciding really to attack Bethel, who did get him out with a full toss in the first innings, but Smith now taking charge, and they're just trying to locate the ball, I think.
Yeah, so it's followed up the shimmy down the pitch with a sweep that's probably just pitching on off and turning slightly away, slow turn. And so he's fetched that again into the leg side from outside off with a sweep stroke. Got the nice straight arms, which is what you want to be playing when you use the sweep shot. You've got to get those arms as straight as possible if you can to reach out and play. Don't want to get them, pull them back towards your body. The ball has got more time to do its work then. So, yeah, 2 decent shots for Smith. See how he goes. He's starting to put a little bit more pressure on Bethel, but Bethel should be comfortable. Come on, son, keep tossing it up there. Let's have a go and see if you can get him out.
He's in now. It's a flatter delivery. Doesn't toss it up, and it's just driven into the leg side. That's certainly he's put his foot down. The lead now is 439. It's a big lead. Bethel in, bowls, and was very, very cautious that time. He got right down the track and smothered the next delivery from Bethel.
So Ducket is a man you would probably put up a few names in your mind about that, and Ducket would be one, I guess. Obviously, well, Bethel can score quite quickly as well, but Root and Brook obviously will be at the centre of it.
Bethel in, bowls, it's turned into square leg by Smith, and they'll come through for a single to finish the over. A good one, saw a mighty 6 and a boundary, 340 for 6. And
then I guess you'd add Cox to that as well, as a player who could play very aggressively if England got into a position where they felt, we'll have a go at this. So, but it is you're right, it's a slightly different side. A lot of, players who are just coming in, Rue and Gay and Cox, players like that, and obviously Baker, and not that is going to determine things down low down the order like that. But the point is, it's a different side for England, and I get that. Whether they'll play the same way, the change of captain you mentioned, that might be an influencing factor. But I would think that McCullum would be urging them onwards, frankly.
Well, you've also got the Jacob Bethel second innings factor too, because he so often we see him not score in the first innings and go big in the second. New over begins. It's Fisher and Smith is forward in defence.
The other thing, of course, is that New Zealand, people talk about it, but I don't think it's necessarily true, that they set the West Indies recently when the West Indies were touring New Zealand. They set them something like 500 and plenty to chase in the fourth innings at Hagley Oval, and the West Indies, I think, finished something like 470, 460 for 6. And you'll be able to get that up. I mean, I know Shai Hope got 100, but there was also a double 100 there as well. Both men not out, I think, at the end of that match. So they weren't that far away, and so even though you said a big total, they haven't been able to bowl the West Indies out.
Fisher in, bowls down the leg side to Smith, and there's a little bit of excitement as Rue takes that because he is standing up to the stump, something else we've seen. Yes, the match you're talking about was December 2025, the West Indies tour of New Zealand. And New Zealand made 231 in the first innings and then bowled West Indies out for 167. New Zealand declared at 8 down on 466. And just wait until after this ball from Fisher. It's turned into the leg side, no run. And then, yes, West Indies made 457 for 6. And those innings that you mentioned there, it was Shai Hope who got 140, and Justin Greaves made 202 not out, with Kumar Roach at the end scoring an unbeaten half century. So in the end, it was would have given them the jitters. It was a drawn match, but yeah, you can understand it would make them think twice. Smith waits as Fisher is here, short ball pulled, and he gets it fine enough. Sonny Baker was out there, a deep backward square leg, but it was just fine enough, and that's another 4 runs. Smith is on the charge.
It's a handy little innings starting to develop here. Smith in the high 20s. So he's starting to provide. Well, he's giving more impetus. Whether he's facing more deliveries than Mitchell, I couldn't tell you. I have the impression that he has a bit. But he's now, and certainly Mitchell's smiling at him.
Oh, no!
As the next ball's just defended by Smith. And our producer, Scotty, who's on the
he's in charge.
He's in charge, and he has pointed out in that game that Smith went off injured, and so did Matt Henry.
Yes, right.
So they were short on bowlers.
They were, and Duffy came in and in and in and in, and he's the man really that New Zealand would like to have in these situations, with 2 guys coming back from stress fractures.
And then comes Fisher, full ball turned into the leg side, and they'll come through for a single. And you mentioned Jacob Duffy there, another former Worcestershire player. They pick good New Zealanders at Worcestershire. And there we have it. Lunch. It snuck up on us. It always does when I'm on commentary with Jeremy Coney, because I find him so fascinating to listen to. We get in these conversations and all of a sudden it's lunch as the stewards stream on with their fluorescent T-shirts. New Zealand finished the session 345 for 6. They started the day on 252 for 3. So losing those 3 wickets. Smith still out there at 30 of 35 and really starting to get a motor on with a couple of boundaries and a 6 late in that session. Mitchell is still out there as well on 66. playing a hugely important role. So the players to depart from New Zealand this morning was Nicholls, who really did have a marvellous knock, 121 of 171 in the end. He was caught by Brook and bowled Archer. Blundell also then departed after making 16 runs, caught by Rue, but with an assist from Joe Root of the bowling of tongue. And Glenn Phillips only stayed 10 balls. He was out flashing hard and straight to Bethel, who took a good catch at gully off the bowling of Archer. So there we are. New Zealand have a lead of 445 at the moment. They still have 4 wickets in hand, but my word, it has been a really enthralling morning of Test cricket. We're going to go and have some lunch, and we will rejoin you after the break here on talkSPORT.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London, where we're about to start the second session on the fourth day of England's second test against New Zealand. And it's been another morning of frustration, as well as Josh Tongue and Jofra Archer bowled for England in the morning session. There's been no removing Daryl Mitchell, who stubbornly batted his way to 66 not out. Nathan Smith has made a bright, sprightly 30 not out, as New Zealand have reached 345 for 6, a lead of 445. So England now perhaps into lead preservation as far as the series is concerned, having won the first test match at Lord's in very different circumstances by 103 runs. The players are making their way out onto the field, but many of the spectators are still on the concourse that surrounds the ground, enjoying fish and chips by and large, as far as that I could see on my trip downstairs. Jon Norman is alongside me. Tough day for England. It's been a tough 4 days for England, John, in all fairness. I read some interesting comments from Stuart Broad, which he said that England's lack of experience has counted against them. You know, he said, how often would Matt Fisher have bowled in county cricket with the keeper standing up in a ring field? And they seem to be short of ideas, tactical ideas, options. And he said that's not all down to the captain. He said he got the impression that you know, that the rest of the team were looking towards Joe Root, the captain, for inspiration, but a more experienced team would be coming up with their own ideas.
Yeah, it did cross my mind yesterday when I was looking at the economies, which have actually been dragged back a bit today. You know, it's all about control, isn't it? And essentially, it's a rarity for a bowling attack to get the pitch that they got at Lord's. This is the kind of, you cash in at Lord's, but this pitch here, which has given something to the bowlers, you know, seem far flatter and slower, but essentially it's pitches like these where the real experienced bowlers really show their worth, and that was always going to be the case in this test match.
Jacob Bethel's bowling the first over after lunch, round the wicket, and that's driven by Nathan Smith straight back to the bowler.
On that first day, with all the excitement around Sonny Baker and the talk about the return to the team for Matthew Fisher and Jofra Archer back in the side, of course, and New Zealand batting as well on day one.
Bethel into Smith, drives down the ground to long off. Ducket fields, they take one.
It was always going to be, the story was always going to be about those 3 or 4 key components. You know, Archer's first 4 overs with a new ball, terrific. Sonny Baker with his first wicket, following it up with another. Matthew Fisher as well, getting one early. And, you know, New Zealand kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit on 4 or 5 occasions. They helped with proceedings in that regard.
Driven down hard into the ground by Mitchell and fielded by Bethel.
But even when the wickets were falling on day one, and New Zealand were really behind the game at one stage, 107 for 4, even then the question was always going to be, how will this England bowling attack?
Here is Bethel once more, and clipped away out towards square leg for another single.
How would this England bowling attack take 20 wickets on a pitch that we knew and have seen will flatten out? And that was the big question. It wasn't about that for day one. You could just about get away with it on day one. And they did get away with it, by the way, with Bethel burgling 2 right at the end of the day.
Down the wicket, using his feet nicely, Nathan Smith once more finds Ducket at long off for another single.
I think Jarrod calls it the Heath Street captaincy test, something like that. How many times have you heard Harmy say, the captain can only be as good as his bowlers?
True enough. Here's Bethel once again around the wicket. It's short and wide. He does bowl a lot of those. A lot of drag downs, and it's cut, but he's got a man offering some insurance on the cover boundary, so it will just be a single. 6 singles off that over. I think 349. No, five singles. 349 for 6. Lead for New Zealand, almost 450.
So they didn't take the second new ball, or the new ball, sorry. Yeah, the second new ball before lunch, and they still haven't. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and often it can be delayed. I think it's backed up statistically. Of course, it is that sometimes the old ball is harder to score quickly against as a batting side. It's easier to try and bowl dry sometimes with an old softer ball. Comes off the bat that much slower. Now it's going to be Matt Fisher continuing from the pavilion end, and his first delivery is played defensively by Daryl Mitchell.
So the Heath Street captaincy test, for those listeners and viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel aren't across it, is essentially who's the best captain? Heath Street or Steve Waugh? Heath Street or Ricky Ponting? Heath Street or Michael Vaughan?
Well, they need to be measured against the resources available to them, don't they?
And what is the greatest resource your team can have? The bowlers. I mean, you do need batters as well.
Yeah, you do. Here is Fisher again, and Mitchell happy to block that one defensively out to extra cover.
Hey, I've been busy during the lunch break. Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear what I've been up to? I quite like it.
You've been doing a lot of research.
No, I haven't been doing research. But something happened today, which I've always found to be quite an odd, and this is a sport with plenty of oddities. Something occurred today that I've always found, it's always made me feel just ever so slightly uncomfortable.
In sport, in the world of sport?
Here.
Oh, Fisher in again, bowled him. Tried to play the ramp, did Daryl Mitchell. He's down on one knee, and he's trying to, well, sweep it, really. Not quite over the keeper's head. He was aiming more for fine leg. And, well, he's been adventurous, and he's paid the price. And Daryl Mitchell is on his way. And Matt Fisher has a wicket that has been presented to him on a bit of a platter by Daryl Mitchell. And anyway, as a bowler, you're more than happy to take those, as well as the ones where you work a batsman out. And New Zealand have lost their 7th, with 349 on the board.
And I think this moment right now is going to be added to my new list that I have only just started.
Something happened that made you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, that dismissal there from Daryl Mitchell makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable. You almost feel a touch embarrassed for the player. Matthew Fisher himself tried to get out that way 3 or 4 times, but he is a bowler. Still makes me feel slightly uncomfortable when a batter gets out like that. But yes, something happened today, quite early on, I'll give you a clue, that just made me feel just a touch uncomfortable. Not in a really bad way. It's just a bit of an odd. It's just something odd that happens in cricket.
I'm not going to guess. You have to tell me.
Well,
we've got listeners all over the world.
I don't know the name of this new list, but essentially it's something along the lines of Jon Norman's uncomfortable list. Which doesn't work, but I'm thinking maybe Jon Norman's uncomfortable might be the way forward. A bit like Jeffrey Bernard is unwell. Jon Norman's uncomfortable.
Give us a clue. On or off the field?
On the field. On the field, but you have almost stumbled onto it. New ball's been taken, by the way. You have almost stumbled on it just with that question. Shall I tell you?
Yeah, I'm no closer.
A batter scores 100 and is unbeaten at the end of a day's play. Comes back the next day and is out really early. Walks off the field, and the crowd, who weren't there the day before, get to their feet.
Kyle Jameson's a new batsman. He plays his first delivery out to mid-wicket. Ducket fields, no run.
Get to their feet and applaud. And then the batter raises his bat to them as he walks off. And I always think, well, you lot weren't here yesterday. You didn't see any of the runs. And it always makes me feel just a little bit
It
uncomfortable.
wouldn't be a good reflection on them if they didn't applaud him, though.
I'm
If
not
they
saying,
didn't
look,
stand
life conjures up these moments where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I'm not suggesting. I mean, who's Henry Nicholls waving the bat to when he walks off?
the global audience. Pushed away defensively by Jameson again, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, if it's to the global audience, then the crowd here shouldn't get up then. If you,
It's just an acknowledgement, isn't it, I suppose? I mean, it's just... I'm with you now. I understand why... I mean, some of them would have been here, I suppose, yesterday.
very few. How many people do you know go to 2 days of the cricket? Everybody goes for one.
Apart from us.
Yeah, but we're paid to be here. He's not raising the bat to us, is he?
Yeah, no, he wasn't actually. He was raising it to the change room, to the dressing room.
He
was
wasn't.
raising it
I'm
to his
sorry. He
teammates.
wasn't raising it to the dressing room. He was raising it to the crowd. He's not raising it back to the dressing room. He's just got out.
Fisher into Jameson, who drives lavishly through the covers. And Jofra Archer is out there on the cover boundary doing the sweeping, patrolling. And he picks up and they go through for 2.
So I started a list.
Oh, there's more.
Jon Norman's uncomfortable. Right? So this list, I'm going to take with me now for the rest of my days. And I'm going to add to it. And every now and again, something's going to happen. And I'm going to write it down. Do you want to hear some of the other things that make me uncomfortable?
Chicken prison food 4 days in a row.
No, I'm very much a textures guy when it comes to food, and anything gelatinous is not being eaten.
It was prison food, wasn't it?
I'm going down to the concourse. Right, I'm eating after this stint.
Fish and chips look really good.
I'm going there.
They're 15 quid, but...
I don't care. They can be covered. Do you want to hear some more?
Yes.
A player who knows he's going to be dropped, celebrating on the balcony when the winning runs are either hit or the player that's about to replace him scores 100. United on the balcony, but you know in about 2 hours' time he's off.
Sonny Baker bowling the second over after lunch, and it's an away swinger to Nathan Smith, and leaves it alone into the gloves of James Rew. It goes. So James Rew, who are you? I mean, he's a replacement.
Not all
came
of these
in for
things.
Jamie
No,
Smith.
I'm not talking about James Rew. I'm not talking about all of these things that have happened in this Test match. Nick Compton, when he walked from the field in that second innings against Sri Lanka at Lord's all those years ago, you knew he was about to be dropped. But there was still a day and a half to go of the Test. I find it uncomfortable, Manners. It's why it's on the list.
Here is Baker again, guided away. Oh, he's opened the face of the bat, but it's Harry Brook intercepting at second slip. Nathan Smith looking for some runs to the unguarded third man boundary.
I find it uncomfortable because you have this myth that these 11 players are all united together, they're a team. But when you watch one of them within that huddle or on the balcony and you know that actually he's only going to be in this team, he'll never be in this team again in about a day's time, makes me feel uncomfortable, and therefore it's on the list.
There are no solutions to these problems. You realise that?
Well,
There are no answers.
solutions.
There are no
I'm
answers.
after acceptance.
Baker again outside the off stump, left alone once more by Nathan Smith. New Zealand 351 for 7, leading by 451.
Do you know what I always feel looks really odd and wrong? You know when a batter drops his bat at the start of a run and then has to complete the run without a bat? A batter in full batting gear without a bat looks odd. It makes me feel uncomfortable. That's on the list.
I'd like to add something to your list.
Mate, this is what it's all about.
And I think you'll
I love this.
Probably accept it quite happily. Here's Baker again. Short swing and a miss. Pull shot. Glorious looking shot from Nathan Smith. It's just bounced more
Ball's
than
just
he
about
thought.
to land in the stands.
It's just bounced more than he expected, and so he played underneath it. This entire session. So this is something that's about to happen that makes me feel uncomfortable, because theoretically, if the teams agreed just to fast forward to tea, they'd both be happy to just carry on from here, because New Zealand have got enough runs, and if this was at tea, they would declare the lead of 451 in 4 sessions. Here's Baker again, bowls outside the off stump. So just to Yeah, New Zealand are going to, they need to kill time here. This is like arriving 2 hours before your train because you thought it was at 3 o'clock and it's actually at 5, and you're at Paddington and you just mill about.
It's worse than that. It's like, you know, there's different types of flyer. There's the type that wants to arrive as close to check-in as possible, and there's those that like to get there with as least stress as possible. So there's a difference of about 3 hours there. But yeah, there's a term for it as well.
Here's Baker again from the Vauxhall end on the back foot, punching nicely off the middle of the bat, but only as far as Cox at extra cover. 351 for 7.
So we've loved this sport for decades, and I'm sure, like you've met many, many people who feel it's their duty to tell you how much they dislike cricket. And that's fine. I always find it a bit strange, and they always see it as a badge of honour. You like cricket, do you? I hate cricket. So boring. And I thought, yeah, I know. I've been hearing this like for 40 years. So boring. Don't understand. And I always say, do you know the rules? Do you know the laws? And they say, no. I say, well, how on earth are you supposed to find something interesting if you sit there for 5 days and don't understand what's going on?
Here's Matt Fisher continuing. Drive and a miss from Kyle Jameson. That was certainly not a killing time shot from Jameson. He's swung at that one, and a little bit of movement away. 351 for 7.
So say, oh, you could play for 5 days and it's still a draw.
I tell you what is what I find. I don't know all the rules of baseball, for example, but that's got the lowest percentage of play time of any team sport in the world. Like, how many minutes out of 4 hours of actual play are there? Like 18 or something, isn't it? It's incredible. There's a lot of hot dog eating time in baseball. Outside the off stump now, left alone by Jameson at the last minute, taken by James Roux.
The worst thing about cricket is not the fact it goes on for 5 days and it's a draw. Some of the best matches I've ever seen have gone that way. What I think, and of course there are high-scoring ball draws, okay, but the worst thing in cricket, if I was to say number one on the list, apart from, you know, the really bad ones like, I don't know, match fixing, the number one on the list is irrelevant runs. Runs that don't mean anything.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
that's kind of what we're at now.
And the wickets are pretty inconsequential, to be honest,
Well,
aren't they? Apart from personal records. Here is Matt Fisher looking for another one. Jameson drives once more. Matt Fisher suddenly got the ball shaping away. It is the new ball, of course, and that's what he should be doing with the new ball. But he's getting it to go quite nicely. There's a little bit of cloud. I don't know whether that makes any difference, but Jameson's been beaten twice now, and he's blaming the pitch. He's wandered down. Like, the pitch must be making the ball swing. It's not me.
Well, I think the pitch might be making the ball move a bit, seem a bit, but... do you want another one?
I do.
This one. I'll explain this one after this delivery.
2 slips in a gully await. Here is Matt Fisher bowls. Jameson decided that it's time to swing properly, so he takes a step towards the bowler and swings even harder and misses again for the 3rd time in a row.
This one is unique to cricket. A batter or bowler, but more often than not a batter having his technique dissected by the TV commentators brilliantly and accurately. Mike Atherton, Nasser Hussain, you know, these guys, gods, right?
Here is Matt Fisher again, bowls. Jameson does make contact, steps away to the leg side this time rather than towards the bowler, gives himself a bit of room, and he's made contact marvellously with that one. He's hit it for a 1 bounce 4 straight back over the bowler's head. 355 for 7.
So you imagine in the dressing room, Sky Sports is on, right, but probably muted, you'd think. So I've always found it really uncomfortable. It's made me uncomfortable. You know, an hour before play.
Here is Matt Fisher bowls to Jameson. Bowled in, middle stump out the ground. He's had a swing. He's had a swing at 5 in a row. He missed the first 3, smashed the 4th one for 4, and has lost his middle stump to the 5th one. So Matt Fisher has 2 late consolation wickets. New Zealand are 355 for 8. And, well, we've got Will O'Rourke to come and Matt Henry. Matt Henry doesn't mind a swing. So Will O'Rourke doesn't swing. Probably couldn't if his life depended on it. He's a blocker of note. But anyway, England could be batting quite soon now because New Zealand are 355 for 8.
Yep, good for Fisher. This was always well, not the question, but Joe Root, with the old ball, gave 2 spells to Jofra Archer. Didn't bring in Jacob Bethel until the 77 over stage. And of course asked for Josh Tongue at the other end. So started with his premier fast bowlers with the old ball, and essentially England's time was now. It was right at the start of play. They needed wickets, and it's paid off. And of course, but what that of course meant was that it was going to be a bit of a struggle when that second new ball was due. But Matt Fisher, who was held back, has picked up 2 wickets. You know, whether it's going to make any difference come the end of this game, well, not too sure. But Cole Jamieson essentially came to the crease and tried to hit every single ball into the stands, and has lost his middle stump. So yeah, okay, so manners. It's the morning after yet another failure for our plucky opener for England, whose technique has been roundly dissected, scrutinised by 2 legends of broadcasting, and he has to go out on the field of play the next day and go through his warm-up routines. And you know, at some cricket grounds they play the Sky Sports highlights before play, and not only do they play them on the big screen, they rock up the volume. I mean, it's actually uncomfortably loud. In fact, just the loudness can be on my list. But I always find it really uncomfortable. Cast your mind back to Keaton Jennings' problems against Jasprit Bumrah when he was last playing for England. And essentially, towards the back end of this, it was felt that he just did not have the technique for pace. And who does have the technique for Jasprit Bumrah? But not only did he have to find this out, he then had to hear about it the next day whilst going through his warm-up routines, surrounded by his colleagues and with thousands of fans in the ground. And it made me feel uncomfortable. Not in a way that it shouldn't happen, but it was quite a curious
delay in play because Matt Fisher broke the stump with that delivery. It is the stump cam, so it's fundamentally structurally weaker than the stumps on either side of it. But you hit it in just the wrong place, and it splinters more easily. And so the replacement stump cam has been retrieved. They're expensive things. They're like 20 grand. They are. Here is Sonny Baker. It was the last ball of the over. Short, pulled away. Very nicely done, actually, by Nathan Smith. And that's 4 runs. He knew that the short ball was coming. There are 2 men out on the deep square leg boundary, or deep square leg and long leg. And so he knew it was coming. How well do you remember England's last tour to South Africa when Nasser Hussain was dissecting a deeply fallible technique of Rassie van der Dussen against the spinners? Do you remember that?
I do
Before
remember
the start
that.
of
Yes,
play.
yes.
And so he was going into great analysis about how flawed Rassie van der Dussen's technique was. And who did he have standing next to him, listening and watching?
Rassie van der Dussen. And the thing is, Rassie van der Dussen made his debut in that series, right?
Yeah.
So he's a new batter.
Yeah.
He's only played 2 tests. Did that not make you feel uncomfortable?
Yes, it did. Here's Sonny Baker. Short, pulled again by Nathan Smith. It's just falling short of Jofra Archer. Actually, it was good effort from Archer. He's a long way away. It's very, very long square boundaries at the Oval, and that one is carried. I don't know whether he saw it or not, but it's if it was a catch, it was bootlace height.
He went the wrong way. He went the wrong way to start and then had to come back. And actually, the pull shot before, he lost that as well.
And you know, Nasser became aware of Van der Dussen's presence when he was sort of like really into his work. And Van der Dussen is, his personality was such that he genuinely wanted to learn. He wasn't standing there to be intimidating. On the back foot now, punched out to extra cover, Ducket fields, no run.
Well, I imagine if Sonny Baker was to go through the same thing, but with Stuart Broad maybe, you know, he'd be there with his notebook out, wouldn't he, and his pen?
Exactly, that's exactly right. And Hussain did admit that he, if you look back, you can sort of see him beginning to words slowing down a little bit, because he went in pretty hard, didn't he? I mean, he wasn't holding back, and it is a different thing. It's like having any live audience and to a recorded audience. Anyway, here's Sonny Baker. Slip gully, leg gully as well on the back foot. Defending is Matt Henry, pushing it to extra cover, fielded by Ben Ducket. If I was Nathan Smith and Matt Henry, the primary reason I would want to bat for another, well, half an hour actually, is because if they don't, they're going to face the possibility, not probability, but possibility of having to bowl for a day and a half. You know, at this stage, there'd be 130 overs.
I don't think an England team has ever batted for 130 overs. Oh, under Brendan McCullum.
Yes, yeah. I was going to say Johannesburg, 1995, Wanderers Stadium, Mike Atherton, Jack Russell, Robin Smith.
Do you want another on the uncomfortable list? When the TV cameras pick up.
So while we were all
eating
the prison food,
yeah,
you've been writing your uncomfortable list.
Yeah.
Is the prison food on there?
No, not yet. But that's kind of like just a journo thing, though, right? All of these things can be, you know, the paying public can feel, you know.
360 for 8. Swing from Matt Henry. There we go. That's the Matt Henry we like to see. Good old tail end whacking and biffing at number 10. But he didn't make sufficient contact with it. It's fielded by Josh Tongue at mid-on. 360 for 8, lead of 460.
I mean, to counter your nominee or nomination for entry to the uncomfortable list, irrelevant runs do mean that we can talk about the uncomfortable list, because this wouldn't make much sense to talk about when there's a wicket falling every 25 balls. You wouldn't be able to shoehorn it in.
Well, I mentioned personal records, and there's Nathan Smith's top score, highest score, 114 in first-class cricket. I didn't realise he'd got a first-class 100, but it's only 42 in tests, and he's on 37. So he'll want to try and get his maiden test 50. Pushes defensively now at Matt Fisher out on the offside. There will be, I know that we'll have some listeners around the world, John, who will be saying Test cricket's never irrelevant, nothing, no wicket. I know there'll be lots of bowlers. Steve Harmison, for one, who would say, you know, he never took an irrelevant wicket in his life because it was a wicket to him and it was on his record and it's his career stats, and it may be inconsequential to the game, but Test runs and Test wickets, we shouldn't ever belittle them. We always show them the respect that the players deserve for scoring them and taking them. That's pushed away by Nathan Smith for a single. Up towards wideish mid-on. Jordan Cox goes and fetches it. And there's no run. 360. There is one run, sorry. 361 for 8. Have you been sidelined or distracted by happenings in the county championship, or are you looking at something else?
No, Scott sent me a screenshot of some of the comments on the YouTube channel, but I can't read them because my eyesight's so bad. Oh, okay. Night Owl's asking us a question.
2 slips and a gully for Matt Fisher, by the way, and he won't be feeling that his last 2 wickets are irrelevant. It's put a little bit of a consolatory shine on what's been a difficult test match for him. 2 for 62 in the first innings, and now his first 2 wickets in the second as Matt Henry nudges this one gently through square leg for a single. It's Cox again who's moved from mid-on to square leg, who does the fielding.
Night Owl says the flat pitches England produced between 2022 and 2025 were largely a reflection of their confidence in Bazball. They back their batting line up to outscore opponents through relentless strike rate. However, since the Australia tour, that confidence appears to have diminished. As a result, England seem to have shifted towards offering more assistance to their bowlers, preparing surfaces that better suit their seam attack and reward disciplined kiss-the-pitch bowling. What are your thoughts on this?
Down the leg side, and a flick and a miss from Nathan Smith. First of all, my thoughts are that Night Owl has written the longest message we've ever had.
That's the benefit of communicating via the chat facility rather than Twitter. Which
I have to say, I can entirely understand. I don't know whether it's completely true or false. I think there was a commercial aspect to those flat pitches as well. But I can understand exactly where Night Owl is coming from, and I would find it hard to mount an argument against what he or she is saying. Pushed away firmly by Nathan Smith, but only as far as Josh Tongue at mid-off, and there's no run. What are your thoughts?
Well, I remember...
Did flat pitches, were they a requirement for Bazball to succeed?
Yes, they were. And I think what was also a crucial component was that ball of 2022. Can you remember? There was all that hoo-ha about the ball being different because of COVID. And essentially it affected the cow's backside. And it meant that the ball was soft. And it didn't... unlike a normal cricket ball, which gets scuffed up and frayed and, essentially aids the bowler or spinner.
Fisher in, that's skied high in the air by Nathan Smith. Emilio Gay's underneath it, pouches it. Good catch at square leg. It was in the air for a long time. Nathan Smith decided that it was time to play a few shots in pursuit of a career best, and he's on his way. Matt Fisher has a third.
I think they might declare.
Oh, really?
Do you think there's any point? Will O'Rourke coming down? No, he is. I find that a bit odd, actually.
Well, it's time usage. Honestly,
yeah, okay. Just as long as he doesn't get injured.
And besides, we enjoy watching Will O'Rourke bat.
I've got a massive question for you, and this may be on the listeners' uncomfortable list. My pronunciation of Will O'Rourke, does it sound funny to you? Is it wrong?
Yeah.
Because
you just think of like Mickey Rourke.
Yeah.
So
or like
Will O'Rourke.
Or like a fork.
You used to say Rourke.
And what is it?
Rourke.
What am I saying?
Rourke.
I'm saying Rourke. And it's Rourke.
Rourke.
I think, in my mind, I'm saying Rourke.
It sounds odd. You're saying Rourke for some reason.
Really?
But, well, not just now. You've been going Rourke, which is exactly
Rourke,
right.
like a fork.
Yeah.
Knife and fork.
Will O'Rourke.
Will O'Rourke.
You're dead right. You got it now. You
Will
nailed
O'Rourke.
it. But for a long time, it was Rourke.
Yeah, in 2024. Not now.
Hey, listen, we're out of here.
Are we?
Yeah. We're Cameron Ponsonby and Melinda Farrell.
Well, that's uncomfortable. Have we gone over our stint? We'll be back. We couldn't even answer Night Owl's question. I've been wittering on about uncomfortable.
I think you're onto something, Night Owl. I really do. John, you stay there for a second.
All right.
Melinda will take over from me.
Okay. Manners is off. Will O'Rourke is in. And we're going to get a little bit of blockage. Matt Henry, other non-strikers, are having a little chat. And Matt Fisher may been causing a little bit of a problem for the selectors. How can you drop Matt Fisher now? To pick up. Oh no, I'm just going to wait because Mel's going to have to clean the microphone. Just to let you know, Manners has described the prison food here, so you don't need to be talking about that anymore. Cam's about to come in. Mel will pick up.
Thanks, John. I wasn't going to mention anything about it whatsoever. Right, 1 wicket remaining in this New Zealand innings. Sonny Baker is running in to Matt Henry, who has an almighty swing at that. And it could be the last one to fall. It is. Ben Ducket settles under it. Sonny Baker shakes both his fists as he looks to the heavens in delight. And New Zealand are all out for 362. So England will be chasing an almighty 463 for victory. Cameron Ponsonby beside me. Well, it's been a good day for England. They've still got an awful lot of time in the game. But can they pull off something so ridiculous as a 463-run chase?
Well, today's gone about as well as England could have hoped for. New Zealand added 110 runs to their overnight total. Not in double quick time. Now, the small task of the highest ever run chase in Test cricket history. I'll have to double check with that with my statisticians. I don't know why I try and say that word when I know I can't.
I've got them here. The highest fourth innings totals.
At the ovals?
No, I think I've got the overall ones as well. Oh, let me go. We have got them. Here we go. So the highest fourth innings total to win, 418 for 7. West Indies, Australia at St John's in 2003. So that's the highest ever.
New Zealand were involved in a fascinating test match over the winter where they hosted the West Indies and set the West Indies a similar target to what England are facing now. It was a high 400s that they needed, and the West Indies actually held on for a draw. Now we'll try and work out how much time England would need to bat to force that result. There's 59 overs remaining in the day. I'd be staggered if we got all of those in. We'd have 90 again tomorrow. So basically, Mel, the equation is if England bat till the end of tomorrow, if they bat their overs, they win the game.
Well, there you go. Easy done. Now, Scotty, our producer, did point out in that game that England drew with England, New Zealand drew with West Indies. They lost Matt Henry and Nathan Smith to injury, so Jacob Duffy had to bowl a mountain of overs. They were short on legs in the bowling department. We don't have that issue at the moment here, but for me, and I brought this up with Jeremy Coney when we were talking before lunch, this is a fascinating part, not just of this test, but where England are as a side. Because we all know they've gone for it. In this time that we've had Brendan McCullum in charge, the so-called Baz Ball era, and Ben Stokes leading the way, something like this, they would have gone, do you know what? We've got plenty of time. We do this all the time. We're gonna go for it. We don't do draws. Now, this is the reset, England. This is supposed to be Bazball refined. Bazball 2.0, if you like.
3.0 is that some have been referring it to as.
I forget which 0.0 we're up at. But there's been so much made of them needing to adapt and refine how they go about the fourth innings chases, particularly in the last couple of years where they haven't been as successful as they were in the first couple of years of the current era. So how do you see? They've got Joe Root in charge here. They've got a lot of new players in here, a couple who are making their debuts as well. How do you think they're going to approach this?
I think we'll see Ben Ducket play in a very similar way to which he did in the first innings. This is a very inexperienced England team, but it isn't an inexperienced top five. That is as settled a top five as it can be for England. Yes, Emilio Gay's only in his second test, but he's playing there as the kind of, hopefully, the long-term opening batsman. Joe Root and Harry Brook are going to have to do an enormous amount of heavy lifting. We'll see how they approach the game, particularly Harry Brook, with this new-ish tactic that teams are attacking England with, which is seamers and keepers up to the stumps. Historically, with a mountainous task such as this one presented to them, we'll see Harry Brook running down the wicket, looking to put the pressure back onto the opposition, whereas now we're kind of trying to just turn down the dials ever so slightly. We'll expect to see something kind of approaching normal cricket, I imagine, if that's a thing that exists anymore. I think the problem England have is they're so far behind the game, both in runs and in time, that this is really, it should be a little bit of autopilot cricket for New Zealand. You run in, you bowl, you're going to get at least 2 new balls at England, because there's no possible way that England could potentially chase this total in 80 overs. So New Zealand know they can have this instance now, where this session before the tea interval, where they'll have the new ball and try and make early inroads. Then there'll be probably a quieter evening session where England will look to sit tight and just build their score. And then we know that coming back tomorrow, around lunchtime tomorrow, if England are still batting, that's when New Zealand get a second new ball and will be able to probably finish off this game.
Well, 3 of the 4 of England's pace attacker are out there now in Matt Henry, Kyle Jamieson and Will O'Rourke. Nathan Smith was out there, but he has just run off a couple of minutes ago. So they are warming up. Look, it's so intriguing to see how they do go about it. I think you're right. The whole tactic of the keeper up to the stumps is something that has caused a real problem for England. You saw the way, even Joe Root, it affected his batting. It certainly affected Harry Brooks. That was probably the most notable change in the way he was suddenly really restricted in his movements, unable to leave the crease or move around as much as he likes to do to put pressure back onto the bowlers. Now the heavy roller is out as I look out in the middle as well. So England hoping that might flatten out any demons in this pitch. It has started to show a few signs, this pitch as well, that it may be something to contend with, as it should, approaching the last day of the test.
There's been a tiny bit of variable bounce. We've seen that mainly from when Jacob Bethel was bowling. New Zealand have a very similar spin bowling lineup that England have. They have one left arm part-time spinner in Ravindra. They have one off spinner in Glenn Phillips, kind of mimicking the Joe Root Jacob Bethel combination that England go ahead with. Glenn Phillips, I'd be surprised to see either of them bowl today. They might have a few overs at the back end of the evening. But Glenn Phillips is actually a really exciting off-spin bowler. I almost think of him as a leg spin who bowls off-spin. He puts an enormous amount of revolutions on the ball. His control, as a result, can sometimes waver, but lots of overspin, lots of bounce. Ravindra, much like Bethel, was a bit flatter in the air. Something that I'll be intrigued to see in the upcoming innings is Jacob Bethel. He has an extraordinary split across his test career. He averages almost kind of single figures or low teens in the first innings. In the second innings, his record is extraordinary. That's century he made, his maiden and to date only test century that came against Australia in Sydney, did come in the second innings of the match. And yes, there's a tiny bit of variable bounce out there, but there's a reason why in the third innings of the game we've still seen New Zealand score 362. It's a true and good batting surface that you'd expect England, well, if they were chasing 100 fewer, you'd be daring to dream.
Oh, well, absolutely. I've got him down, Jacob Bethel, for 156.
Lovely.
Right? Yeah.
Any particular reason for just that amount?
Just something, feeling it in my waters. Jacob Bethel, sure, it's going to be fascinating. Just to look then through New Zealand, then at the start of the day, they came in at 252 for 3. Doesn't that seem a long time ago that Nicholls was still out there with Mitchell? So they have lost 7 wickets in pretty short space of time. So yes, England will be pretty happy with that. Nicholls, of course, was the highest scorer with that magnificent 121. And he was ably supported yesterday by Ravindra, who made 76, and Daryl Mitchell, who was still out there this morning, made 68. Really, perhaps important cameo from Nathan Smith, his innings of 38 or 51. He really started to try and get the score moving very quickly. And for England, the bowlers, well, Joe Archer was absolutely magnificent, 3 for 62 off his 16 overs, 3 wickets. Also for Matthew Fisher, mopping up the tail there, 3 for 58 of his 17, 2 for 64 for Josh Tongue. Sonny Baker 1 for 67 and Jacob Bethel 1 for 49 were the wicket takers, as we see the players retaking the field. New Zealand out there first, and now Ben Ducket, the first eager out there as he does his little sidestep shuffles. Emilio Gay taking his time and just putting his gloves on before he runs out, looks up to the heavens, swings his bat around a couple of times, coming out to join Ducket in the middle.
This is the point of real jeopardy in the day for England. Alluded to it earlier. Yes, there's 5 players in either their first or second test match played for England. And of course, you kind of give a bit of latitude for those reasonings. Yes, it's a very inexperienced team. You can't necessarily be expecting too much from a team with so little test match experience, but this top 5 does not suffer from that problem. Gay aside, this is England's full strength batting lineup, and if we can get to the end of today and you say, yes, it's been a tough test match, but we've given ourselves a chance, we've extended it into the final day, we've given ourselves a puncher's chance of potentially securing a draw, of potentially securing a victory, then fantastic. You can say day 4's gone as well as England could have hoped for. However, New Zealand have the chance to wrap this up potentially even today. There's 50 overs left. If they can take 4 to 6 wickets, the match will be as good as done.
So Matt Henry, no surprises here, will get things underway. Bowling from the Vauxhall end. Running in, bowling around the wicket to Ducket, who has a little fiddle at one that was well outside the off stump. And so early indication then after one ball, Ducket is going to go for it.
Well, we've seen Ducket leaving more in the last week or so. That seems to be Bazball 4.0. That Ben Ducket would leave balls through to the wicket-keeper, and it was the all change at the top of the order. That was the Ben Ducket I personally know and love. Had a little waft outside off stump.
2 slips and a gully in for Ducket as Henry runs in, bowls, and it's a full delivery that's just driven up to Will O'Rourke at mid-on. There's quite a bit of cloud around still here at the Oval. It's not as burning as it was yesterday, which really was a scorcher. It's meant to be a scorcher tomorrow as well. But blue skies punctuated by quite a bit of cloud, which is just cooling things off here at the Kia Oval. As Henry is in, bowls, and that one squirts off the outer portion of the bat into cover point. And yet to get off the mark, as you can hear the strains of Jerusalem floating across the field from the Barmy Army trumpeter over the other side to us. Henry starts his way in past the umpire, bowls. That is just driven square, and it gets England off the mark as it goes through the point region. Just a single. 1 down, 462 to go.
A comfortable single for this pair. I've just been keeping an eye out for where Nathan Smith is in the field. He affected the run out of Ben Ducket in the first innings, and Emilio Gay, I thought, gave a very kind of charming interview after he made his 50 and having run out his batting partner Ben Ducket, saying that they'd already said to each other, watch out for Nathan Smith, he's quick in the field. They'll be wary of that on this occasion. Matt Henry coming over the wicket for Emilio Gay as he takes his guard.
And they've brought in a leg slip as well, so 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip. They've also got a backward point in as Henry over the wicket and left alone by Gay. We've seen a lot of leg slips. There's all sorts of themes, isn't there? Leg slip has been in vogue, keepers up to the stump have been in vogue, and I expect that we will see a lot of that in this innings as well. We have a comment from someone on YouTube. Hey Mel, if England loses from here, what will be the narrative after this test? Will England be excused for missing 4 of their first choice players? Stokes, Atkinson, Robinson and Smith. As Henry is in, bowls a certain edge that manages to, well, it doesn't get through slips. I think it's come off someone.
I wonder if that's carried there. I think that might have been an opportunity. There are several New Zealand players on the floor. We had wicket keepers diving in front of slips. Daryl Mitchell is holding his knee and hobbling away. We'll see if this just carried. Beautiful delivery from Henry. Nipped away from the left-hander. Yes, it's just burst through Blundell's gloves.
I wasn't sure if did it go through or did it go under? I think it's gone under his gloves. I'm not sure. He didn't get them underneath there, but could he have is the question that is pertinent. Oh, I think he could have. It looked like it was a real opportunity. And you're right, Daryl Mitchell did get up quite awkwardly. They all went diving and went down like 9 pins.
Oh, Daryl Mitchell had to wear the after effects of it because the balls bounced just in front of him, just behind Blundell's gloves. Mitchell unsighted. Gets the ball in and in the chest, in the bicep, says producer Scott.
So England 2 for none. Jamieson it is, running in from Member's End, and the first ball's just driven into point. No run. It's very, very chatty out there.
Oh, lots of noise from the Kiwi fielders there, because Gay's dropped the ball to Nathan Smith, lurking, ready for that run out. A big weight no from Gay. And the situation wasn't lost on the New Zealand fielders, who enjoyed a little flashback to the first innings.
Yes, of course, Smith ran out Ducket. It was a bad call from Emilio Gay that brought Ducket through, and Smith came herring in, threw down the stumps. As Jamieson is in and bowls, and that's another edge. Oh, it's got through the gap though in the slip scored, and 4 runs to Emilio Gay. But goodness gracious me, that could so easily have been a wicket again. So Gay looking rather streaky early on in his innings.
Well, New Zealand have gone for 2 slips and a gully. It's gone through the vacant 3rd slip region. That fielder who could have been in at 3rd is instead at leg slip. Henry Nicholls moved across. They're trying to go straight, but 4 runs. Not the most convincing start from Gay, but New Zealand on the money immediately.
They certainly are. The towering figure of Jamieson bustles in. The next ball is dropped down, almost chopped on. Emilio Gay just practices his forward defence once more. But this is harum scarum stuff early in England's innings.
Well, Gay's faced 5 balls and could have been out 3 times. This time he's just propped forward, defended the ball into the ground, and it threatened just for a second to trickle back onto the stumps.
We will get back to that YouTube comment maybe at the end of this over, but it just feels like everything is happening at the moment. So leg slip in, 2 slips, a gully, a backward point. As Jamieson is in, bowls to Gay, who tries to turn it down the leg side, doesn't meet the ball. It's strayed down, and Blundell takes it with a little bit of a dive. Whew. Whew. Don't look away, Cam. Don't look away.
Well, I've been delighted with this recent trend in international cricket of leg slips being in place, wicket keepers coming up to the stumps, because it all centres around the most simplistic tactic in the whole of cricket, which is bowled straight. Everyone misses the ball, Mel. And so if you hit the stumps, the batters, they have to stop. They're not allowed to carry on.
Is that how cricket works? Here comes Jamieson around the wicket, bowls, and that has squirted down towards long leg. They'll come through for a single. Brings Ben Ducket on to strike. Well, something that I was just looking out for, because it was a criticism that Jeremy Coney was making of England that I'm sure he will be quite pleased about, that they have had a leg slip, but they haven't had a deep point. And that was really frustrating Jeremy Coney before, because England had fielder out at deep point, and he didn't really see the point in that. If you're bowling straight, you're trying to get the edges either side, and you've still got a deep point in. If that's the case, then your bowler's just made a massive stuff up.
Well, on the topic of a deep point, for Ben Ducket, Devon Conway is hovering about 50 yards away.
In comes Jamieson. It's wide delivery, well outside the off stump, and Blundell has to go a long way to take that one. Yeah, we've seen a bit of this too, haven't we? Like we were saying this yesterday. Fielders who aren't quite deep, but also aren't on regulation spot on the ring.
Well, New Zealand have placed Devon Conway in almost a deliberately wrong place, is the way I'd say it. He's 50 yards away, about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. He's not saving one. He's absolutely not saving a boundary either. He's there for a kind of flashy cut from Ben Ducket and the catch.
Here's Jamieson, and it's played on the toes by Ducket as he half cut that one away into the covers. But Nicholls is there, prevents the run. That's the end of the over. England 8 for none. Let's go back to that YouTube comment. Once I'm able to unlock my phone, which has locked itself again. So what do we think, Cam? If England loses from here, what will the narrative be? Will England be excused for missing 4 of their first choice players? It's an interesting question.
I think they almost already have been. I think there's a very real world where the same 5 changes are made for next week that happened for this test.
Henry in bowls, and it's defended by Gay back down the pitch.
It sounds as if Atkinson and Stokes are going to come back in from the cold. Jamie Smith will come back in after his missing this test, having just had his 2nd child. If Ollie Robinson's fit, he'll definitely come back in. And then when you have those 4 seamers and the fact that Stokes balances the attack, you probably want your spinner as well. So Shoaib Bashir comes back in.
Henry over the wicket, bowls, and that's a lovely drive from Emilio Gay. High elbow, straight bat, 4 runs.
He can be the most delightful player to watch, Emilio Gay. He gets the left-hander's tax, where everything just looks that bit better, a bit more stylish. But he's leant back here and just punched the ball through the covers off the back foot. He made a wonderful noise off the bat. He did run, so he loses style points there. But it was 4 from the moment it left his bat, Mel.
It was lovely. I don't think Matt Henry will mind that too much. While he's driving, there's a chance of a nick. And Henry in once more, and this time he just drops his bat on that one. And Nathan Smith, who is just hovering there at a short extra cover.
The Kiwis they've got their content sorted for the afternoon, don't they? Whilst Gay and Ducket are batting together, every time the ball gets prodded towards Nathan Smith, almost through muscle memory, Gay shouts no.
Well, he was really, he talked a lot about it after when he came to the press conferences. Henry is in and he ducks under one, a short ball, and you know, he said he just kept apologising to him, and even when he went in at the break, he apologised again. And he knew it. He said it was a bad call, and it was a bit of a barbecue, let's face it. And especially because Ducket was the one who was batting so well and with such brisk efficiency. So he won't want to do that again. He's on 10 now as Henry is in bowls and he swivels on the pull. There is a fielder out at long leg, so it'll just be the single.
We have some news from Chesterley Street. Ben Stokes is batting.
Yes, I know. They lost 3 wickets very early, Durham. 3 for 30 odd.
And Stokes is going pretty well. 29 not out off 26 balls.
So I almost think the most important one in that is the 26 balls, did you say? Yeah. I think he needs to face a lot. I'd like to see him out there for a long period of time, really. Get his batting mojo back as Henry is in around the wicket, bowls. Ducket clips that one to Ravindra, who's fielding at mid-wicket. And that's the end of another over. England, 13 for none. It's been typical new ball, start of season, entertaining stuff.
Well, aside from Emilio Gay's punch through the covers, I'd say neither of England's batters have been able to look particularly in control. And that's through no fault of their own. You've seen Matt Henry, especially the ball to Emilio Gay, which he just managed to edge through to Tom Blundell, who couldn't quite hold on. It was an almost unplayable delivery, shaping back into the left hand, then just nipping away off the seam. It's been a good start from the Black Caps.
Here comes Kyle Jamieson, is in and bowls. It's defended with eyes over the ball by Emilio Gay. To the offside, Nathan Smith there, of course. And your response to that comment, I think you're right. I think we will have those changes. It's amazing how much players' reputations are enhanced when they're absent, isn't it?
You're never a better player than when you're not in the team. It's been a fact for all of eternity.
When I think of how many people were screaming for James Rue to come in, who are now turning around saying, where's Jamie Smith, or where's Ben Folkes in particular? And Jamieson runs in around the wicket, bowls, and that's flicked away, and it's caught! Oh, can you believe it? He has flicked it straight to mid-wicket, and that's Rachin Ravindra, who has dropped 3 catches. Very, very simple catches, takes a really good catch low, just in front of his feet. And Emilio Gay gave lots of opportunities, and he's now gone.
Well, the biggest sigh of relief for Rachin Ravindra, who at the 4th time of asking has held on to one. It's a very simple catch for any professional cricketer, but the reaction from his teammates, they all know the deal. Everyone's smiling, giving him a hug. It shows how popular he is within the dressing room, that you can drop 3 catches and people are still wanting to smile and give you a pat on the back. But a breakthrough for New Zealand, and probably not the best delivery bowled today. Jamieson just a bit full and on the pads. Gave flicked the ball away. Probably thought he had 4 runs upon contact, but he found Rachin Ravindra at kind of a forward square leg, and England are 1 down.
Yeah, it was actually not as low as I thought it was on second look. I think because he fell down as he took it, but that'll calm his nerves, won't it?
It was a wonderfully muted celebration. He knew what's going on. He kind of tossed the ball to the umpire, had a wry smile on his face, and let his friends sprint towards him in celebration. Well, Jacob Bethel walks to the crease. Short sleeves for the batting innings, long sleeves for when he's bowling. He always looks the part, Jacob Bethel. Sweatband on his forearm, zinc across his nose and cheeks. He's got a task on here.
So England 13 for 1 with Gay departing, making 11. There was some streakiness in that as well. He played 1 beautiful cover drive, but there were edges along the way, and they were piling the pressure on with lots of chatter as well. So New Zealand now requiring 9 runs for victory and to level the series. England still an awful long way off, still requiring 450 runs. Jacob Bethel, is he going to get one, what did I say, 164?
156 was your earlier
156.
prediction.
Okay. Well, he's either going to get 156 or 164. One of those two. He's out there in the middle now, New Zealand. So they've got 2 slips, a gully and a backward point. As in comes Jamieson, and he's forward in defence, Bethel.
So we've just had the statistic pop up on our screen. That's the 3rd time I've tried to say that word today. Have to stop.
Can you say interesting statistic?
Interesting statistic.
Say it 3 times fast.
I don't need to do that. I'm setting a trap for myself. Jacob Bethel's average in the second innings of Test matches, 73. All 4 of his scores of 50 and above have come in the second innings. He scored 3 half centuries against New Zealand in that debut series of his. He's settling in here.
He waits as Jamieson around the wicket and defends that one. And towards cover point, no run. Yeah, it's fascinating. I've seen a lot of people try and work out why Jacob Bethel has this discrepancy of his scores in the first innings versus the second innings. Just watching a replay, Emilio Gay could not believe what he'd done. Oh, he just dropped. He put his hand to his head and then he just dropped his chin to his neck. What have I done? But now it's Jamieson to Bethel, who pulls out of a shot as the ball goes down the leg side.
Slightly more orthodox field for Jacob Bethel. No leg slip in place, just 2 slips in a gully. And almost a ring field on the offside. Fine leg in position, so New Zealand do have the option of a short ball if they want to pursue it, but I think at this stage, with the ball so new, lots of movement on offer, they'll be looking to find that outside edge.
2 slips go down and gully as in comes Jamieson, and there's a shout. He's gone! He's got Bethel! There'll be no big innings here because he's gone LBW. The umpire didn't hesitate at all. And England are 2 down. New Zealand 8 wickets away from victory.
Well, Carl Jamieson did not even look back towards the umpire there. Jacob Bethel's thinking about reviewing, and no, he's just going to walk straight off. Back pad, thumping in front of what looked like all 3. We'll wait to see the replay, but it's a 3-ball duck for Jacob Bethel. And just when you thought with the ball England had impressed today, it's going wrong with the bat already. Here's the replay. Caught on the front pad. Ball tracking's appeared on our little monitor here, crashing into middle stump about You know what, I'm going to go for 7/8 of the way up the stump. A bit higher than 3/4. Kyle Jamieson, 2 in the over. England 13 for 2.
Well, well, well. We talked about how much time there was left in this game. But England, they have to find the runs, and who better to turn to than the man who has 13,998 of them, Joe Root.
It really is a flashback to his previous time as captain. 13 for 2. Joe, can you do us a favour, please?
Oh, dear. Yeah, it's a lot. Back taking on the captaincy.
How sheepish an acknowledgement of 14,000 runs can one give?
Well, my favourite was when he finally got his first century in Australia, and he just shrugged. That
was a wonderful moment.
Oh, best celebration ever. It was so Joe Root. No one else could have done that. Honestly, he's one of my absolute favourite human beings in cricket. Got to be said. He's got a real job to do. It's Ducket on strike, though, as a new over begins from Henry around the wicket. It's just pushed out into cover point, and they're all up and about New Zealand.
Goodness me. 450 to win for England. It's just a hop, skip and a jump. Matt Henry's been superb across this test match. Yet to take his first wicket in this innings.
Oh, here's Henry to Ducket, who just has a little fiddle outside the off stump, a little bit flirty, and that's dangerous when Matt Henry's got that ball moving away.
Well, the ball has... Look, it's the dreaded wicketkeeper wobble is what's happened there. The ball's got past Ben Ducket. It's stood up on its seam, and Tom Blundell's been made to look very silly behind the stumps because he's missed it entirely pretty much. It's kind of clanged off his hands. And Darryl Mitchell had to tidy up.
And here is Henry again to Ducket, who drives, but straight to Nicholls, who's hovering in there at short cover. And I'm just waiting for Manners, I think, is coming in. He's hovering. But I don't want to go in. Here he comes. I'm waiting for him to get closer so I can hand over. Shall I just do this ball, Manners, and then I'll let you slide in next to Cam. Henry takes a ball, 2 slips and a gully, still in for Ducket. As Henry is around the wicket, bowls in a big flashy drive, but he doesn't time it. Ducket goes straight to Nicholls again, no run. Cam, tell me your thoughts while I hand over the microphone to Manners.
Well, I'm holding on to the position that New Zealand were in yesterday. They were 28 for 2 in their second innings before Ravindra and Henry Nicholls. They're on a big partnership. Ravindra made 76, Nicholls made 120. These two are more than capable of doing that. If you can just navigate this new ball spell, batting conditions will be good.
Matt Henry into Ben Ducket. Forward he comes, playing defensively, straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. Have you had a squiz at WinViz?
I think it's low for England. I haven't run the numbers completely accurately.
You think it's low?
I reckon it's around the 0 to 1% mark at the moment. I'll check with the powers that be.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of time now, and how much the damage can be limited as Ducket pulls one through square leg for 4, just back of a length from Matt Henry, and pulled that one away very nicely indeed. I like the way that Matt Henry has the keeper back with the new ball, Cameron. He bowled so well with the older ball, didn't he, in his third and fourth spells. Took those crucial wickets of Joe Root and Harry Brook with the keeper standing up, trapped them both LBW. But while there's nip, while the seam is hard, I think the chances of an outside edge being clanged by the keeper standing up are much higher.
Whether Blundell is up to the stumps or back depends entirely on the mode of dismissal that New Zealand feels is the most likely. With this ball new, with movement, with swing on offer, yeah, you're targeting that outside edge, so you're hoping to just be able to take a thin nick or a thick edge make it much more easier for yourself standing back. When that ball gets older, you have less swing on offer. You're trying to pin that batsman in his crease, wait for movement off the pitch to try and claim an LBW or two. It worked quite well last time.
It worked very, very well. There's an entirely different game being watched by many of our colleagues in the press box.
Oh yeah, Ben Stokes is having a bat.
They're all live streaming Chesterler Street. Here is Jameson again, bowls, and Root opens the face of the bat, steers it away to backward point.
Have you remembered that Joe Root's on 13,998 runs?
I have, yeah. 14,000 beckons.
I can't. I
Is
don't know how you can acknowledge it.
Is Sachin's total tattooed into your memory?
It's not, but I know roughly it's kind of, he needs to score around 100 runs a test match or 110 runs a test match to overtake him in Mumbai in kind of 2028 or whatever it may be, which seems like a pretty good goal to have for me, if not him.
Yeah, these landmarks and milestones, the more you plan them, the less they tend to materialise. Here is Jameson again, and right up in the block hole. Yorker length outside the off stump. Root tries to run it down to third man. In fact, there's two gullies, and it's the squarer of the two, Henry Nicholls, who intercepts the ball and does the fielding. I take great delight from the effect that Bazball has had on the people who follow Test cricket in this country. And I just went for a little stroll around the concourse, and there's a real buzz and you know, a sense of yeah, we can get these. I mean, it's 5 sessions. It's only 450. You know, I mean, they scored 700 in Pakistan. Edged and falls short a second slip. Diving forward, Tom Latham just couldn't get his hands underneath it. And I'm being serious. And it's easy to take pot shots and cheap shots at Bazball now. I may have taken a couple myself, but
I don't believe it. You've never.
Just recently. Hey, look, I was an absolute convert. I was, honestly, if Brenda McCullum had organised one of those mass weddings where 1,000 couples get married at the same time, I'd have followed. I was in the cult. What are you oohing and ahhing about?
I just seen on the first replay, I thought Tom Latham might have done himself a disservice and maybe the ball just snuck in cleanly. I think it just bounced before it reached him.
Jameson in again, bowls, and Root turns it away out towards mid-wicket and moves on to 3,999 test runs.
13,999.
What did I say?
You said 3. You did them out of 10,000 test runs. Eradicated a decade. It has been. It's been a wonderful thing over the last 4 years to kind of willfully delude yourselves into the possibility of the impossible.
But there was evidence. I mean, they chased over 300 3 times in 4 tests.
It was. I remember covering the series in New Zealand in 2023, and there was a pink ball test at Mount Maunganui, and England. It was like watching rock star cricket. I remember leaving the ground thinking, this is absolutely spectacular.
Here is Jameson again, bowls, and that's driven by Ducket, not timed at all to mid-off.
And it was when they were kind of in their full flow of madness, and they were batting as quickly as possible to force a declaration so Stuart Broad could have the new ball, the new pink ball under lights. And then it was one of Stuart Broad's last kind of high knees or knees pumping spells, and he ran through New Zealand's top order. Harry Brook was the new toy that everyone was enjoying watching, and he was smashing sixes, taking on Neil Wagner to the short and long boundaries when Wagner was bowling his barrage of bouncers. And it's been an extraordinary amount of fun. It's been incredibly frustrating often. I don't think I'd change it, and I will miss it.
Jameson in again. Balls, traps Ducket in front. Sends a loud appeal from Jameson, but not much enthusiasm from the slip cordon, although they are discussing the possibility of a review now. You wouldn't happen to remember Neil Wagner's figures after his first 6 overs in that test match, would you?
Not off the top of my head, but
none for 61.
Perfect.
He was going for 10s.
Test cricket. I think we do have a review.
We are going to have a review. Do you remember Joe Root hitting 6s in the first over of the second morning? It was extraordinary. So they've gone for the review. Height, I think, was the issue here. I think that it might just be a bit high. I think it was straight enough, and I don't know that there's any problem with the impact, but it just looked a bit high to me. If it's anything, it's clipping the top of leg stump.
Well, Carl Jameson did look back to the umpire on this occasion, which is an indication that he didn't think it was as good a shout as Jacob Bethel's, where he kept on sprinting through. So it's a bit leg-sidey to me on the replay.
Maybe clipping the top of leg stump, but I think missing. Anyway, here we go, and it is
umpire's call, sorry.
clipping,
So
just
umpire's
clipping
call,
the
so
outside of
they'll
leg
take the
stump.
review, but you stay with your original decision of not out. You're on.
I think that's a good decision. Yes, it's just about clipping the stumps, but there seemed to be enough doubt in there for the umpire to deem that to be not out. New Zealand keep their review after it was an umpire's call. Looks like I'm going to duck out of the way. New Zealand 18 for 2.
Many thanks indeed to you, Cameron Ponsonby. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on the commentary team. I hope you'll be joining us in Trent Bridge. I don't know, are you available for selection at Trent Bridge? Always available for selection. It's been really good to have you as part of the team. England are 18 for 2. They've lost Emilio Gay for 11 and Jacob Bethel for a 4-ball duck. And their target is 463 for victory in around 140 overs. I mean, there's no point giving you the exact amount because we never bowl that many, but it'll be plus minus 140 overs if England can survive for the draw or pull off the most unlikely victory in the history of Test cricket. Here's Matt Henry again, bangs it in back of a length, and Root plays defensively, nudging it out on the onside. I imagine that the scoreboard operators and the public address announcers are all standing by for the next run. I think they'll make quite a scene of it. It'll be on the big scoreboard, 14,000 Test runs for Joe Root, and he pushes this one square of the wicket on the offside. I'm particularly intrigued to see whether Joe Root raises his bat. It would be, if somebody could possibly capture him acknowledging applause with the scoreboard in the background saying Route 2 not out. That would be a great moment should it transpire. But I would be amazed if it's not announced, the public address and the scoreboard operators and the big screen. Here's Henry again, bowls. Root guides it away. It will be 14,000 Test runs for Joe Root. And he moves on to 2. England are 19 for 2, 14,000 Test runs, and some people away to our left are giving him a standing ovation. Not just to our left, actually, there are several people around the stadium. There you go, on the big screen, 14,000 Test runs, Joe Root. Everybody, now it's on the big screen, everybody's on their feet. A standing ovation. Rarely can it have happened in the greatest format of the game that somebody scores 2 not out and gets a standing ovation. Absolutely brilliant. New Zealand all applauding him as well. Every black cap to a man applauding that second run for Joe Root, who did not acknowledge it, by the way. Henry is in again around the wicket to Ben Ducket, who plays defensively. Did he raise his bat? Did he? I'm sorry, I missed that. I was looking around at the crowd, the standing ovation. But he did. Was it just a little gentle, just a gentle acknowledgement? Didn't take the helmet off though. Thank you very much. 2 not out. Best 2 of my career. Hello, Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Manners. You're right though. Plenty more to do, I think he's saying.
Pushed away defensively by Ducket to cover. No run fielded by the Centurion Henry Nicholls.
So only one man ahead of him, and that's Sachin, of course. Tendulkar. 15,921.
That's been tattooed into your memory, hasn't it?
No, I just asked to Melinda.
Scott.
I couldn't lie. Mr.
Well,
Computer.
So there's a way to go towards that as well as saving this game. There's work to be done, a lot of work to be done. Slip in a gully, backward point, catching cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Ducket tucks it away to mid-wicket, fielded by Rachin Ravindra. There was a delightful moment when Ravindra took the catch to get rid of Emilio Gay at short mid-wicket. There was, I mean, obviously it's an opening batsman, it's an important wicket and all of those things, but Rachin Ravindra has only dropped 6 catches in his entire Test career, 3 of which have come in the first 2 Tests. So it's an unaccustomed error, that unusual error, and there was he was smothered in not sarcastic, I think probably amused
Slightly amused, but also, I think for him, he looked up before they even arrived, before anyone arrived. And it was just the image of relief. I actually held on to one.
Here's Jamieson running in from the pavilion end, and it's again Yorker length. Joe Root looks to squeeze it down past the gully, but there's two men in the gully, and this time it's the shallower of the two, Glenn Phillips, who does the fielding. Mitchell at first slip, Latham at second. They're pretty much an institution when they're in the team together. Phillips, the narrower of the two gullies. Henry Nicholls, the squarer of the two. And Devon Conway's a backward point. We've got a mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. Willow Rorke's doing some limbering up, the big man at mid-off, wide-ish mid-off. Henry at mid-on, Ravindra mid-wicket. Here's Jamieson again, bowls, good delivery, rising, extra bounce. Root rides the bounce well and guides it to Nicholls in the gully. Been a terrific performance from New Zealand all round. I know that this is where we would ordinarily agree to disagree, because you would say that there were lots of untied ends in the New Zealand performance. You wanted everybody who made 40 to get 100.
Well,
it has been, though. Really, it's been a good performance, and I think that they've outplayed England in every facet, to be honest. Here is Jamieson again, left alone, no shot offered, and so instinctively appeal from the bowler. You feel like you've done your man when he's leaving one that thuds into the pad, but Latham's not going to waste a review here, surely. Jamieson is doing his best to talk him into it, but
it is Root. Has it actually swung? I didn't see the delivery move. If it's coming back in, there is a chance.
They have gone for the review. They have gone for the review.
Maybe because it's Root.
Which has absolutely no logic at all. Is it more likely to be hitting the stumps because it's Joe Root? I mean, it's completely counterintuitive. You waste a review because it's Joe Root. He's outside the off stump. He's a long way outside the off stump. There's no way that's hitting.
That's not hitting.
No.
It has to do quite a bit. It does nothing in the air, and then if it doesn't do that, then it's got to seam back in a lot. Gee, that's a bad review. What have they done now? 2 reviews?
Well, they kept the first one, didn't they? Because it was just clipping.
Oh, it was, okay.
So they retained it. So, but that was, again, I mean, there's absolutely no logic whatsoever. But as you said, because it's Root, they'll use a review. It's not more likely to be hitting the stumps because it's a great batsman. I mean, I think Jameson knew, but he felt he'd done his man. So he wanted his wicket. Forward comes Root again, opening the face of the bat, guiding it away behind square on the offside to Devon Conway. Changes for New Zealand? I mean, it depends how everyone pulls up. I mean, there's 3 days. They might well have the better part of tomorrow off as well. So it could be 3.5 days before the third test starts at Trent Bridge. Blair Tickner said a couple of days ago that he's never bowled better in his life. I'm sure he's chomping at the bit to have a go, but Jameson was the only one that looked a wee bit
out of sorts in the first. He's looking better. I was about to say that he looks a bit more rhythmical.
He does, a bit, fresher. Pushed away by Root again towards cover, fielded by Conway once more.
Can't get rid of Smith or Henry. Smith because he's got wickets, and at the same time he's also got some runs in this last innings, and they need really those runs at number 7 or 8 for New Zealand. So that's not the case. I don't see how anybody else. Maybe is there another batsman in the top order? The openers haven't thrived, have they?
No, there's Will Young's part of the squad. Here is Jameson again, and this one nudged away out towards wideish mid-on, and they scuttle through for a quick single. It's fielded by Matt Henry there. I mean, Blair Tickner will have to not hope, that's entirely the wrong word. The only way in is if Matt Henry's back is a bit stiff, and and it would be down to Henry, wouldn't it, to say, look, I'm not feeling at 100%. I'm not sure, you know, if 5 days could be beyond me, but otherwise. There's less inclination these days to stick to the old saying and never change a winning team. It happens a little more often than it used to, but there was, unless somebody was horrendously out of form and hadn't scored runs for 2 or 3 games in a series, and the team still won, they might make a change.
Yes, I don't know. It's pretty hard to drop the captain, I think. He's one of the openers, and the second one, Conway. He's around. As far as bowling is concerned, if Henry, you know, is out of the tour because of some back spasm or something like that and can't be used, because that's what you'd be.
Here's Henry again, bowls. Joe Root defends to mid-on, fielded by O'Rourke.
You'd want an opening bowler, I think, and Tickner is not really that. And that's where you might get Sears to come into the squad. If Henry is gone, you can actually able to bring somebody in, and he's been around for quite some time now with this group, and has been following, as I say, the New Zealand side about.
Comes Henry again, and pushed away defensively by Joe Root. Tom Blundell's up to the stumps. He's just come up now in Matt Henry's fifth over. Sorry. He was standing back for his first 4 overs, and I mentioned it to Cameron Ponsonby, and I said I thought that was sensible, good when the ball was hard and the seam is hard and the ball is still new, and there's a chance of an outside edge, more chance of it being clanged by the keeper standing up, but it worked against Joe Root in the first innings, and so Blundell is up to the stumps now, and that's pushed away defensively again by Joe Root. Henry was brilliant, not bowling at full pace. He's not an out-and-out fast bowler anyway, but he was bowling more sort of cutters, wasn't he, and wobble seam deliveries in his 3rd and 4th spells in particular, when he got rid of Root and Brook in that magnificent, you have to say, game-changing spell. And he's decided that if it was good enough for Root in the first innings, let's see if it's good enough for him in the second. Plays defensively once again here, pushing up to Nathan Smith at mid-off. Root doesn't mind a little half step down the pitch.
No, he's practiced that. He tends to go back with the back foot first and then look to come forward from there. And he's being tested a bit by Henry, though. Henry's now into his work a bit more, and he's got some kind of rhythm going here and challenging that front pad.
Up comes Henry again, and that's pushed up towards mid-on, and Will O'Rourke does the fielding. Rhythm is exactly what I was just thinking about, Matt Henry. I mean, everything is very, is repetitious a word?
Repetitious, and also I had the word for a moment, but repetitious took it over. I really took it away from the brain.
It's just exactly the same. Rhythmical, smooth, and reliable. That's cut, actually. Not cut. Forced off the back foot. Bad angled at about 45 degrees. Devon Conway fields at backward point. And England are 20 for 2, having lost Emilio Gay for 11 and Jacob Bethel for a 4-ball duck, both to Kyle Jameson. The target is 463 in approximately 140 overs. Can't say exactly. Well, you can say exactly, but we never bowl as many overs as we don't bowl them. We never see as many overs as should be bowled, but it'll be about 140 overs.
Which is what, about 3.5, 3.4 runs an over, is it? That was a guess.
Yeah, about 3.4.
Yeah. So Gay, just flicked square to mid wicket where it was hauled in by, it was just taken nicely by Ravindra.
Outside the off stump from Jameson, left alone by Ducket.
And then the other wicket, Bethel, just hitting him out, in line with the off stump, just from Jameson, and kept a little bit lower, just a wee bit lower, coming back in. And he was going to be hitting, that was going to be hitting probably the leg stump, and it was given out on the field. So those are the 2 wickets to fall. It just squatted a bit, I felt.
Oh, it definitely, yeah. Just it wasn't normal bounce you would expect from that length. Here's Jameson again, bowls. Forward comes Ducket again, pushing that one up towards mid-off. A couple of years ago, in Bazball Mark II, you remember when Ben Stokes said categorically and outright, and it seemed like a bit of a media show, that we don't do draws, we never play for draws. That's just nothing more that I hate than a draw. But be interesting actually if and when the time comes to do exactly that, to actively play for the draw. I mean, to not take all your scoring opportunities, just bat time and bat without any sense of risk whatsoever. Tucked away nicely off his pads by Ducket behind square on the leg side. They go through for 2 more. That's a long way from now. It's a very long way from now. We've still got half an hour to go till tea on day 4, so you don't actively play for a draw from this position. Used to.
Oh yes, we ground them out in those days. It was all part of the process of.
On the back foot now as Ducket punches one to extra cover.
Learning how not to lose. And so if you could actually see the game out, it meant that you became quite difficult to beat. And then the next step after that, of course, is that you start winning a few games, and particularly away from home. You didn't like to be beaten at home for some reason. I don't know why that is, but it meant a lot to the group that I played with.
2 slips in a gully, catching cover as well as Jameson is around the wicket and Ducket leaves alone outside the off stump. I was looking at last time England were in New Zealand, and talkSPORT were there as well. There was a test match at Eden Park in which Chris Smith made 93 from 390 balls. New Zealand batted into the 3rd morning after batting first, and I think England in protest just blocked it from the word go. Chris Smith opened, he made 93 from 390 balls, and I was talking to Ian Smith about it, and he said, oh yeah, the Poms just got the hell in. They just fed up with us, and I'm not sure we got to the 3rd innings. That's clipped away out towards mid-on. I mean, brutal stuff. High score. But that's the game went through periods like that, didn't it, in Test cricket? I mean, Jeff was that towards the end of Boycott's career, but anyway, really, I mean, if it was a flat pitch and you felt you couldn't get out, sometimes you just bat. That's what New Zealand did. They were 1-0 up in the series, so. When was that?
Was that Peter Fulton? Was that Peter Fulton when he opened? Was he got 100, or was that
no,
was that before that?
This was much before this.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chris
Smith.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, New Zealand did exactly the right thing. I mean, they were 1-0 up in the series.
I do remember that. There were 300s by the New Zealanders.
Yes.
John Wright got 100, and Ian Smith got 100 as well.
Yeah.
That you're talking about, and I think Jeff Crow was the other one. So there were 300. Yes, that was a horrid pitch.
It was a drop-in.
Oh, horrible.
Early drop-in.
Oh.
Which is just like it'd been cut from a piece of highway outside Auckland. Here is Matt Henry running away from us from the Vauxhall end. It's a half volley, and it's an attempted drive from Joe Root. He's down on one knee. It was a beautiful, elegant-looking cover drive, but it maybe a cutter from Henry, and it's nipped back and hit the inside edge down into the ground.
Looked like a bit of a round arm delivery from Matt Henry.
22 for 2. Ben Ducket, Ben Stokes, the other Ben, has he's made 50 for Durham against Northamptonshire. Henry in again. Root plays defensively, and there's no run. Jeremy, this is it. This is the one. You were there. I can't believe you didn't remember it. I mean, it was not a
Well,
very memorable test.
Well,
match,
I did,
suppose.
but yeah, it was one of those ones that
16 without loss in the
in
third,
the third
innings.
innings, yeah. 500 basically, New Zealand for 9 declared, 439. Yeah, it's,
And
I didn't add many.
so here's where England just felt, well, they've killed the game. And there was a good deal of sort of not stiff upper lip, but frilly bottom lip from England. And Chris Smith, there we go. I almost remembered it rightly. 91 from 300 and how many balls? 91 from 396. Strike rate of 22.9. Here is Henry again, turned nicely off his pads by Joe Root through square leg. What a dreadful, dreadful game of cricket that must be. I actually understand, even though you were there and part of it. I understand why it's been expunged from your memory.
Well, there's one thing I do remember, and that was I think I ran in Botham out. And Botham, I think, came out and he was going to put this game right. He was sick of the lack of scoring. He was sick of the slow scoring rate. And he was going to really change the match.
Henry into Root on the back foot, forces one back of a length to point.
And I don't know what I had done, but Jeff Howarth, I was always either gully or I was catching or I was in close on the, always within cooey of the batsman. I found myself at cover point, where Jonty Rhodes was the king at the time. And Both came out and he strode out. He looked like a Viking, with that mullet, that long blonde mullet of his.
Henry in, Root turns it away for a single to O'Rourke at mid-on.
And he didn't mince out. He never minced out. He strode. And he was going to change the game. And he started to really hit the ball powerfully and knock the stand back at the far end of the ground. And Stephen Bocky was bowling. And he was wheeling up these little left-armers. We all bowled. We hardly got any bounce. And anyway, his drive when it came to me at cover point was accelerating. And I tripped and fell. And then suddenly, as I put my left hand out to break my fall, I found that the ball was in it. And at this stage, I think Both was batting with the bowler.
Vic Marks?
No, the seamer. We're going to get the name right. This is important for the story. Not really. No, not Bob Taylor. He's the keeper. Not Vic Marks. Neil Foster. Remember Neil Foster manners?
Yes. Beanpole. Short and wide outside the off stump and uppercut by Root for 4. Will O'Rourke's into the attack. And that was well done by Joe Root. Picks up a boundary, 29 for 2. Root on to 10.
So Fozzie's at the non-strike. He said, yes, take one, thinking it was me, which it was. And he got to about halfway and Both responded. So he was going to take the one as well. And then suddenly when they saw that I had it, Fozzie changes his mind. No, go back now. And Both has he's got up to a reasonable pace at this time. And Fozzie's turned his back on him and has raced back and dived in at the non-striker's end quite safely.
And walk in again to Root, pushes it into the gap and cover for a single.
I, at this stage, had thought I could hear people calling out as Bocky carried, hurry up, Jerry. And he's standing over the stump. He's bowling for run-outs, and it's kind of working for him. And the other cry that I was hearing was from Jeff Howarth, who had woken up at the time and realised the mistake that he'd made by putting me out in that position. And I sort of rolled over with all the skill and dexterity of my dear old mother and kind of got to my knees and let a feeble little jerk of my arm go. And it headed up in the air in a gentle arc towards the noise I could hear. And at this stage,
the next ball is dropped onto the offside.
Sorry, we've
by
changed
Ducket.
commentators, everybody.
Did you notice it was not manners?
No, that's all right. So at this stage, I had thrown the ball in a gentle arc up in the air. Bott is now arguing with Fozzie. You called it, you run it. But as I say, Fozzie had already decided self-preservation was the better idea, and he'd dive back in at the non-striker's end, and Bott was open-mouthed. And I let it go, and then Jeff Howarth was the one finally who said to Smithy, who's the keeper, our keeper, leg it out there and get it.
O'Rourke to Ducket, who just plays it out into the covers, no run.
So my gentle sort of arc hadn't reached Smith. It was only about sort of 15 yards to throw it from a prone position. And Bott turned around and tried to make it, but Smithy ran it. It was a race between Smith and Botham to get back to the stumps on this horrible surface at Eden Park at the time. And Smithy broke the wickets and he was given out and he shrugged his shoulders and Bott walked off. But I thought, immediately this is in the great tradition of cover point fieldsmen. Bruce Edgar beside me, who was a cover, he started to giggle. Which is embarrassing.
As O'Rourke bowls to Ducket, turns it around the corner, and I'll get a single to fine leg.
My only run out. Certainly in the cover field. Important one. A draw with only two innings in it.
I do like the fact that you didn't actually notice that I'd replaced runners. We do often get confused. People mix us up. Find it very difficult to tell us apart. He's got better hair. Well, England in trouble. 31 for 2. Root on strike. In comes O'Rourke and he almost chops that onto his stumps. Spun around and then wafted at the ball with his bat. It would have fallen safely, but a real moment of worry there, because if Root goes, goodness gracious me, a spot of bother turns into a huge amount of it.
So 12 overs, bowled now by New Zealand. He's pushing, O'Rourke is pushing Joe Root back. He's bowled quite well, I think, in this series. Hasn't quite got the rewards. He'll be a bit frustrated, I think, Will O'Rourke. But he looks to me to be in quite decent rhythm and good nick. It hasn't been the two pitches that suited him, not even Lord's, because he bowls a slightly shorter length. So the ball is going to go over the top of the stumps, and you needed, I think, at Lord's to bring the stumps into play. And here, again, this is a slower pitch.
Nathan Smith into the attack from the Vauxhall end, bowls to Ducket, squares him up, and the ball balloons out into the point region. They will scurry through for a single. And it's still rather streaky stuff, it has to be said, as we farewell Mr. Coney. It's going to be replaced by Jon Norman. I can tell those two apart. Just another look at that one. It really did square up Ben Ducket, and when that ball just popped up off his bat, he had no idea where it was going. Fortunate, it must be said. He's been quite circumspect, Ben Ducket, just 9 off 27, and they are in survival mode right now, this England side. Jon Norman joins me with Nathan Smith running in. Bowls to Root, who just plays it late and sends it down to the deep third boundary. He plays the ball late so well. We don't have Kane Williamson anymore, but we do have Joe Root, John.
We do. I'd forgotten Ben Ducket was even playing. Look, this is a pitch that is so suited to Joe Root, because we've been saying it for 4 days. If you want to score, you score square of the wicket. It's a pitch that's got plenty if you're a bowler. Not too much, but it's got enough. But it's not the quickest pitch we've ever seen. And with no one out at third.
Keeper up to the stumps. Here we go as Smith is in and bowls, and it's played late again. This time backward point. Was able to stop it. It's Ravindra there with a diving stop. I was wondering when we might see the keeper up to the stumps, and yes, it is a slower pitch, and it is one which should suit Joe Root, but he's another one who's been a bit troubled by Blundell coming up to the stumps.
I wonder, in the fullness of time, if we don't look back at this Test match, Mel, with the same way we look back at the Test match which involved the selection of Josh Hull.
Root waits as in comes Smith, and this time he plays it just in front of point, no run.
The selection of the Test match, I don't know why they're always at the Oval, by the way. The Test match where Chris Woakes made his debut, which was fine, but also Simon Kerrigan played, which unfortunately for Simon didn't go particularly well. And in fairness, you know, it was a little early for Chris as well. You know, there was a feeling back then that England were taking Test cricket lightly. England had won the series.
As Smith runs in, 2 slips, 2 gullies, bowls, and Root slashes that one away. He beats Ravindra. It's just square enough, and it is another boundary. Love it when you see Joe Root playing that cut shot.
And here we are in 2026, and Sonny Baker's playing, and I'm not sure when he will play Test cricket again. I don't think he's looked miles off, but players are coming back, and opportunities would be reduced. Matt Fisher's taken wickets and scored runs. I just wonder whether I just wonder whether this Test match will be viewed in isolation at the end of all this.
Smith in, bowls to Root, who just squirts this one. I tell you, Ravindra's having an awful lot of work to do there at backward point, which tells you a lot about where Joe Root's trying to score and where they're bowling to him. Of course, end of the over, England 40 for 2 with Ducket on 9 and Root on 19.
Well, in cricket they do say your greatest strength can also be your biggest weakness, and I think that New Zealand will be quite happy to give Joe Root a few runs through backward point and the gully area down to third. They got two slips in place for him. They got the gully, the backward point, 3 slips maybe.
2 gullies, 2 slips.
2 gullies, 2 slips. And I think they're just waiting for one ball possibly to bounce a little bit more.
I think that's a really interesting point you make. It's something that I've been thinking about as well, as we see O'Rourke coming in for another over. First ball is short, and oh no, Ben Ducket. He's just spooned it in the end to mid-on. Well, it was a short ball. It's done the trick. He wasn't really committed to the pull, and it's just ballooned off the top edge of the bat. And that, after such circumspection by Ducket, is an absolute disaster for England.
You're absolutely right. He did not go through that shot with any commitment whatsoever. And when you are playing, well, he took his eyes off it a touch. He's trying to steer this ball over mid-on. I find that a really strange shot. First ball of O'Rourke's spell as well, I think, was it? No, second. First ball of his second over. I don't know how many he faced in the first over. But that's a really poor shot from Ben Ducket, who, to my mind, just can't be a player that can change the way he goes about things. You know, okay, dropping your lead percentage from 96% to 92% is fine. But you've got to play your natural game to a point, right? You know, a player like Harry Brook can play, and Ben Stokes can play in many different ways. But I don't think Ben Ducket can play in any way other than the way he does. And that's not a shot.
It was a really strange shot, strange dismissal. The ball was considerably over his shoulders, and you're right, he did try to steer it. A really strange shot. It wasn't a full-blooded pull. And
it was a little bit similar to the Daryl Mitchell dismissal in the first innings, which saw Sonny Baker pick up his second wicket, banged in short, and On that occasion, he hit him high up on the bat, and it was clothed, essentially. I don't know. Ben Ducket, that we know and have enjoyed over the last few years, that we were watching in the first innings, is not playing that shot. And I just wonder, honestly, Mel, I'm starting to think, we talked about this earlier in terms of how are England going to go about this, and I suggested to Manners that they were essentially going to have to put their ego to one side and try and bat out the draw. And Manners replied, well, do you expect Ben Ducket to do that? And I said, no.
O'Rourke into Brook, the new batter. It's got good bounce, but he just gets on top of it, drops it out behind square leg.
And I said, no, I don't expect anybody to change. I don't expect Ben Ducket to play in any other way. He's such a quality batter. He plays his way. I'm not expecting any player to dead bat. Right? Block it out like Hasib Hamid and Alistair Cook did against India about 9 years ago. And it worked for a session, and then they fell in a heap. But having watched Ben Ducket play in that innings, I think that was as confused an innings, certainly reminiscent of his Australia antics.
He's O'Rourke, and Brook is driving, whizzes past the outside edge. His hands on heads out there. And, oh gosh, it just feels fraught. Yeah, it was neither here nor there, that innings. It was really odd. And I was like you. I was fascinated, intrigued to find out how England would approach this innings. And I don't know what to make of it so far.
I think the other thing just to bear in mind, it was a horrible shot. I just think with a bowler like O'Rourke bowling from the pavilion end, he's going to get something out this pitch. And the fact that he hit it at the toe end.
Oh, next ball is worked away, manages to find the gap in between the two gullies. And so Brook is off the mark with a boundary. I don't expect that Harry Brook will be half-hearted. I'm not sure that's something he can do. We just don't know. Now we've got Root and Brook, you would say are England's two best out there in the middle together, and backs against the wall. They're 44 for 3. Brook is someone who is naturally very attacking, and with O'Rourke bowling, well, keeper is back of course, but I expect we might see Blundell move up. 2 slips, leg slip, gully, as in comes O'Rourke, and that is out in the deep where Nathan Smith is lurking. That long leg came to him on the bounce.
Harry Brook was out there playing a similar shot in his first ever innings for England against South Africa.
He took the single, so 45 for 3, brings Root back on to strike.
Gary Morgan's message, 31 for 2 after 12 overs is England's joint lowest 12 over total in the last 50 test innings, 2 of which have come in the last 2 test matches. So that does indicate a gear change. Remember, it's Amelia Gay, so you do have a guy playing in his first and second test matches at the other end. So that will slow you down a bit.
O'Rourke over the wicket to Joe Root, who just punches this one out into backward point, where Devon Conway collects it, wipes the sweat from his brow and gives the ball a good shine. The end of the over, successful one in New Zealand's eyes. England 45 for 3 and needing another 418 runs for victory, while New Zealand now are only 7 wickets away. And it's go back to your point about how this test will be viewed. I mean, you could almost always have an asterisk over a test, or quite often when it comes to a side having players injured or some of the various contexts. This is quite extreme, this test, in the context behind all the changes that we've seen. As we're going to see, Nathan Smith starts a new over. He's in and bowls, and Brook is forward, eyes over the ball, just plays it out to the offside.
Yeah, look, there will be decisions made about this test match, and there will be a narrative formed and agreed upon. I feel really sorry for Joe Root, having sat in this press conference the day before this test match. no doubt in my mind, he was so happy to be leading England again. Obviously, when he got the call and the situation and circumstances surrounding, you know, what he would have wanted.
Smith to Brook. Just turns this one to mid-wicket. No run.
But captaining your country must be up there with one of the greatest honours that any individual can ever be granted. Fast forward 4 sessions, and the feeling in and amongst those watching on was that Joe Root would probably be feeling very different indeed.
Yeah, the poison chalice, and do note, as expected, Blundell has come up, taken position right behind Brook. And Smith is in and bowls, and Brook defends back to Smith, and all of a sudden, straight away, the effect of the keeper right in his ear just pins Brook to the crease. Very effective tactic.
I don't know if it was just Lords or whether he's been doing this forever, and I just haven't picked up on it. But at Lords, he moved around so much in the crease. And I know, of course, hark back to some of the shots he played against Australia. Of course, he was coming down the track. But he moved for every ball. And Blundell behind the stumps is just stopping him doing that.
Here comes Smith, and he's cut him in half. He bends over as he somehow manages to keep that ball out and onto the leg side.
I thought he got a nick on that, otherwise he's dead. We'll have a look. Yeah, going back to the point about Joe Root, I just think he's been sawn off. Sawn off here. He has been thrown a horrible hospital pass. I think the team selection has been really poor, and one of the narrative strands that is completely valid, but has just been highlighted, is how do you replace Ben Stokes? The decision to go with another batter at 7 instead of a bowler was wrong.
In comes Smith, full ball punched up to mid-off, where it's Kyle Jamieson, the big hulking figure, cuts it off. Yeah, it's the selection. It's one of those things, because the selection, in a way, it feels like it's all been cobbled together, obviously, at the last minute. But just going on the balance of the team, it has looked all out of whack, hasn't it?
It has looked. The moment Harry Brook was bowling in the second session on day 1, you realise something really horrible had happened.
Smith in, and Brook flays at that one through the covers, and he could only be pinned down for so long. 4 runs to Brook to finish off that Nathan Smith over. England now 49 for 3 with Brook on 9 and Root on 19. So he was let loose there, and I think the thing with Harry Brook too, he's got to find a way to deal with the keeper being up to the stumps, because not just New Zealand, other teams are going to look at how this has worked and go, let's just keep bringing a keeper up whenever Brook is out there. Because it did look yesterday, as soon as he came up, it looked like he was batting with a straitjacket on.
Yeah, and he's so talented, he probably could.
But you're right, the selection, especially Ben Stokes, has become so important as a bowler. As O'Rourke begins a new over, bowling to Root. Just caresses this out to backward point, no run.
Yeah, Brook. But this is what Test cricket's all about. 2 years ago, we were all talking about Harry Brook being tested by the short ball. Then at the start of the series, it was felt like a lot of teams were just, because he moved around a bit and he's got such a flamboyance about his stroke play, teams are just bowling very straight at off stump, which is kind of what you should be doing to any bowler, any batter. Now he's got to play a wicket keeper behind the stumps. His record, overseas is actually probably better than here in England, which is bizarre.
O'Rourke to Rook down the leg side, diving stop by Blundell.
Certainly scored more Test centuries, so I don't know. He's such a wildly talented guy. There's going to be a lot of thought about how to get him out, in the same way, we spent about 5 years obsessing about how to get out Steve Smith out.
Smith, gosh, I do remember that.
So that's testament to the man. But yeah, I just feel for Joe Root. You know, he's going to have another loss next to his England captaincy career. Is that it? Is he going to disappear back to the ranks as of the third test? It's seeming more likely.
On strike now as in comes O'Rourke. Once more just pushed to backward point. And Conway's getting a bit of a workout. 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip and a backward point for Joe Root. He's still often managed to get the ball somehow into a gap around there.
The other thing as well is, you know, Ollie Robinson, you know, he didn't bowl a huge amount at Lords. Doesn't bowl here, comes back. You know, when Stokes is back, when Archer's back, or Archer might play, or might not, we don't know. Gus Atkinson's back. You know, it's going to be a lot easier for Robinson than it would have been here.
So O'Rourke is in and bowled, left alone by Root.
You know, that's another little thing that's going to be probably worked with Ben Stokes' favour and has worked against Joe Root here. Imagine if you'd had Ollie Robinson at one end, right? Being able to operate for 6-7 over spells, going at an economy of 2.5, picking up wickets. England would not be staring at a 400-run defeat.
Also got Jamie Smith, who's got more experience with the gloves and with the bat than James Root, another debutant. As O'Rourke is in, bowls, and it's a short wide one put away. You cannot bowl there to Joe Root, not unless you want to give him 4 runs. That was a bit of a gimme for Root. Brings up the 50.
Yeah, poor ball. But one of the great things of commentating at the Oval, as opposed to many of the other grounds that we're very fortunate enough to be at, is you're in with the crowd. And I don't know if there's a more contented cricket crowd in England or in the world than when Joe Root is scoring runs. Let's look all these happy faces. They're so happy. They're like a little baby that's just had its milk.
Here's O'Rourke in. This time he overcompensates and he goes full on the pads, and Joe Root clips that away down to deep mid wicket for a single to finish off the over. England 54 for 3 with Brook on 9 and Root on 24. And one thing on that, John, what a wonderful moment that was when he brought up his 14,000, because every single fan at the Oval knew. They all knew, they were all waiting for it, and the warmth with which they received him was just brilliant.
It was, but sorry, Mal, you went on commentary duty with me and Manners when I was talking about my uncomfortable list. But I'm going to add that to it. England are about to lose. He's the captain, and he's taking applause for scoring a completely archaic amount of money. That made me feel a bit odd. It's going on the list.
Oh, okay.
I know the point you make, you're right, but look, they're starved of something to cheer here. Of course they're going to get up on their feet and clap.
Well, they can cheer T.
What number run was it? Number 2? Was it his second run?
He had to get 2, yeah.
Come on. That is peak cricket, that is. Wait, can you imagine that in football?
That's a lot of runs.
Could you imagine that? Your team's 5-0 down and a guy successfully completes a pass for the 10,000th time in his career, and the team that are 5-0, everybody applauds. Wouldn't happen, and it shouldn't have happened here today.
It's T, and England are 54 for 3. Brook is on 9. Root is on 24. Been a tough old innings. Second innings for England. They lost Gay for 11. John's he's so upset that he's just thrown his microphone away to Joe Root getting applause for scoring 14,000 runs. England also lost Bethel for a 3-ball duck. He was out LBW to Jamison. And then it was Ducket who went with quite a strange shot, a very uncommitted pull shot that ballooned up to be caught by Matt Henry. He made 9 off 28. So 3 down. New Zealand will be hunting after tea. They need 7 wickets for victory. England, they are still way, way off that target of 463. Currently 54 for 3. And I'm not really sure what's happening, because I've just realised that Will McPherson is sitting here next to me. and we're going to go for a break. Okay, I'm going to shut up now because I don't know what's happening. Hello, Will. And I'll let whatever is going to happen here unfold.
Okay, tea on day 4. Delighted to say that joining myself, Sam Ellard, is the... hey, listen, I'm not saying it, but some people are calling him the main man of the moment. The top journo on the tracks at the moment, Will McPherson. Listen, you got your George DeBells of this world, you got your Nicholls of this world, but I'm joined by Will McPherson of the Telegraph. You're on a good run, aren't you, pal?
You're making me blush, Sam.
You're on a good run. It's been the Will McPherson and Nick Hull. I mean, you're just running the press back at the moment, aren't you?
English cricket is the gift that keeps on giving, I would say. And yeah, it's been a really weird, busy, crazy couple of weeks around the Stokes stuff. Are we coming out the other side yet? Who knows? But it's going to be the circus will roll on to Trent Bridge next week. Well,
I mean, I was going to ask you. I hope your final answer isn't just who knows. Otherwise, this might be a. But you know what? Before we will look ahead, Will. But I know you can't reveal absolutely everything. That's part of your job. But if you go back to last Monday, is it now, when you would have learned, I'm guessing, with everybody else, sort of what happened with Ben Stokes, what is your kind of then immediate kind of thought process? How do you and Nick, who you obviously work with the Telegraph, how do you then go about trying to provide people like me information that we don't know about, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that particular case. Obviously, the ECB put out a statement which kind of got things going. I'd had a tip maybe half an hour before that something was coming, but I didn't know anything really about what had gone on. So it's kind of a standing start at that point. 6 o'clock, find out everything you can. Newspaper obviously goes to print that evening, so you're kind of thinking digitally now. It doesn't really matter about, kind of, you're thinking about, it doesn't really matter how quickly you get the story, it's just getting it right as well. So yeah, set about, got on the phone, tried to find out what had gone on, and we sort of, by that evening, by the time the paper went to print that night, we had a pretty good clear picture of what had happened and the situation around the Saracens lad and all that kind of stuff. But then it continues the following day and day after that. Funnily enough, my reaction actually this time, there's been a few of these kind of scurrilous late night stories over the last year or so, and my reaction this time was I was kind of a bit gutted, a bit of a groan. Like, I thought we'd left all this behind in Australia. I thought this was something that this team were moving on from. Clearly not, but what's become clear over the 2 weeks since, it became quite clear that evening actually that this incident wasn't as serious as the Harry Brook one in Wellington, which obviously no one knew about for a long time. We actually did that story in Sydney.
It was Nicholls exclusive, wasn't it?
And Wilmer Thurston.
Oh, yeah. that's not what Nick told me over a cup of tea the other day.
Two bylines. But yeah, when we did that story, no one knew about it before, and it was quite like exciting, I would say, being involved in that story. But this one, was not the same, I wouldn't say.
I know you don't want the England players to mess up, but let's use the Harry Brook story. Like when you guys come across a story like that, I mean, that for you guys is obviously a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a big deal. We got I don't mind saying this actually, we got a tip the day before the Sydney test that something had gone on the tour of New Zealand that we needed to do a lot of digging about, so we actually spent that test match trying to find out as much as we could. A few people thought, because we ended up publishing it about 2 hours after the Ashes ended, a few people thought we'd kind of sat on it for ages, and we really hadn't. We got the final piece of information we needed that day, that morning, and then we published it kind of, I think it was 7 a.m. UK time or whatever, to when people are kind of waking up and checking that England had definitely lost the Ashes 4-1. But yeah, we kind of, we did a lot of digging that week and had to try and find out as much as we could about it. It was an exciting one to be involved in. I was obviously, the story itself wasn't like that savoury, but captain being out the night before a game, that was not ideal and not a good emblem of a culture. But also we'd had a sense on that tour of the England team culture wasn't quite right. I'd been in Noosa myself. I'd seen players, quite a lot of drink being consumed there, and you just had to kind of be around about in Australia. I'm sure a lot of fans would have been there as well, and probably seen players drinking at certain times. So I kind of had a sense, we knew what this tour had been like and what the culture of the team had got to. As I say, when it comes back, we fast forward 6 months to the end of the Lord's Test. I thought that stuff was behind us, but it wasn't. That
was more the shock factor, wasn't it, than anything? Of almost like, Ben might not have done anything specifically wrong on the night out, which is obviously good, but the fact that he was in that situation in the first place was almost remarkable. Wasn't it?
I obviously think my own view on the whole thing has changed many times over the 2-week period as well. I'd say that we shouldn't lose sight, and we won't next week. Shouldn't lose sight next week of this started because Ben Stokes made a mistake. It wasn't a really, really grievous mistake, but it was a mistake. This was a curfew that he pushed to bring in, that he wanted the team culture to tighten up, and then at the first opportunity, he was one of 2 players to break it, and as the captain of the team, he has to bear the responsibility for both those players, really, because probably if you are the junior player, in Atkinson's case, you see if the skipper's still there, you probably think it's all right.
Why not,
right? He has to bear a lot of responsibility for that. I hope next week he'll apologise, and that we're all everything will be kept. Now, once all the facts are out in the open, everything will be kept in perspective, but it wasn't a good thing to do, but it also wasn't a captaincy ending issue, and it wasn't actually anywhere near a retirement issue or a career-ending issue, which for a moment or two last week, not this week just gone, but the week before, I really truly was hearing that was where we were headed, which would have been
retirement.
Yeah, which is A, such a shame, but B, just crazy, because it's just not that level of incident.
But you expect Ben Stokes to be back next week in Nottingham and captaining as well?
Yeah, that's sort of at the stage where I could probably say fully expect that now. We obviously won't know until they name a squad, and he's batting at the moment for Durham. He's 70-odd not out last
Good
time.
player.
Yeah. England have had a harsh lesson in what life is going to be like after Ben Stokes this week. And I'm not saying that's why he should be back next week. I mean, he should be back next week because the punishment would fit the crime. But, yeah, they need him back as well. They can't balance their team without him. They lose their best leader. They can't get a spinner in. All sorts of reasons they need Stokes back.
There's also a spinner, though, who can also bat, isn't there, who's also got some runs this afternoon as well, right?
Yeah, Ryan Ahmed's made 120-odd, or maybe even a little bit more for Leicestershire, that's his first Division 100. I actually thought, before this game, England, the test match that is, I thought England had picked the right team. Sorry, don't pick a spinner at the Oval. Although this pitch has been flat and the weather's been hot, I didn't see how you could get either of those spinners in the team. Not least because Jofra's batting number 8. Jofra Archer's number 8. So I didn't really want Ryan Ahmed at number 7. I wanted a proper out-and-out batsman in Jordan Cox at number 7. But now you look at it and you go, well, Ryan's peeled off 100 against a decent attack in Division 1. Should he have been in the side? It's easy to say now, isn't it? Captain hindsight's wonderful. But they've got some options next week. Gus Atkinson's also had a really good day, good bowl yesterday for Surrey. I think he ended up with 4 wickets. So it's one of those funny ones. England is kind of hurtling to defeat here, whilst all the guys they've left out of the side for various reasons are having a great time in county cricket.
Well, it looks almost certain that England are going to lose this test match. And it goes 1-1 to Nottingham next week. Do you think with Brendan McCullum, the fact that he survived the Ashes and there was a 6-month break between the end of the Ashes and this test match, there was a long, long wait, they backed him. Because they backed him coming into this summer, is he now going to be there until the end of next year? That's an absolute certainty. Or do you still think that despite a 6-month wait, him keeping his job, that if he do get turned over next week and lose 2-1, there could be a change? How do you see that?
I'm not sensing any appetite among my sources for change. However, I did think that on the eve of this summer, before the Lord's Test, and a lot has happened since the Lord's Test, I did think that if England lost against New Zealand, the pressure would be sky high on the McCullum, Key, Stokes axis. To not make any change after the Ashes causes that. It leaves that option open that things get worse in the immediate aftermath. Things have got worse in a way that we never thought they could. England won the Lord's Test, but then they've had another big disciplinary lapse, and as a result, it's not a direct result, but as a result, they're going to lose this second test and go to Trent Bridge at 1-1 against a New Zealand side who suddenly look confident and comfortable, and lots of players looking in good form. and they could very conceivably lose the series. Next week they're going to be probably going back to a pretty similar team they played in the first test, but that side haven't had the time to settle and get to know each other and all those kind of things. So England are going to be the ones going to Trent Bridge with all the questions to answer. I'm not totally answering your question there. As I say, I'm not sensing any direct calls for it, but I think the public mood, if they lose this series 2-1, especially given the circumstances, it's going to be, as McCullum likes to say, it's going to get hot again.
I know that he's on a great contract, so maybe I'll just answer my own question. Has there been any part of you that's almost been surprised that Brendan at some point has decided, you know what, I'm done with this?
Yeah, looking at him in Sydney, the Brook story hadn't come out, but he knew it was coming. We'd been to the ECB for comment, etc., so they all knew it was coming, and fairly soon as well. But he looked to me like someone who was pretty fed up with the job in English cricket, but something happened, and I wasn't in Sri Lanka and India after that, but something happened along the way that kind of built in him a desire to carry on.
What do you think that might have been? Be able to have a guess.
Well, I think they started winning some games again, which does help. I think his partnership with Brook in the white ball side is proving fun and exciting and invigorating for both of them. The money thing can't be irrelevant. He gets paid very well, and people don't like to leave well-paid jobs as a rule. So that, yeah, I thought after the Ashes that it was just coming to a natural end. He'd taken English cricket as far as he could, and maybe English cricket had done enough for him that it could as well, and that he might be done with it. Clearly not. He's a very determined man. You don't get to, don't achieve what he has in the game without being extremely determined. But I've had my moments like that. I thought at Lords he kind of was taking back control a bit. I don't want to go all Trump here and kind of all Brexit.
Oh no, please don't.
He felt like he
was I can't do politics, mate. I know you're a much more intelligent man than me, but you show me up, mate, and embarrass me.
But kind of like you don't want to. Yeah, he looked like he was in charge of that team again.
In what way?
He just had a bit of swagger back about him, and he was talking.
He's always had swagger.
He's always
been
lost
cool.
It a little bit. He's a cool man, but I think he lost it a bit in Australia, and the kind of sheer control of the team. I think it slipped away a bit. But I sensed he had it back there. So, yeah, there hasn't been, I've sensed any pressure from above Rob Key and Brendan McCullum on their position since the Stoke stuff. But everyone's kind of in the spotlight at the moment, right? They have to be, given the circumstances, both the way England have played here and the scoreline going to Trent Bridge, but also the culture of the team and what it says about the team that Stokes thought that was a good idea.
Just talking of Stokes, by the way, I was watching his press conference last week after the Lords match, and he had a bit of a dig at you, didn't he? What did he say to you? He said, "Oh, don't put words in my mouth, Will."
What happened was
Why are you doing that, Will? That's back out of order.
He made a sort of. He complained about the pitch, and I just essentially asked him to clarify what he was saying. But I think it was slightly tongue-in-cheek dig, but it's definitely a dig. And it was a couple of others. To be honest, a few of us left that press conference thinking he seems a bit tetchy. I just sort of described him as a bit like a coiled spring at that point, and ready to uncoil, which he did later that evening, I think.
Yeah, there you go. So basically it's all your fault, isn't it? They ended up going there.
It is my fault. Rex Reeves is my fault.
It feels like we should also. Do you go clubbing still these days? You don't go clubbing these days. You don't go clubbing these days, do you? Still?
I'm 35 now, Sam.
How old are you?
35.
So you're similar age to Stokesy, aren't you? Then
like Ben Stokes. I'm a 5-year-old father, but I haven't been to Rex Rooms.
No, you and Vish aren't going to Rex Rooms after the Oval Test match,
Vish
are
probably
you?
is.
Yeah, Vish and the Roller and Ponsonby are going. We should probably end on something fun, shouldn't we? Yeah. So something nice. You ran a London Marathon a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, a couple of months ago. Yeah. I'm. You said I'd lost a bit of weight when I sat down in this chair, and I'm pleased to confirm I am putting it back on.
Well, I mean, the Lord's lunches last week, I mean, they are something remarkable.
World class. Yeah. I was glad it went 4 days.
Yeah, I want to do the 5th day. No, I do. With someone, I didn't want to. You didn't need to lose weight in the first place, but I have to just say, I thought you were looking. Well, I guess you were on Sky this morning, weren't you? So I guess you had to be in good nick for that, right?
That's why I lost all the weight, mate.
Yeah. Just for that Sky Sports appearance. Will, thank you. Good stuff.
Absolute pleasure, Sam. Thanks for having me.
I really do. I'm lucky because when I go into work in the morning and do the early sports breakfast show, we get all the newspapers delivered right to us. First thing I always do, Telegraph Sport, and I always know 9 times out of 10, Holt or McPherson, you've got that front page locked down, haven't you?
We're trying. We're trying, Sam.
England aren't going to be able to get out of this, are they, Will?
They're not going to win this game.
No. Draw?
No, they're not going to draw either.
Ducket shot was a stinker, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a disappointing end to that innings because he looked like he was kind of grinding it out, and he'd had a bit of bad luck in the start of this summer, the run out in the first innings, but suddenly guys like him, Ducket and Bethel, we're 4 innings into the summer and they haven't made an impression on things yet. So the captain and the vice captain are at the crease, and England really, not just. I'm not saying it's conceivable they'll win this game from 54
They've got
for
to
3.
show some fight, haven't
They've
they?
got to show some fight. We've got to take it
bare
deep
minimum.
into tomorrow. This team have never batted out for a draw. It's highly unlikely in these circumstances, but at least a suggestion that they could do it would be nice.
Our live commentary continues in a couple of minutes' time. England resuming the evening session on day 4, 54 for 3.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, where there's no point beating around the bush. It's not going well for England. 54 for 3. And they trail still by over 400 runs. 409 runs required to be precise. I'm joined by Jon Norman on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It wasn't looking particularly pretty, and then Ben Duckett's failed pull shot was the cherry on the cake of a pretty dismal afternoon session.
You know that Martian stroke American that always rocks up at cricket games when something weird happens?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I reckon even they would understand that England are up against it here today.
Well, we have Nathan Smith, who has ball in hand from the Vauxhall end, and for the first time this Test match, we've got some overheads in place. It's just some clouds are gathering here in southeast London. Beautiful bowling conditions. Joe Root on strike on 24. Smith is up to the wicket. Bowls on the money immediately, and that's defended to the offside. The wicketkeeper Tom Blundell up to the stumps, as has been an increasing tactic against this England team, and it worked so well against this pair in the first innings. Both Joe Root and Harry Brook traps LBW. Nathan Smith's had a fantastic start to life in international cricket. A very handy number 8 batter, and more than competent with the ball. The 4th prong to this fantastic seam attack that the tourist has. Smith up again, outside off stump and left alone on this occasion.
It is southeast London, but I don't feel like it's southeast London. Do you know what I mean?
I've always said this, and I've always been a bit confused when I say southeast London, because I think we're both southwest London boys.
We are, yeah.
And I feel quite at home here in a way that I often don't in southeast London.
I grew up in southwest London, and I now live in southeast London. But I think we actually grew up in South London.
I'll take that.
This, like Kingston and Richmond is southwest, right?
But I'll go, we're kind of channeling in. Defended to the offside there. Joe Root, no run. We're zoning in on something that potentially only me and you really care about. But I'd say kind of Clapham is southwest London, but Tooting is South London, despite the fact they're kind of next door neighbours.
Yeah. I think if you were to just zoom out, right?
Yeah.
I think that is very much South London.
Are you
it's
doing
just
this
south.
Are you doing this by geography or by feel?
Well, I think they're linked. How can they not be?
Smith, 3-dot balls to start. Shorter on this occasion. Joe Root's in behind and defends.
Which is where it all started. This is southeast London, but it doesn't feel like southeast London. Where does You know, if you've got southeast and you've got southwest, there's just a bit that's south.
It's that Tooting. That's what we
I
decided
think,
is
yes,
Tooting.
but I think Clapham as well. I reckon Clapham, Balham, Tooting, Mitcham, Norbury, Thornton Heath, West Norwood, Tulse Hill, Herne Hill. I think that's just south.
Tulse Hill's southeast, surely.
But it's just
Scott's
pushing.
thrown in Croydon.
No, he doesn't know what
Smith
he's talking
again.
about.
Full, driven up to mid-on. Not the prettiest shot from Joe Root. It's been a pretty undramatic opening over for this evening session on day 4. I had a horrible thought process that there's a world where England could lose this today.
Still could happen.
Well, I messaged our friend and colleague Matt Roller from Crickinfo, and he made the point that we have 2 debutants in next and then Jofra Archer. So if you are an England fan, brace yourself for the worst case scenario, because it's not necessarily a million miles away.
Here's a question for you. Do either of these sides have golf booked for tomorrow?
Smith to finish off his over, defended into the offside again. That's a maiden to begin with. England 54 for 3. I think you'd be pretty punchy. I would. They might have golf booked in a couple of hours' time once they walk off with the result complete.
Well, floodlights have just come on. I think you're right. I think it's unlikely. I think we're still more likely to have play on day 5, for the single reason that at no stage has this been one of those wickets where wickets have fallen very quickly. There's just always been partnerships all the way through. It's not been that kind of pitch. It's not a quick pitch. It's not a particularly easy pitch. Consistently, there's always been something in it for the bowlers. But yeah, I mean, for England to lose 7 wickets in this session, essentially they're going to have to play another 7 shots like the one Ben Ducket did.
Will O'Rourke in from the pavilion end. Starts with a dot ball against Harry Brook. But it's something that I've noticed across this test match is we've had an awful lot of dismissals in front of the wicket. We've already had 2 of the 3 wickets here today in England's innings. Emilio Gay caught at square leg. Ben Ducket caught at kind of mid-wicket. And that's often a sign of where the batting is pretty true. It's just that the batters are getting themselves out rather than the bowlers having to particularly shine.
Isn't it just that the pitch is a bit slow?
It can be, of course. But I don't know if that's the case too much in this situation. I don't know if this is a particularly difficult wicket to bat on. O'Rourke in. That's well fielded in the gully as Brook just looked to guide it down to a vacant third man region. I know what you're saying. When there's lots of catches in front of the wicket, you kind of associate that with club cricket and kind of little medium paces, keeper up to the stumps, looking to catch people on the drive. I think that's just been almost a symptom of, yes, it's a slightly slow-ish wicket, but also it's just become the very trendy way of hunting for wickets. You're trying to basically just challenge batters' stumps, keep every dismissal in play, bold, LBW. When you're bowling at the stumps, you have more fielders on the leg side as well. O'Rourke into Harry Brook. Gathers at the crease. Defended down the ground, more than defended, pushed. This will be at least a couple. They might even get 4. It's a beautiful shot from Harry Brook. And a despairing dive is to no avail. 4 runs to Harry Brook. It's a wonderful cricket shot.
It can also be the ball. Can you remember the final test match here against Australia in 2023 and why there was so much anger from, well, led by Ricky Ponting and Glenn McGrath, and Usman Khawaja wasn't happy either, nor the players. Remember, England changed the ball.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
The field changed almost immediately. Stokes had that kind of like umbrella field, and everyone in front of the ball, and then they changed the ball successfully, and then suddenly he had 3 slips of goal in and a backward point.
O'Rourke into Brook again. Wide cut. And goodness me, that's almost taken Tom Latham's head off that point. As it happens, it's fielded on the boundary, just is 1 run. Tom Latham has not seen that at all. He's almost cowed away from that cut shot. I think the ball's ended up missing him by a good 5 yards. But he didn't know anything about it. He's very close at that point, probably about 15 to 20 yards away. Just a tiny bit closer than would be orthodox.
He didn't go anywhere near him.
He didn't go anywhere near him, but he thought it might have been. He did not pick that up at all.
How strange. I saw it that as you did, and he thought it was coming towards him as well. He thought he'd lost the flight of the ball, didn't he?
O'Rourke into route on this occasion. Just dabs into the offside and they'll take a single.
Got a question for you.
Yep.
What reaction do you think the crowd will give Ben Stokes when he either walks out to bat, if England bat first, or walks out and either walks out to the field of play, or when he's at the top of his mark about to bowl his first delivery?
I'll give you a counter hypothetical, which is, do you think there'll be a reaction, an audible reaction from this crowd?
Oh, you've brought it forward.
If Ben
I know
Stokes
what you're about to say.
reaches 3 figures for Durham. He's currently on
I
94
didn't know what you were going to
not out.
say. That's incredible.
He's on 94.
I love that. We need to tell them.
England are 60 for 3. Brook on strike. O'Rourke in short. Pulls. And that'll be 4 runs. Convincing cricket shot from Harry Brook. And a good over for England.
See, what I thought you were about to say is, do you think there will be a reaction when Brendan McCullum speaks after the game? But of course, he won't do the post-match.
Not today, no.
He won't do the post-match interview with Sky, will he? You know, so Joe Root will go and speak to Athers, and it will be broadcast up on the big screen, but Brendan won't. I wonder what reaction he would get if England are to lose this game today or tomorrow, and if he was to speak and his face was to appear up on that screen. I wonder what the reaction would be in the crowd.
64 for 3 here at the Oval. Cameron Ponsonby joined by Jon Norman on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm wondering that myself. I can't quite work out the temperature of the room. Nathan Smith in, keeper up to the stumps. That's straight, and Joe Root turns the ball round the corner for a single.
So back in 2014, England had just been beaten by Australia 5-0, and India were the visitors. Alistair Cook had come under a lot of criticism in the media because of the situation surrounding Kevin Peterson and the fact that the Ashes had been lost. First test, if memory serves, first test of the series was at Lord's, and England allowed themselves to be bounced out by Ishant Sharma.
It does happen. Look, these things happen.
Very rarely at Lord's by Ishant Sharma. So England, I think, go 1-0 down.
Nathan Smith up to the crease, bowls. Straight again, defended, no run.
Now, as we know, Ashes defeats often spell the end for England's skippers. So he was under pressure, and, you know, there'd been a lot of noise in and around the decision to let Kevin Peterson go out to pasture forever. And the second test was played in Southampton at the Ageas Bowl, as it was at the time, I think, Hampshire's cricket ground. And something occurred that just made me think.
Smith in again. Brook on strike, short, pulls. It's almost a forehand topspin from Harry Brook. He's flicked the ball over to the leg side for 4 runs. Brook moves on to 22. So go on then, what did happen at the Ageas Bowl that made you think?
So after the defeat at Lord's, I was in the stairwell on the way to the presser, or somewhere, I can't remember exactly where it was, and I saw 2 cricket journalists of some note who are still working today, and I saw them come to the conclusion between themselves that was Alistair Cook done as captain. You know, they were sounding each other out.
Smith, 4th ball of the over. Good length. Brook rocks back, defends down into the ground, no run.
In the way that we know it kind of works. Are we all, when are we going with this? Right?
Yep.
And it didn't quite happen. He survived the night, and he made it through to the next test. And when Alistair Cook walked out to bat at the Ageas Bowl, I will never forget the reaction of the cricket fans in the ground. They pretty much all rose to applaud him.
Smith in defended. It's just squirted off the outside edge. That's going to be 4 runs for Harry Brook. Well bowled by Smith. Had Brook in a little bit of a pickle. But as it happens, 9 runs off the over, still with a ball to go. England 73 for 3. I'm not certain Brendan McCullum would have the same reception at this point.
Not Brendan.
Ben Stokes.
And it just makes me wonder what reaction at Trent Bridge is the crowd going to give? Because I think the press, the cricket media, tie themselves into knots a little bit, and they go very, very specific.
Smith to finish his over. That's short, pulls, it's up in the air. Ravindra sets off in pursuit. There should just be a couple. It won't reach the boundary. An expensive over for New Zealand. 9-11 off it, even. 75 for 3 after 19.
So I think we, as cricket journalists, have just spent the last 7 days of our lives, 10 days of our lives, going one way, then the other, and we're hearing this and we're hearing that, and we've been briefed this, and then we've heard a rumour about that, and we think A, B, C, and D one day, and E, F, G, and H, and X, and yada, 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 and on it goes. And I think that the 90% of the England cricket fans that pay to come and watch England cricket don't give a stuff about any of it. They base everything.
O'Rourke from the pavilion end. Brook on strike, and that is vintage Joe Root. Leans back, cuts the ball away, down to deep third man for 4 runs. Root echoes around the oval. And just for the moment, you can forget England's troubles. You've got 2 of their best out in the middle.
And that's all that people care about. Right now, the people that have been looking forward to a day's cricket all year, and the majority of these people will only come to one day a year, all they care about is watching 2 of their favourite batters score runs. That is it. It's really, really basic. And 90% of the England followers, that's all they care about. And I think, just as in 2014, when Alistair Cook walked out to bat, the majority of England cricket fans thought, A, there is a phenomenally good batter that we're very lucky to have, and he's brought me a lot of good memories. B, he's the England captain and deserves respect. And C, he's a good guy and doesn't deserve all this.
O'Rourke in again. That'll be 4 runs again. This time off the front foot, just glided down to deep third. Just the tiniest bit of width on offer from O'Rourke. And Root's made the most of it. He now moves on to 34. You look up and he's on 30. It's good to be being able to say that for the past 14,000 test runs. New Zealand have 1 slip and a gully in place, and a very wide, deep third. He just angled his bat, ran it away. Could you say there's a hill there?
Yeah.
Slight slope. Down the slope, 4 runs.
Yeah. Yeah. You'd be happy with your kid walking out into the sea on that slope. It's not a drop-off, is it?
Third ball of the over. This time it's straighter, and that's defended. I do agree with you in that. I remember I did a kind of Q&A event last week after, I think it was about 24 hours after all the news had broken. Within that room, it was 90% of people put their hands up for no, I want Stokes to stay, and it was 10% who said no, I think it's his time to go. I have no doubt that Stokes will be given a hero's welcome at Trent Bridge. He's currently 95 not out at tea, by the way, for Durham. But I do think I feel a little bit duped by the whole situation currently because of the kind of gravitas and almost funeralistic tones that it's all been spoken about over the last week. This time left alone outside the off stump. For it to go from something which sounded pretty serious, England were talking about it, let's be plain about it, about his kind of mental health, and they were very concerned for his well-being. To go from that, where you're concerned about a public figure and someone you don't know him, because we don't know him, but you feel like you do, and you feel like you have an emotional connection with him, to then 48 hours later it being, nope, everything's fine again, you'll actually captain at Trent Bridge. You think, well, hang on, are we missing information here? How have we got to this point? How has there been such extreme swings from the potential for this person to be retiring to just being one match away playing for Durham? Short again, this time scooped up over the slips. Well, I said there was vintage Root earlier. I'm not sure if I've ever seen Root play a shot like this before. He's leant back and opened the face of his bat and just lifted the ball over the slip cordon for 4 more runs. Jon Norman, 463, doesn't look that far away at the moment.
Well, you can only imagine if England hadn't lost a wicket and they were playing like this, you'd actually be thinking it's on, wouldn't you? Well, how many overs? So he's seen off the new ball. There's not a lot of terrors in the pitch. No sign of that variable bounce that we saw on day 3. You know, you can imagine all the lines that were being pushed out there. Only 4-man New Zealand bowling attack.
No specialist spinner.
No specialist spinner. 7 specialist batters in their lineup. Somebody's got to break that record at some day. Records are there to be broken.
1 slip and 2 gullies in place to Joe Root. They're almost bowling to his strength here, and he's taken them on. O'Rourke to finish his over. This time gets straighter, and Joe Root looks to pull. I think it's come off the pad. They'll settle for 1. We'll wait for the umpire's signal whether or not that's a leg by. No, runs given. So at the end of the 20th over, England are 88 for 3 in pursuit of 463. O'Rourke 1 for 39 off 5 overs. His figures. That was a remarkable piece of batting. I can't quite emphasise enough how unusual that final boundary from Root was. You'll recognise sometimes you'll see batters almost lean back and ramp the ball over the slip cord, and sometimes in T20 cricket. But on this occasion, his bat was kind of round his waist, and he's just rotated his wrists to just lift the ball up and over the slip cord. And well, he scored 14,000 runs for a reason, and that is one of them.
Yeah, it's almost a surprise that you haven't seen him play that shot many, many times before, because he looks so in control of it. You know, a lot of the time when batters do that, you see them really, you know, if you're going to do it, you flash hard and all that kind of stuff. He didn't even do that, did he?
I've just kind of had a nice bit of symmetries. I've realised that Joe Root made his Test debut 14 years ago. It's 14,000 Test runs. So just an image of consistency to be churning out 1,000 Test runs a year for a decade and a half.
Is he going to break Sachin's heart?
Well, this
is
the
he going
whole
to break?
thing. That
is he going to break the hearts of 1.5 billion people?
Nathan Smith in from the Vauxhall end. Root on strike, and this time tucked around the corner. Should just be a couple. Root hairs back and takes on the fielder in the deep. Makes it home comfortably. Well, this is the whole thing. He can make it. And not only can he make it, he can time it that he overtakes Tendulkar in Mumbai. 50 partnership between these two, and more to the point, it's not just 50 runs scored, it's off 42 balls faced. They're racing along here at the best part of 7 runs and over. He might catch Sachin today.
I'd love it. I'd love it if talkSPORT had that series.
So it's just pulled away. Let's see who's got in the way here. We can just poke our head over the gantry. It was, I think that was the drone.
I think it was. Do you know, for a second there, I thought what it was, the drone was going for a close-up of the guilty person. Now I think it was actually the drone itself.
Well, Sky Sports have a new toy this week, or maybe it was for this series. Now there's a very ominous-looking drone that just hovers around the oval.
It's dystopian, isn't it? It's very 1984.
Smith in again. Straight again, tucked around the corner. Down to fine leg for 1 run.
They'll be everywhere one day. Wait, what are you doing down there? Nothing, sir. Empty your pockets.
It's been remarkable because you've seen some. Do you remember the blimps? Where it was the M-Power blimp, and it would hover somewhere near the Test cricket ground, and there'd be a camera there for the skyline shots.
Yeah, I mean that comes from American culture, isn't it? That's the Goodyear blimp.
I thought it was Ashes 2005 culture.
Yeah, but I think before that it was the Goodyear blimp.
No, I don't believe you.
I swear that's on a Simpsons somewhere.
Nathan Smith, swing and a miss from Harry Brook. More clean glove work from Tom Blundell, who's really impressed across this series with bat in hand, but I guess mainly with the gloves. We've all been taken by wicketkeepers showing this new skill set, which they've obviously always possessed, but only really recently been asked to show off. Which is stand up to the stumps against 82, 83 miles an hour. Smith turns at the top of his mark. 3 runs of 3 balls this over. Brook on the strike. Bowls, defended into the ground, and it's a textbook Harry Brook for defensive.
One of the depressing things about getting older is that the moment you realise things aren't necessarily getting better.
Oh yeah, what's getting worse then?
Well, I'd love to have a Goodyear blimp up in the sky right now, or an M-Power hot air balloon. Right, Concorde? There's no Concorde.
Yep, there's no Concorde.
There's no Goodyear blimp. The World Cup's rubbish now.
What? Why is the World Cup rubbish?
Because it goes on forever and there's no jeopardy in the first round of games. The group stage is a complete farce. It's just a money-making exercise.
Smith in, Brook on strike, full, driven up to mid-off, and that'll be no run.
Not as much Test cricket played. 2 Test series, 1 Test series. Is 1 Test a series? That's no, I'm not asking that. Of course it isn't. I was thinking this. Could you imagine if the Lord's Test had been a 1 Test series? Can you imagine?
Well, we can wait 12 months and find out what it's like. I think Pakistan's going to be in town. They might be doing that as a 1 Test series. I think it's weird because in England, though, I think we're probably playing more Test cricket than we ever have. It's just around the world.
No, we're not. We're not playing more Test cricket than we ever had. There used to be 6 Test Ashes series.
That is true. But I remember recently we had 17 Tests in a calendar year. Hang on, I'm sorry to interrupt you, John, but something incredibly exciting is happening.
You're interrupting yourself.
I'm sorry to interrupt myself. The rings are out to see if the ball has gone out of shape. Now we have the incredibly exciting moment where a man in a white shirt comes out with a kind of briefcase of balls.
Wait 1 second, the Martian and the American. This is when the Martian and the American are here to try and work out what the hell this crazy game's all about.
There was an amazing, I think it was a tweet, so it was obviously 100% true, about 5 or 6 years ago. And someone was talking about how they'd taken their Italian friend to a game here at the Oval, maybe a T20. And their friend hadn't quite gathered the idea of when the ball's live and when the ball's dead. So they thought that the way that the wicketkeeper got the ball back to the bowler was part of the tactics. How do we get it back to them? Are we going to go to mid-wicket? Which way are we going? What signs are we showing?
I can understand that because I remember when Team Frisbee started up and I was living around Clapham Common at that point. And I remember going past Clapham Common where this group of people were playing Frisbee as a team sport.
Yeah.
And I couldn't work out what was going on because I could see 2 teams or 2 formations, 2 groups of people clearly in a sporting formation doing something, but I couldn't see any ball. And for a while I thought I was watching some kind of experimental dance routine.
That's very southwest London. That's where it's in the feeling.
Yeah, you wouldn't get that in
geography.
No, wouldn't get that in South London, just southwest.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
You've presented the accents accurately and perfectly. So, do we have a new ball? We're kind of trying to peer out and get any clues from the umpires. England's series of 12th men have scampered on. So too is the physio or the medic, and he's given Joe Root a couple of pills to manage, I don't know, some paracetamol, maybe a dextrose, maybe a glucose tablet. I don't believe we're going to have a change of ball. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. But Nathan Smith is spinning the one he has in his hand, and he's ready to complete his over. 1 ball remaining. His figures are 4.5 overs, 0 for 27 so far.
You've played a lot more cricket than I have. What is the signal that a ball has been changed? Does an umpire actually make a signal?
No, I don't. They don't. There isn't a signal for that. And I've said that with confidence because I'm 99% certain I'm correct. Smith in. Short. Pulled again. 4 runs again. Well, goodness me. I've undersold him there. It's gone all the way for 6. It was just a flick of the wrists from Harry Brook. The power he must have to be able to play the ball that far, strike the ball that far from so little effort. He moves on to 34 off 24. And this is not the Baz ball of old where England are playing rash shots and you feel that there's a dismissal round the corner. They're playing pretty sensible cricket here and flying along nevertheless.
Who needs foot movement? See, that's the other thing. All this talk about, Harry Brook's got a problem with the keeper up behind the stumps. People make decisions based on 1 or 2 innings, right? Well, seems pretty okay with it right now.
So since we've come out after the tea break, 5 overs have been bowled, and England have scored 43 runs. It's a run rate of 8.6. And can I just paint a picture there? There was a
That's
seam
literally
bowler,
your
yes,
job.
There was a seam bowler with a wicketkeeper up to the stumps, and he got pulled for 6. It's a series of events I think is incredibly rare. Kyle Jamieson, change of bowling from the pavilion end. Full, driven but well fielded at cover.
One of the glorious things about cricket that still keeps me so enthralled in this game is there are times when you will watch a game where it looks almost impossible to score a run, and then within half an hour it looks like you'll never see a wicket fall again. These two are batting so comfortably, it's almost like they're both they've both cheat coded it.
Well, the unfortunate news for England is they still need 366 to win. But for the meantime, they're flying along. Kyle Jamieson in again. Root on strike. Muted appeal from Jamieson. I think there was a bit of bat involved. We've also realised Kyle Jamieson has a very clear tell if he doesn't actually believe his LBW appeal is out, which is he asks the umpire. He just runs down with both his hands up in the air. It's a very kind of aesthetically pleasing celeb appeal. I can never say that word either. That one is statistic.
I agree. Geological, seismologic. No, I can't do it. They're the ones.
Those come up a lot in cricket commentary as well. So that's
they do in certain parts of the world. Parts of New Zealand.
Yep. Oh, so far a good bowling change for New Zealand. 2 dot balls to start with for Jamieson.
I was on the comms with Mel the other day and we hit upon something that I think we've missed out on. So we have a new show on talkSPORT. It's called How's That? For a Pod. It's hosted by Sam Ellard, Farrell's from Farrell's. Oh, Sam will tell me. What's your host's name again? What's your host's name on How's That? For a Pod? What's your host's name? Faraz. I was saying Farouz. Faraz and Georgie Heath when she's available. And yeah, we're just talking about how's that, right?
Jamieson into root. That's defended. 4 dots in the spin for New Zealand.
Actually, no, I'm just shoehorning in some cross promotion for another show. We weren't talking about the podcast at all.
That's okay.
She was commentating and she said Jamieson runs in and bowls and appeals, and the umpire says no dice, right?
Wow. Okay.
And I said, wow. Do you know what? How great would it have been if, when Alzat became a thing, whenever that was, 100, 200, 300 years ago, what also became a thing was what the umpire's response was.
Jamieson in again, left alone outside the off stump. I'd slightly say that it has become a thing what the umpire says in response, because the batter, well, they don't have to say anything. I don't suppose. You want an audible confirmation of out or not out?
No, I think if they had a catchphrase as well, because of course at the start it wasn't like the first person that ever played the game said, "How's that?" They said, "How was that?" Yeah. So if the umpire, and then over the years it's become, "How's that?" So if at the start the umpire just said, "No dice," or he could have there could be different kind of like answers. You could have a soundboard of answers.
What a world we live in. Jamieson to finish. It's a maiden to just calm down the run rate a little bit. I've also just remembered that Nathan Smith started this session with a maiden as well. So those 43 runs were actually scored across 4 overs from New Zealand. 97 for 3 here after 22 overs. What would you have liked the umpire to have said in response if it was out or not out?
Well, I think no dice is a pretty good one.
No dice is pretty good.
And like how was that has been morphed. Is it morphed? Yeah, morphed into one word. No dice, which is 2 words, could also have been morphed as well. Could have become no dice. And that would also give you another opportunity for a podcast name.
Which would have been the most important part of the process.
And also, we are kind of pushing it now. I was involved in the decision-making process about what to name Sam Ellard's new show, and believe you me, they're pretty much all taken.
Is this the one that has become How's That?
Yeah. Which I was surprised didn't already exist. And I wasn't sold on it, I'll be honest with you. Do you know, in fact, I'll ask you, what would you think do you think as a name of a cricket show hosted by 3 people with 3 major topics, the big 3?
Nathan Smith pulled again by Harry Brook. It's picked up by no one, and it finds its way to the boundary. That's 100 up for England, and Harry Brook moves on to 38 of 25 balls. When Jon Norman, do we start deluding ourselves into the impossible?
Now. Do you know, one of the things that I noticed at Headingley in 2019, or one of the things that surprised me, was how early on the Western Terrace decided it was on. Like way before anyone else.
In again to Brook, full defended. It's that wonderful forward defensive he has, with such little foot movement. He just drops the ball, or drops the bat on top of the ball. So the big 3 is what you're saying.
Do you think the big 3 would be a good name for a cricket podcast?
It depends who the hosts are. If you had one Australian, one Englishman,
right, yeah, that would
and
make
one
more
Indian,
sense. Yeah, that would be good, actually.
You're flying then.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't get it over the line. I just had a lot of people going, well, I like cricket and I've never heard of the big three.
Nathan Smith into Harry Brook. Full again, beaten. Well taken by Tom Blundell. Bit of movement on the show there. I think that's just nipped away from the right-hander. Tom Blundell, his hands must really hurt after this game. Taking a pounding throughout.
He could coat them with breadcrumbs and we would be a lovely schnitzel, wouldn't it? Very thin.
Lovely. I actually had a friend who used to play cricket with Tom Blundell and gave him the nickname Strepsil because he was all chest in the gym. There you go. Nathan Smith in again. Defended down. They think about one and get sent back. Do you need me to run through that nickname again for you?
Yeah, I don't get it. Strepsil.
Strepsil.
Oh, chesty.
Yep.
Chesty. Oh, okay, yeah. Yep, that's a good one.
He thought it was funny anyway.
Did you have a nickname when you were a youngster? Well, you're still a youngster to me. You always will be.
Not really. I think you just come back. You go. You have Cammy, Cam. My favourite nickname is a friend of mine called
Camcorder.
Yep, that could work. One of my favourite nicknames is a friend of mine called Abid, whose nickname is Dibber, because Dibber is Abid backwards. And that's just it. There you go. Harry Barden, known as Pencil, HB. Nathan Smith driven out to the man on the fence. So just one run. Brook moves on to 39. Any Jon Norman nicknames kicking about?
I was called the Cheese Master for a very short period of time. And my friend Madeline was, you won't remember the word, which was a youth TV show that was aired on Friday nights by Terry Christian, and it was completely out there. It was brilliant. Go and check out what the American punk band L7 did when they were on it. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. But she was. It was a show with a crowd, right?
Nathan Smith into route. It's tucked around the corner. Split field from New Zealand. They think about two, but ultimately settle on one. 23 overs gone here at the Oval. 103 for 3. Harry Brook's on 39. Joe Root unbeaten on 43. More from Jon Norman about being the cheese master, and I'll make way for Neil Manthorp.
I mean, it's going to be difficult for Manners to pick up off this story, but essentially what happened was she was in the crowd. Is Stokes out? Didn't hit a century. 95. I feel like I'm telling a story that nobody wants to hear, so I'm going to wait. Let's see if Cam wants to ask me again when we're next on duty. Seems a bit foolish for my last thing to be something so ridiculous. Jamieson bowling, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket. 103 for 3 then. 360 the target for England, and New Zealand of course needs 7 wickets. Harry Brook is 39, Joe Root is 43, and Manners is about to pick up, and Jeremy Coney, the nervous Jeremy Coney no doubt, is about to come in.
Thank you very much indeed, Jon Norman. 100 up for England then. Brook and Root at the crease, and New Zealand know that this is where they can win the game. If they take these wickets before the close of play, it could be over by lunchtime tomorrow. However, if they are not dismissed by the close of play, who knows what might happen tomorrow. That's driven by Joe Root up to wideish mid-off. Nathan Smith moves to his left to gather, and it's another single. Root batting very much like the Joe Root of old, and Harry Brook is batting very much like the Harry Brook that he's always been. Brook not holding back, not in any way inclined towards taking a more defensive approach. Big target for England. 463. Smash the world record if they got there. Here's Jamieson again. Brook drives, thick outside half of the bat, runs away down to the third man boundary for 4. Lovely shot actually from Harry Brook all the way along the ground. Just purely because of the angle the ball has disappeared. I tend to think it must come off the outside half of the bat, but Brooks he has magic hands, and it may well be that Did actually open the face of the bat. It could well have come off the full face. Glenn Phillips in the gully, diving to his left. That one went between the solitary slip. Daryl Mitchell and Phillips in the gully. Man at deep backward point. Down the wicket comes Brook now and hammers this over extra cover. What a shot! Outrageous. Step and a half down the pitch. Smashes it over extra cover. Definitely playing for the draw. Jeremy Coney alongside me.
That's an impressive stroke, isn't it? I mean, I understand Jameson isn't quite the pace that he used to be, but to be charged like that and hit with such conviction. Away, the New Zealanders have been a bit culpable of dragging down, actually. That one wasn't.
Here's Jameson again, and Brook plays defensively. It was almost a premeditated defensive shot there from Harry Brooks, almost like he knows that the surge of adrenaline that follows after an audacious shot like the previous one. But you do, I mean,
He does that a lot, doesn't he?
yeah.
Charging, getting inside the line of the ball, opening up the area of extra cover through to wide, long off. That's a very much a Harry Brooks signature area and shot. Very good at it.
Here's Jameson again, bowls, and Brook opens the face of the bat, steers it once again between wide slip, the solitary slip, and Phillips in the gully, and it's 50 for Harry Brook. Oh, hello, he's getting a standing ovation. Not just from a smattering of people, from everybody. The Oval on its feet to applaud Harry Brooks' 50. I mean, it has been fun.
Hate to think what happens when he gets to 100. They'll be on their shoulders and they'll be throwing people at cartwheels.
Confetti.
With a pike thrown in just for good measure. Anyway, he has batted. He batted well.
51 off 33 balls.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. How many boundaries has Harry Brook hit? Sam Ellard's, he's doing the stats for us. 10 fours and a 6.
Yeah.
46 of his 51.
It's pretty Harry Brook, isn't it? Really?
That's Harry Brook plus. Ball is a big appeal for leg before wicket, and up goes the finger. He's reviewed it immediately, Joe Root. So he's obviously got a tickle off an inside edge. Well, I don't know if it's obvious. Maybe he thinks he's outside the line of off stump, but it looks straight. Root reviewed it immediately. Inside edge, I have to assume, because gosh, it was straight.
Yeah, well, let's just have a look at it. It's pitched, round about the off stump. Does the bat get in front? Yes, it does. And it looks to me as if there is an edge. Yep. He's lucky because it's only a fairly fine edge. Just got it, and it's only it is the edge of the bat, not the actual face of the bat, it's the edge.
Matt Henry's, he turned the game, to my mind, with the wickets of Root and Brook in quick succession in the first innings, both LBW. Yes, definitely inside edge from Joe Root onto his pad. Actually, you know...
The question is, did it hit the pad first? So that's might be an issue. We'll just see.
I don't think enough of it. I don't think it's...
Oh, dear.
It's not... the impact's outside the line.
Impact on the pad, so,
hey? Isn't it?
We'll stay with,
it's going to be out. It's going to be out. No, it's not. Oh, it's very close, though. Just calm down, everybody. Calm down. It was close. It was a close run thing. Whether it hit the pad first or at the same time, or was it simultaneous?
If it's simultaneous, then the pad counts, does it not?
Well, ah, dear. Well, he's hit it, and it's hit the pad at the same time.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah. Well, Matt Henry's proving to be a handful at the moment. He's New Zealand's best bowler in the first innings, and he's looking the most dangerous once again. And short outside the off stump, Joe Root just clips it away as you would with a cheeky teenager attempting to pick your pocket. He's just tapped that one top of the head down towards backward point for a single. There's a man sweeping out there on the cover boundary. Will O'Rourke and Nathan Smith are dropping deeper to give Harry Brook, not to give him a single, but just to say, you want to go over the top, just make sure you hit it cleanly. They've both dropped back 10 yards before this delivery. Here is Henry, bowls down the leg side. Brook clips it off his thigh pad, sets off for the single. Tom Latham picks up and has a shy at the non-striker's end, but Brook had comfortably made his ground, I fancy. I do like that New Zealand do things. They are creative. I mean, New Zealand have a history of having the most innovative and creative out-the-box thinking captains, beginning with Jeremy Coney probably, but through Martin Crowe, Stephen Fleming. Forward comes Joe Root once again, pushing that one gently up towards mid-off. But whereas England do things in extremes, the batsman is hitting out, they'll suddenly spread the field all over the place, have exotic fly slips and men in deep extra cover boundary. But whereas New Zealand just go mid-on and mid-off, drop 10. It's so much more sophisticated. It is pushed away by Root again, out towards extra cover, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. You can go over the top, Harry, that's all right, no problem. Just, don't miscue it. Ben Stokes has been dismissed at Chester Street for 95. He came to the crease at 30 for 3 for Durham in reply to Northamptonshire's. They got almost 400, didn't they? Here is Henry again, bowls, and that's Root playing again from the crease, quite deep in his crease it seems to me. That's because the keeper's standing up, and he manages to tuck it away on the leg side. No run. England 118 for 3. Brook 51 from 34 balls, 46 of those runs in boundaries. It's outrageous. Root 45.
Yeah, it's New Zealand have been, since the resumption of play, have been a bit culpable of bowling short through O'Rourke principally, and we saw Root really playing the ball very late under his eyes, and a range of shots that were able to access the third man, which was vacant at that time, and probably 60 to 70% of his runs were in that area.
It's Jameson now continuing to Harry Brook, turns it away out towards mid-wicket. Wasn't going to take a run, but Tom Latham somehow had a wet bar of soap moment, and the ball squirmed away from him, slipped out of his grasp, and ended up 5 or 6 yards away, so they did take a single.
So then they've had to change the bowling a bit, New Zealand, because of that O'Rourke wide and a little bit short, and that was taken toll of. Root mainly to third man, Brook of course on the onside. He likes to play the sort of the shovel pull for those sorts of deliveries.
Pushed away defensively by Root, out towards extra cover as Jameson is in once again.
So they've raced along with that, England, and I thought they had about sort of 40 runs off 4 overs at some point straight after tea, and so that's been hard to pull back from the New Zealanders. They're trying now. They've gone to Jameson and to Henry. Smith was knocked out of the attack as well, bowling a little bit too straight, and so New Zealand have had to go back and try to get some rest, some control.
Jameson in again, right up in the block hole. Root pushes it firmly straight back to the bowler. Just do some quick maths. Let's do it together, because it's quite late in the day and you've been working ferociously hard throughout the test match. But at the current rate, I'm thinking if England are still 3 down and Brook and Root are at the crease, they may well both have 100 at the close of play, and I think England would be close to 200. They would be. and that would leave them 260 to make on the last day. Driven away through square leg, and they take a single out to Rachin Ravindra, and that would be cause for conversation over a glass of wine this evening if they needed 260 on the last day with 2 men on 100.
Absolutely. Well, then they've kind of since, I don't know, but they've been at, they're about 5s, are they? Nearly 5s.
Yeah.
So-
no, yes, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Exactly. 4.7.
So they're well ahead of that 3.4 required.
Here is Jameson again, and it's over pitched and clipped away by Brook, but straight to mid wicket. No chance of a run there. Then they've got two debutants to come, 6 and 7. Highly talented debutants. James Root, Jordan Cox in particular. They have extremely similar first-class records, although Cox's is actually just marginally superior. They scored almost exactly the same number of runs, 4,000 of them. Both have got a dozen hundreds. Cox's average is a touch better by a run or so, 42 to 41. Jameson in again outside the off stump, steered away behind square. Cox is a part-time keeper, barely keeps any more these days, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's okay. That's it's a clause in my contract. I'm allowed to do that. Brook 52, Root 46, 120 for 3. We've got a couple of high-vis men running on from the England dressing room. Has Joe Root had a change of gloves? I think he has.
He's had 2 changes. It's been a pretty hectic time for him.
It's a more hectic time for Harry Brook. I'm still dazzled by Brook's boundary count in this innings. He's reached 50. I know that it's been. We should be used to it. I should be used to it. I haven't seen all of Bazball, but I mean, England need 463 to win. Harry Brooks walked out at 40 for 3 and reached his 50 from 33 balls. 10 fours and a 6. It's mesmerising stuff. Here is Matt Henry once more bowling to Joe Root. He has actually, but more significant than the change of gloves was a shedding of his sleeveless sweater. He wears one for longer than most players because of a stiff back. He likes to keep it warm, but it is pretty warm. Nowhere near as warm, by the way, as was forecast. It was supposed to be another 30-degree day. Not at all. It's been much cooler than that. Henry in again, and Root again plays defensively. I sense Henry's bowling very similar to that third spell in the first innings, and I just maybe because we've already seen Root LBW, but he looks a bit trapped in his crease to me. I sense pressure building. I think Joe Root would be better off down the other end, turned away out towards mid-on, just for a while, just a couple of balls or two. Am I imagining it?
No, I don't think you are. I think that Henry is. He's targeting those pads, and Root is. I think Root's very, very aware of it, and he's trying to get that bat out in front and not allow the ball coming back in to strike that pad first. He just managed it about an over or two ago.
Here is Henry again, and once more you see Root. He's playing quite deep, and the keeper standing up. I'm loving it. And Henry is so grooved at the moment. You know, pushed away defensively again by Root to Latham at extra cover. But it's like a metronome at the moment. Everything just so precise. Henry is a man right on top of his game. Here he is again. Drive, mistime, inside edge onto the pad. Henry's holding his head in his hands, running his fingers through his hair. He knows as well. What an extraordinary career of two halves. Matt Henry averaged 47 for his wickets in his first 10 tests. 16 and a half.
Really?
Yes. It's
I
like
didn't know. I didn't know it was that different.
severe, isn't it? Amazing.
Well, he got off the pine at last, didn't he? He was sitting down there watching games for a long time.
It's Henry in again and nudged away defensively by Root once more out towards Nathan Smith at mid-on. Beautiful over, lovely, lovely over. Questions asked with every ball. Root had the answers, but he had to think about them. 120 for 3.
I don't think he would have had those 10 tests contiguous, you know, one after the other. I think there would have been a lot of gaps to get to that first 10. But his last bit, of course, he's been one of the first picked, and rightly so.
He's capable of bowling considerably quicker than he has been doing in this test match, but again I think that's just an assessment of conditions, isn't it? And also I think he's you know, figured out that longer spells may be required in these conditions, and that's Jameson in again. Harry Brook pushes that one out to Latham at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And I think actually, to be fair, he's sort of setting his stall out to bowl longer spells. There isn't fire and zip required, really.
No, no, it's certainly appropriate for what the conditions are saying. He's nipping it a little bit, not significant, but enough to beat from the middle of the bat, to beat the inside edge. Just 1 or 2 and over, but he's making them very watchful.
Wide slip and a gully. Jameson in, bowls. Brook opens the face of the bat. Steers that one behind square to Ravindra, sweeping on the backward point boundary. How does Harry Brook look? How's he able to drive the ball so far behind square on the offside? How does that happen?
Well, he either opens the blade slightly upon impact, so that it's really no different from a drive, other than the fact the bat face is squarer, or he gets his body slightly angled.
Here's Jameson again, bowls. Root is forward, guiding that one out into the covers.
I have a sense too that Jameson is bowling a little wider of the stumps, hoping that the ball will angle back in. And that may be the other reason, that it's just a little bit, say, sort of 6th stump, 5th stump, that sort of area, not coming back in so much. He's looking for an error. He's looking for perhaps a little bit of movement. Very different from the O'Rourke situation we had before, bowling short and quite fast, wide.
Opens the face of the bat once again. Beautifully done, Joe Root. That's just so delicately played and timed. And he reaches 50. The England captain. It's another standing ovation. We're just a reminder that we're in the crowd. I mean, we literally have members of the public within touching distance, which is not unique, but very, very rare at a test match venue, and it's a special place to be, actually, and you can just see the belief, I think, in this crowd. They've got their 2 main men for a long period of time last year and this year, numbers 1 and 2 in the test rankings. Jameson in again, bowls. Root guides this one out on the leg side once more to Captain Latham at mid-wicket, and they scurry through for another single. Brook 53, Root 51, England 126 for 3. You know what I can't help thinking? Now would be a good time, or sometime in the next, got just over an hour and a half to go before the close of play. And I was talking about innovative thinking and the history that New Zealand have had with doing unprecedented things. Oh, that's a good delivery from Jameson. Suddenly out of nowhere, he's gone whizzing past Harry Brook's outside edge. Gosh, that was suddenly, and Brook also knows that there was something a bit different about that, because he's walked down to the offending area where that ball pitched and has given it a gentle prod rather than an angry prod, because if there is a crack there, you don't want to be opening it up anymore. So, Jerry, what I can't help thinking is would this be a good time to try and buy Harry Brook's wicket? Before they got too many more, hour and a half to go.
In what way?
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
You're the innovative thinker. It's my idea. I don't know how to implement it. You would be the one to pull it off.
Well, he certainly can just play a loose shot. There's no doubt about that.
Here comes Matt Henry, and it's nudged away square of the wicket on the offside. See, if you were the captain and I had this idea, I'd come to you and I'd say, Skipper, what about Glenn? Why don't we get Glenn to bowl, slip in a long hop, have a couple of men on the leg side boundary?
Well, they certainly could use, I wouldn't bowl the spinners for too long, but I'd change things around.
3 overs, I'm thinking.
I think changing things around is a possibility. At the moment, while Henry's going, I think I'd just leave it a little bit at the moment for now.
Steered away behind square on the offside. And of course, there's no run, 127 for 3. It would be accompanied with some clever words, which also New Zealanders are very, very good at. And so, because Brook is an ego player, obviously. And he'd be thinking, I can't have this former wicketkeeper bowling off spin at me. Here's Henry again. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and up goes the finger, and it's been reviewed again, this time by Harry Brook. I thought it might be Joe Root who would be trapped, but it's Henry is bowling like a master at the moment. His little cutters, little nibblers and what, but Harry Brook also, like Root, reviewed it straight away.
Well, it's been given out, and that means it's only just got to be touching the stumps. Has he hit it? We'll wait until let you know in a moment.
Well, the review was immediate. Or if he hasn't hit it, he's gone.
Very close to the bat, so
isn't he?
I don't think he's hit that. I think the ball, if you look at that, I think it's just brushed into the... Oh, he has. Just a very, very, again, a very fine edge.
Adrian, I'll get you to overturn your original decision to not out.
I'm not saying any more about that as a New Zealander.
We both sensed that a wicket was coming for Henry. Honestly, he did them both in the first innings in quick succession. He's bowling magnificent wobble seams, and jeepers, that is the faintest of edges.
It is. Crowd aren't on their feet there.
Here's Henry again. Goodness gracious me. Brook back and across, defends out on the offside. Yes, I wasn't advocating the taking Henry out of the attack and buying a wicket with Glenn Phillips. Just thinking, when Henry's done, you slip on your off spinner and you have a couple of men on the field, and I am being quite sort of serious about, just like third ball of the over, drop one short. He'd probably hit it, out of the ground, but he might not. And you can afford it when you're defending 463 as a target. That's pushed up towards mid-on, fielded by Smith, single take.
I think if you're going to operate that plan, you need to do it earlier rather than later. And it certainly is a possibility. I think there's enough wear on this pitch as well that the left armour and also the off-spinner can get some assistance if they just manage to land a good ball. So that, again, was fine enough that the umpire didn't pick up the inside edge at all. Both given out, weren't they?
Yep. Both flicked away through the onside. Lovely shot from Joe Root. Lovely hands closing the face of the bat at the moment of impact, and they threw for another couple. It's the end of the over. It's the end of our spell. We'll talk more about creative thinking in a black cap a little later on. Just a very quick word from you, Jerry, and Melinda Farrell will take over from me and Jon Norman.
Thanks, Manners. Yeah, it's been a good period of play, obviously, for the England side, with these two key batsmen getting set, and straight after tea, some deliveries they could attack, and they did that proficiently. And they've got themselves now into a bit of a rhythm with the batting. There's been a couple of close LBW shouts, but that's all.
Jamison in, bowls to Brook, who defends back to the bowler.
So it's a good battle. At the moment, it's 130 for 3. It's a long way to go for England, but they're looking comfortable enough. There's not too much movement for the bowlers. There's no swing. The cloud cover is high enough, I think, that New Zealand just got to hang in there. It doesn't take much just for one of those inside edges to not quite register.
Brook waits, in comes Jamison. It's good bounce, but he gets on top of it, pushes it into the offside. Thank you very much, Jeremy Coney. Well, my goodness me, how much do you love Test cricket? Oh, what an afternoon it's been. And you have to feel for Matt Henry, who has busted a gut. And when he thought he had Brook there, the double fist pump, he fell to the ground in joy, thinking, yes, finally I have him. Just as we saw with Root earlier, the review came in straight away. And this time it's Brook who survives. He's there now as in comes Jamison, a little inside edge. It just squirts down towards long leg. They come through for a single as O'Rourke comes in. He's warming up to O'Rourke as he goes back to his position on the boundary. So perhaps we will see him soon, as I'm joined by Jon Norman. I was just saying, good Test cricket's wonderful, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic few days, and I mean, that 4-over spell when England were just hitting the ball to all parts. And also, you know, the crowd needed a little bit of something, didn't they? It's just been a little bit too one-sided for much of the last couple of days, but now something to cheer about.
Root plays late to Jamison, and he played it into the ground. It ends up rolling down towards first slip. It was okay. I mean, we had 7 wickets in the last session, and England really looked absolutely on the ropes. There we've just seen some extraordinary batting, has to be said, from Root and Brook. It's been an entertaining partnership.
Well, it has, but it hasn't looked as though runs, how do I phrase this? There's been enough out there for the bowler.
Oh yeah, well, we've had near misses, inside edges, as Root waits for Jamison again. He just flicks it off the pads, beats the diving fielder at mid-wicket. It's Nicholls. I'll just get the single because there's protection in the deep. It's one of those ones where you think, well, New Zealand, they just have to stay patient and believe that sooner or later one of these near misses is going to actually be a wicket, and you get rid of one of this pair and all of a sudden it looks quite a bit more uncertain as far as England are concerned.
Look, Jamison's getting the inside edge. There's a couple of keeping low. Matt Henry's been brilliant.
And next ball from Jamison is just carved out towards deep point. A fielder running in keeps it to 2.
There's been those 2 very, very close LBW shouts. And what's been really interesting to my mind is that England know exactly what Matt Henry's trying to do. He's bowling very, very close to the wicket. He's bowling very straight, and he's getting the ball to move in. With the keeper up behind the stumps, neither Brook nor Root can disrupt his length. And he's not... They can't really do much about the line either. And there are balls going on, there are balls coming in. We've seen 2 LBW decisions, the second of which was very, very close. Very fine edge. The first one on another day, I think it was the right decision to overturn it. But, you know, if this was a really close game, if this was an Ashes test, you can imagine that there would be a discussion about whether there was enough there to overturn the on-field call. But all saying that, it was the right call. I think it was the right decision. But they do not seem to know or have any answer to how Matt Henry is operating.
Well, Matt Henry is in once more, and the first ball's driven by Brook, but not very far, just up into the covers. Yeah, in fact, well, the funny thing you say that about the Ashes, I was just watching a clip of, I think it was 2013 Ashes, where Root had a very similar decision in the Ashes test, where they reviewed it for about 10 minutes. And on that occasion, he ended up being given out. Very similar. Did it hit bat or pad first? He's there now, Root, and plays that one late outside the off stump out to point. They come through for a single. Will O'Rourke walking back towards us again, going through his bowling warm-up. So imagine a change is not far away. But Matt Henry, I mean, he's done everything, hasn't he, Matt Henry? We talked before about, you know, this whole very smart tactic of the keeper coming up to the stumps, and Blundell's been a constant presence there when Matt Henry's been bowling. And how would Brook in particular combat that? Henry is in and bowls, turned into the leg side. It's just going to be the one run. Nicholls is after it. Latham, I beg your pardon, that was fielding mid-wicket. Yeah, because we saw Harry Brook play a particularly outrageous shot where he just fell backwards and somehow flicked the ball over the offside boundary for 6, and then he was really hamstrung from that point in time. As Henry bowls to Root, plays late again, as far as the gully, and what he did today is, as soon as he was in that hamstrung position again, he actually played a load of just different kinds of outrageous shots, but from within the crease without moving around. So it feels like it's settled a little bit now, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the criticisms of the Bazball era is that all the batters seemingly are trying to score.
As Henry's in, it's punched out through point. There's a fielder in the deep, they just get a single.
In similar ways, or at same strike rate. And, you know, the great sides, and of course this isn't a great side, you know, all the top 6 would have very different ways about going about their game. And that's where the strongest teams usually find themselves, because if you've got 6 batters who are all very strong at scoring runs, but do so in a different way, with different techniques and different mindsets, then that's 6 different problems for the bowlers. Rather than just everybody trying to do the same thing, and then essentially makes it easier for the opposition.
Next ball from Henry is played into the ground by Brook, and it pops up for Henry to take it with his right hand to finish off the over with England 137 for 3. Brook on 58 and Root on 57. I've got my sunglasses on, so I just have to double check.
All right, Glenn Phillips.
But it's the other thing about great sides is it's our whole thing about when to absorb pressure and when to apply it. I would dearly love to be able to put a microphone on these two and be privy to their discussions, because it felt like they were backs to the wall and then they suddenly decided to turn the attack around and put pressure on the bowlers. Now it feels like that they've done that for a while, and there's been a bit of a time of absorbing pressure with those inside edges. Now we have a change in the bowling, and O'Rourke has come into the attack as predicted from the pavilion end. So how does that change things now?
Well, it's not quite like for like, is it, Jamieson and O'Rourke? They are similar types of bowler, though. And I think that O'Rourke will try and exploit whatever variable bounce is out there, for one.
He's over the wicket to Root, who rides this one, gets on top of the bounce.
We saw a couple of balls keep very, very low yesterday, but of course that was with New Zealand bowling, Josh Tongue essentially bowling from the pavilion end, but to left-handers. So the area of the field where we did see that very low bounce is not an angle of attack for these bowlers when they've got two right-handers to bat at. So that's not going to be an issue. But certainly, both of these bowlers try and extract.
Here's O'Rourke. It's come off the inside bottom part of Root's bat and just skewed out to mid-wicket.
But whatever is there to be exploited in the track, you would have thought both O'Rourke and Jamieson will do so. So you've got those two at the pavilion end, and then Nathan Smith and Matt Henry, who in terms of stature are quite similar. Then they're not actually outrageously similar, those two, are they? And Smith at the start of his career is more of a bowling all-rounder, second change. Matt Henry, of course, is a new ball bowler with 10 years experience on Nathan Smith.
O'Rourke into Root, who defends this one out into the covers. No run.
Can I keep a little low, that one? It's difficult with the batter when he's back to us, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Literally, the batter is disguising the ball as it pitches.
As a neutral, and I suppose we're all neutrals, what score? How many do you think these two need to add for
New
for
Zealand
you to
get
start?
Nervous?
Yeah, for New Zealand for the England fans to start believing. Another 130.
I was thinking about that. Let me just we'll call this one. As O'Rourke is in and bowls to Root, who just watches this pass by. I was actually contemplating that when Brook and Root were going on their assault, but we're certainly not there, and we're not going to be there for a while. I mean, I think these two would both have to get a century and be looking comfortable out there, and maybe at that stage might England start believing. I think New Zealand will just be feeling, look, let's just stay patient. Let's just wait. One of these is going to come. I don't think they're going to feel nervous for at least another maybe 150, 200 runs. As in comes O'Rourke, and again it's left alone by Root. There's still 326 runs to win they need, England. That is a lot of runs in the second innings. And every time... So here's the thing about England and this whole Bazball era, so-called Bazball. Anytime like you'd be in a situation like this before they started playing like they did, that they're age old. I'll never forget how many times I was watching a test match when it would come to a fourth innings chase and it'd be going really well, and you think, oh, maybe could it? And then, of course, it would all fall in a heap. As in comes O'Rourke, left alone, again a little bit wider outside off stump. And that's the end of his first over, 137 for 3.
Yeah, sorry, Mel. You're only ever one ball away, right? And this is a pitch where you feel, with the amount of inside edges that we've seen, two of which have saved England. There was a drive against Matt Henry which could have seen the end of Joe Root. It was an inside edge back onto the pads when he was on the drive. There's been... Cole Jamieson's got maybe 4 inside edges. It just does not feel like this is a kind of pitch which is going to allow England to eat. If they get close, then well done, England. I will just counter what, though, because, you know, you only have to go back 12 months when they nearly chased down 370. And they came within 50 of that score. They still had quite a few wickets, and it was just for a poor shot. And there was a lot of criticism about Harry Brook for that shot, but I kind of got it. You know, I did get it. But essentially, somebody's going to have to break this record at some point. It just doesn't feel like this is the pitch to do it on, because, you know, say you had Stokes and Smith to come in next, then Robinson and Atkinson, or even Atkinson and Carse, or a Wokes type.
Even with one arm.
Even with one arm, you'd be feeling very differently about this target than you do right now, which is, for all of this wonderful entertainment and the fact that these two class Yorkshire batters are two of the best that England have ever produced, with 2 debutants to come and then Jofra Archer, you're kind of feeling, I can't see this. I can't see England coming close.
But the point I was making is too, though, that in the early years of the so-called Bazball era, the players are having a drink. By the way, you're not missing anything if you're listening. Before that, you always thought, look, this is going to come unstuck at some time. And then, of course, they started changing that narrative because they were doing things that you suddenly thought, look, this is ridiculous. You can't do this. And then teams adapted and they counted and they were getting patient. And now we don't know where we are with this new version of this team. And I think you're right. And I just don't know where New Zealand will be, which is why when you say when do they get nervous or when do England start believing, the problem is what's to come, as you said.
And what's happened, because England were 40 for 3. Zach Crawley didn't hit the first ball through the covers for 4. Ben Ducket didn't go a strike rate of 92 and make it, a half century. Crawley, essentially, a lot of those run chases were based on Crawley and Ducket putting on 100 for the first wicket, setting England up. And then they'd usually lose a couple, right? But then they had Root to come in. And then you had Johnny Bairstow batting as well as he ever did in his entire career for 18 months. A Ben Stokes that was still scoring runs and, achieving great things. So it was very, that's why it's so important, those wickets with the new ball. And we spoke about this yesterday. This is a new ball wicket. It's just that neither England nor New Zealand bowled particularly well with the new ball in the first 2 innings. But they've corrected their lines, their lengths. They got the breakthroughs. And now, look, we could be a third of the way through one of the most famous partnerships in the history of Test cricket. For England to win, that needs to be true. Because these two, I suggest, of the 326 still to get, probably need to score 200 of them.
At least.
200 of them, that means they both hit 150 each, right? Then, between Cox, Root, Archer, you need to get 30s and 40s, and Josh Tongue comes in and biffs it around. And Sonny Baker wins the game, right?
Oh, we're a long, long way. The players are refreshed, and here is Henry. First ball. He's probing away again at the defence of Brook. Plays it out into the offside. Yeah, we are a long, long way. And that's what I mean. I've been at so many tests where a team was going well in the chase. And you just get that, feeling maybe something special could happen. And it just never did. Probably until Headingley 2019, I reckon, was the first time I saw a miracle. Henry's in, bowling, and it's played into the gully by Brook.
Gary Morgan's just messaged, and
hello, Gary.
Joe Root has had 7 inside edges this innings so far. Joe Root has faced 96 deliveries, so on average, he's probably, the full shot percentage, I imagine, is probably 10%.
We're about 1 in 13, do you reckon?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there would have been a couple of other, little moments in there. If your full shot percentage on this pitch is about 10%,
you're going to get one.
You'd think, right? That's not particularly high.
And now Brook turns the next ball from Henry into mid-wicket, no run.
The other thing as well is, of course, this pitch is famous for getting flatter and flatter and then, flattening out some more. Yesterday, with Bethel bowling at the Vauxhall end and Josh Tongue bowling at the Pavilion end, with the turn Bethel was getting, and we will see a bit of spin at some point, and the invariable bounce at the Pavilion end, it looked like there was absolutely no chance.
Henry over the wicket to Brook, and he's gone, edged to slip, and that is the moment Daryl Mitchell takes the catch. And this wonderful partnership and entertaining innings from Brook comes to an end. England lose their 4th for 137. The patience of New Zealand pays off, and that's just reward for Matt Henry.
And that's it, isn't it? It has been brilliant bowling from Matt Henry. He has consistently threatened the inside edge. He's consistently threatened the front pad, but he's also threatened the outside edge. I mean, it's perfect. On this pitch, and what a miss he was at Lord's, by the way. He wasn't fully fit and couldn't bowl in first innings. On this pitch, Matt Henry is exactly the kind of bowler that Joe Root right now, as he changes his gloves and takes a pill and has a drink, is thinking, I wish I had Matt Henry to call upon when I was captaining. Absolute brilliance from a brilliant bowler who, let's forget, for the vast part of his career, has had to sit and watch when the Black Caps were playing Test cricket because he couldn't get in ahead of Trent Boult, Tim Southey, Neil Wagner and even Cole Jameson.
Yeah, it is just rewards, not just in this Test, but in his career in general. I've loved watching Matt Henry blossom, really, since the retirements of Boult and Southey into what people would have thought would be an unlikely spearhead of the attack. And he has done that. It's been brilliant.
Well, it was interesting. One of the many little nuggets that interested me was that Kane Williamson bows out of international cricket at pretty much exactly the same age that Henry Nicholls comes back into the side, right? I wonder, and Gary will be listening, I wonder how old are the bowlers, how old are Southey and Boult when they stop playing for New Zealand?
Here's James Roux, next batter in, first ball, turns it around the corner, not quite fine enough to reach the boundary as Longleg comes running around, but he's off the mark. Oh, what a moment this is for Roux. He's got 2 off his first delivery. He looked, I thought he looked pretty good in the first innings until he started hooking and kept hooking even though it was fraught.
He's a very, very good batter, and he is a guy that people have been talking about as an absolute certainty to play for England over the last few years. There was none of this, Emilio Gay, how's he going to go? What about Jordan Cox or Jacob Ethel?
Henry Root, next ball, pushes it out to point, no run.
Has Jacob Ethel played enough first-class cricket? Should it be Emilio Gay or Ben McKinney or Dominic Sibley? James Roux was always going to play for England and will play for England again after this Test match. Maybe not as wicketkeeper, but he will play again. He is a phenomenal young talent. He's got a great mentality. He's a winner. And I was really pleased today that he picked up that rebound catch, Geraint Jones style. So we'll see how he goes. Saying that, part of me was wondering whether they might send Jordan Cox in first.
Ah, interesting. Well, to just sort of push things up, end of the over, by the way, England 139 for 4. So we're just going to start a new over from O'Rourke. It's Root on strike, and O'Rourke is in and bowls, and that's worked into the leg side behind square leg. And Smith is quick, fires the ball in, but it's good running between the wickets. And they're back for a second. Root retains the strike. This is going to be bad with Root and Roux. Root and Roux batting together. It's a commentator's nightmare. Root and Roux.
A commentator's nightmare.
You sounded like Joe Root there.
Well, I was doing an impression of you. So make of that what you will.
I do like to do a Joe Root impersonation. Here's O'Rourke, bowls through. He lets this one go outside the off stump. Yeah, well, I do know too, I shouldn't, but I do pay attention to some online chatter, and I think there were plenty of critics for Roux, for his keeping first and foremost, and the drop catches.
One of the great things about this country is that there are a lot of people employed to write about this amazing game. And in New Zealand, you got Alders, who is great, don't get me wrong, but there is only one Alders.
Next ball is just ridden from Root, and he just guides it down to deep backward point.
I mean, even in Australia, Mel, look at all these Aussies that come over here trying to steal our jobs. right?
I'm a dual citizen, thank you very much.
Oh, I forgot you're
Aren't you?
Australian.
Hang
Sorry.
on, aren't you a Kiwi?
Yeah, I suppose I am a Kiwi. I'm not a Kiwi. No, I'm not. My kids are dual nationals, and my wife is, but I'm not a Kiwi. But look, we're very fortunate to you know, I think our sport can be rightly envious of other sports in terms of, you know, publicity, interest, sponsorship. But in terms of the quality of the writing and the broadcasting that surrounds it,
Rude ducks under a short one from O'Rourke.
they do say the smaller the ball, the better the quality of the sports journalism. Have you heard that?
No, I have not.
And it's actually a very good... so golf journalism is excellent, and there's a lot of very, very good golf books. I don't know about tennis so much.
Do you know what though? I think it is. I actually think that the longer the sport, the better the writing.
I'm not sure. I think maybe, obviously, a longer sport allows you to go at more angles. Do you know that there is a? I don't know if oh, it's after this ball.
O'Rourke in, bowls, and it's down the leg side, and Rue has got enough on it. It's going to be 4 runs. Just goes very fine, almost behind the keeper.
There is a sport which doesn't involve a ball at all, and it is held up as possibly having the greatest sports writing of them all.
Boxing?
Correct.
Yeah, boxing is. Again, but it takes place even the number of rounds. I don't know, sports where...
I mean, a fight doesn't last very long, does it?
It depends. I once worked on one that lasted 8 seconds.
Well, there we go.
You couldn't have written
I think
much
you're arguing
about that
both points now.
But, yeah, I don't know. What I love about writing about cricket is just there are so many different narrative threads that you can pick up. So Rourke is in, bowls squared up, Rue there, and it's come off the outside edge.
And that's kind of what we were talking about a few overs ago. That is O'Rourke banging the ball into the pitch, right? And we haven't seen too many shots like that in the last hour or so, partly because it's been Brook and Root at the crease.
Yeah, Rue was
that
trying to...
surprised him, didn't it?
Yeah,
a bit of a leading edge.
He was trying to turn it into the leg side, maybe thinking about the previous ball when he got the 4 down the leg side. And just got a little leading edge, and luckily for him, it stayed down.
I should probably finish my point, because the last time I was on commentary, I was in the middle of quite a painful anecdote, and then Cam went, Manners was coming in, and I just had to bail on it because it was making very little sense. But essentially, the point I'm making is...
As Henry is in, bowling to Root, and, well, that has gone down the leg side, and it's byes, and it's 4 of them. So just one of the few poor balls bowled by Henry, and he apologises.
So we're very fortunate to have a lot of people employed to write about cricket in this country. But what that does mean at the end of an everyday's play is that they essentially need to justify their wages. So, you know, if James Rue played for New Zealand, Alders would have been writing about something else. He wouldn't have been writing about James Rue.
It's Root now on strike as in comes Henry, and he defends it back up the pitch.
Unfortunately for James Rue, in this country, if you've got one journalist from a publication writing the match report and one journalist writing the quotes piece, you also need another journalist, or the other journalist that you employ, to write something interesting. And that means they've got to write about, well, James Rue.
No, and it is true. We're fortunate here. The press pack's smaller than it used to be. But it's still a lot healthier than it is, certainly in Australia and New Zealand. As Henry is in, bowls, it's a defensive shot into the covers from Root. So long may it continue, I say, because it does keep us in jobs. But I
do find it hilarious that it comes to the end of the cricket summer, which is now July, and all the journalists go on holiday.
Yeah, when the 100's on.
Not because we hate the 100, but because it's very difficult to write about the 100 in a... It doesn't really fit with a legacy print.
Henry to Rue plays it gently towards point. No run. Yeah, you're so right. Oh, I love it. And it goes back to my days at Cricinfo, and then with the Cricketer as well, and Wisden when I've written for them. sometimes I will spend a whole test writing, essentially looking for tidbits to write one piece. And there's one I wrote about Virat Kohli that took me an entire 5 test series to write. But I collected things along the way, and you got your payoff at the end. Henry in, bowls, and that has just flicked wristily up to mid-on, no run.
I do miss the days when Jarrah Kimber used to write 3,000 words about Chris Rogers on God.
But that's it. That's what I love about this game, and that's what I talk about, the narrative threads. There are so many different ways, and you can be creative about it.
I remember Jeff Lemon asking a question of Chris Rogers in the press conference. He was so excited to be able to ask the question about Chris Rogers breaking a world record.
Final ball of the over as in comes Henry, bowls. It's just dropped into the offside by Root. No run to finish off, 150 for 4.
And of course, Chris Rogers had no idea what he was talking about, and to be honest, nor did anybody else. This is like 13 years ago, and essentially the world record that Chris Rogers had broken is he'd become the first man in the history of the game, I mean, I can't remember the exact stat, to be out between 50 and 100 on 13 consecutive innings or something absolutely bizarre and random. And that was the basis of, you know, Jeff Lemon's match report that day. He'd been waiting for it.
Look, it's Rick Finlay keeps a very, very in-depth record of all the scores that people have been out on, that everyone has been out on the history of Test cricket.
Oh, like that. Oh, what's that NFL? Oh, there's a. So you know in NFL you've got specific scores. So you know in NFL you got specific scores. There's, I've got to find out the exact name.
New ball, new over begins with O'Rourke, and Rue tries to turn it to the onside again, but he just squared up once more. We're sort of hanging. We think Manners is coming in.
Yeah,
he's coming in.
I think you need to move first,
I'm just going to
Mel.
go. All right,
Yeah.
you keep
Manners
talking.
won't move unless you do.
Keep talking.
Essentially, there's this statistician in American football, and at the end of every game, he collates the score at the end of a match. So it could be, I don't know, 21-7 or 28-21. And he's got a list of unique scores. I think it might be scoregami or something. I'm not sure. Manners is coming in, and O'Rourke, gets one to go past the outside edge of James Rue. Bat, that's just lifted from a length. And batting when James Rue is at the crease, and quite understandably so, looks fraught, nervy, and pressurised in a way that certainly wasn't the case for the first 6 overs after the tea break. Manners, do you know, I'm just going to hold this train of thought just for this over. Do you know, I think it's called scoregami. Have you heard of that?
I haven't, no. I'm intrigued. Sounds very interesting. Here's O'Rourke again, and James Rue plays defensively, nudging that one up to Jameson at mid-on.
I think there's a cricket version. So it's 150 for 4, right? So there's a I don't know how many different variations of a scorecard that you could get. I mean, but if you wrote them all down from the history of time, there would be some scores that have never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah? So it's that, but in American football.
There's been 63,000 plus first-class games, and here comes O'Rourke again, and it's pushed away out towards mid-off, and there's no run, and it fascinates me. There's 63,800 or so first-class games, and yet every single week, it seems, at least month, you know, there's like, this has never happened before. Like the lowest total ever defended in a first-class game in the 4th innings. That record was broken this season.
What? This is one for Gary Morgan. Chris Rogers' stat that I was talking about with Mel was he hit the most consecutive innings with a 50 in first-class cricket. 10 of them between 2006-2007.
Consecutive innings?
Yeah.
50 plus. Wow. Down the leg side, left alone nicely by James Rue. Just watches it pass harmlessly by. Tom Blundell doesn't take it clean. 10 consecutive first-class 50s.
Now, I don't know if that was between 2006 and 2007. It can't be. Gary, have a look. I think it's later than that.
I'm not sure that Chris Rogers was
No, it wasn't.
was around then.
I think it was around 2015, no, maybe 2013. Anyway, I wonder, Gary Morgan, can you tell me what is the lowest unique score that has been scored, completed innings only, in Test history?
Here's O'Rourke, and it's a bouncer, and it's left alone by James Root. You mean a completed innings, the lowest?
Yeah, I'm not talking about 26 all
the
out.
The lowest score that hasn't been achieved.
No, that has, that unique, or the one after that. Yeah, so the one that hasn't been scored.
Okay, so I think the one that hasn't been scored is something like 290 or something like that.
290 has never been a completed scorecard. I'm not talking about individual score, I'm talking about team score.
Oh, I beg your pardon. All right. I thought you meant individual innings.
No.
150 for 4 at the end of O'Rourke's over.
What, so hang on, 290 is...
something like that. Every
score has been scored.
Then.
So nobody's ever scored 291, or whatever number it is.
But yeah, it's something very high.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's amazing. I love that.
Well, Gary, a bit. The lowest individual score that hasn't been achieved in Test cricket. Here comes Nathan Smith to the attack from the Vauxhall end, and it's clipped away nicely by Joe Root through square leg for a single. James Root has 2. He's on strike again. Joe Root has 61. So he's now got 14,059 Test match runs. We're into the 37th over of England's innings, the 4th innings of this match. Their target is 463 in approximately 140 overs. This after New Zealand were bowled out for 362 with 3 wickets for Matt Fisher. They actually lost their last 4 wickets for the addition of just 12. New Zealand, they gave them away, to be honest. They knew they had enough runs. They were having a slog at the end. Here comes Smith around the wicket to Root, clips it away behind square on the leg side. He played it so late, which accounts for the shriek from Tom Blundell. As a keeper, you sometimes think he's played that too late. He's missed it. Going to hit him on the pads in front of the stumps, and suddenly the bat appears at the last possible moment. James Root, like many talented young players, does play the ball very late indeed, and it was very close to his pad once again. So 76 today from Rachin Ravindra, batted gloriously. Henry Nicholls, who was overnight, 117, made 121 before he was dismissed. Smith in again, tucked away off his pads once more by Joe Root, this time for just a single out to Ravindra, fielding on the deep square leg boundary. 68 from Darryl Mitchell, 38 from Nathan Smith. Sprightly innings that from Nathan Smith at number 8. But as I say, they all had a bit of a slog at the end. Once the lead was in excess of 450, they knew that they had enough. 362 all out. Jacob Bethell took 1 for 49, 4 wickets in the Test match. It's defended by James Root. Square of the wicket on the offside towards cover point, and a couple for Jofra Archer. 3 actually, 3 for 62. Fisher 3 for 58. Josh Tongue 2 for 64. All of which left England with a target of 463. And before they knew it, they were 40 for 3. Ben Ducket toe ending a sort of hook stroke pull for 9. Emilio Gay dismissed for 11, and Jacob Bethell for a 4-ball duck. Round the wicket comes Nathan Smith again, bowls. Root tucks this one off his pads out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Alongside me, Cameron Ponsonby for the next half an hour or so. I do, from a personal point of view, and we were on yesterday, and I was inevitably, there was a few people said that I was cruel and unkind and unsympathetic when I said that James Root looked a cut below Test level. as a keeper I was talking about, although he was out rather messily 10 minutes before the close of play, making a hash of a hook shot. But I do hope that he makes some runs and acquits himself well today. That's a gorgeous shot. Clipped off his pads, off the back foot, through mid-wicket for 4. That is... he's a classy player, evidently, and that was evidence of it, albeit just a small piece. 157 for 4.
Well, he'll feel an awful lot better about his standing in this match after that. Beautiful shot. Wasn't that full of length. He stood up and clipped it through mid-wicket. Moves on to 7. This is where you're meant to start dreaming if you're James Rew. Make it to the end of the day and think, I could score 150 here. And then we can haul in 463 to win a test match.
Then let them drop me.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, Jamie Smith's got to come back, hasn't he? Because that's the way it works.
Not if James Rew scores 165 not out and carries the stumps off.
He's not a test keeper yet, really. Here's Will O'Rourke, and it's pushed away by Joe Root out to extra cover. And Cameron, you still play. I mean, I think it is actually important to make that point. I mean, you said it with a smile on your face, but if you don't have dreams like that, you shouldn't be playing. Really, I'm talking about, you know, I mean, James Rew should be dreaming like that, right?
Well, this was the kind of point of the initial Brendan McCullum era, where they lifted that fear of failure and they kind of said, why not? It was why Ben Ducket, he got laughed at for this when he said the more the better about what England had to chase.
Ian, please don't justify that comment. Here's O'Rourke again outside the off stump. It's left alone by Root.
But I think it was leaning into a why not type of attitude. Like, why not? Why shouldn't today be the day you have the best day of your career?
Or the best day in the history of Test cricket.
Exactly. And that's the type of cricketer I want to be, and I want to aspire to be. No, I think we're well. Dreams are very fragile, and I was very happily deluding myself when Harry Brook was rattling along. I thought, blimey, him and Joe Root are going to get 200 each, and England going to win. 1 wicket later, you go, it's still a deficit of 300.
Here's O'Rourke again, short, pulled away. Well done, well played by Joe Root, in complete control of that. Well, hey, I wasn't on with you, so you wouldn't have heard me say it, but I said if England keeps scoring at this rate, shortly after Root and Brook had both got to 50, I said if they keep scoring at this rate and they're still there together, they'll both have 100. England will need 260. There'll be 200 for 3 at the close of play, and they'll need 260 with 2 men on 100. And in that scenario, James Rew wouldn't have
dream.
Well, exactly. I mean, that would have been plentiful cause for conversation, would it not?
New Zealand did a really good job of just putting the brakes on England, and Brook in particular.
Here is O'Rourke again, and it's nudged away by Rew out towards mid-on, fielded by Jameson.
So Brook made his half century of 33 deliveries. He finished being dismissed for about 58 off 55, give or take. And so those final 8 runs came off around...
Details matter, Cameron. 58 off 54.
54.
10-4, 1-6.
Beg my pardon. And just that was the thing that England managed to do so well over the years. They almost played cricket in a TARDIS. They kind of warped how time really worked within cricket and how we kind of appreciated it. And that's why when you said there, if they'd been able to carry on cantering along to the end, all of a sudden they come to day 5 and it's 260 to win, 7 wickets in hand. What's the problem?
Short, pulled away by James Rew. And it's down to long leg, and it's fielded by Nathan Smith. Played that shot very well indeed. Did you... so, I mean, I was a little bit critical of Rew's dismissal in the first innings. The timing of it wasn't great, 10 minutes before the close of play. And, you know, you don't really want to be out hooking. And Gary Morgan sent through a stat to say that he's only been dismissed hooking twice in his first-class career. So evidently he is a very good hooker, and he was entirely within his rights to be playing that shot then.
It's my worst nightmare, or it's the worst nightmare I assume many cricketers across the land have, of being decided that you're bad against a short ball.
Punched away behind square on the offside. Lovely shot from Joe Root. The sweeper on the cover boundary is very well. He's in the perfect position. I mean, he was almost a third man, but a kind of deep backward point, and it went virtually straight to him, so it was just a single. Hashim Amla made thousands of runs because the reputation. When you develop a reputation in cricket, it's very hard to shake it. And Hashim Amla was known as the wristy, flashy guy who wasn't good against the short ball. This is like when he made 500 test runs, been out a couple of times, fending off the bouncer. He ended up with 9,000. And for 10 years, they said, Hashim's no good against a short ball. So they bounced him, and he just stood there and helped himself. Because that you can't shake a reputation. It's bonkers.
I remember watching Keith Barker coming into bat against Surrey in a county championship match, and immediately a short leg went into place. I remember speaking to Will Jacks afterwards. He said, we've always had plans against Barker.
Here is Nathan Smith now, over the wicket to Joe Root, tucks it away to square leg, no run.
And those plans were effectively put a short leg in and bump him as much as possible. And I thought, that's a miserable existence. To go through every summer, 14 matches a year, 28 innings, and you go into bat and you go, I've got to face this again. Because you could be as good against the short ball as you want to be. It's not going to be a pleasant experience. And James Rew is now facing up to that now in his test career, where rightly or wrongly he has a reputation of being not brilliant against the short ball. He doesn't like it at 88 miles an hour at his head. Who does is something I would protest. But he's played it all right so far.
Here's Nathan Smith, and he's bottom edge this, Joe Root, past the keeper and down to the boundary for 4.
Byes given.
Byes? Did you not hear something?
I thought I'd heard a bit of an edge as well. It sounds like he's either snuck through everything or just kissed the gloves of Blunder on the way through.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. It's like it's just hit the keeper's gloves. Trying to play a very delicate late cut. That was extremely close to the stumps for the shot.
I think that has come off his bat.
Yeah.
I think that's Joe Root's been robbed of his 14,027th run or something like that. A few more.
62, 14,062. Forward he comes, hit on the pad, so it would have been his 14,066th run if he'd been given. I think he has been denied as well. James Rew 8. By the way, Hashim Amla, so after his first season of Test cricket, he did hit it, didn't he? Ultra Edge are just confirming that, aren't they? Yeah. After his first season of international cricket, his coach, his provincial coach, was Graham Ford, and Hashim had read that old Sporting saying that the harder you practice, the luckier you get, and the 10,000
hours, yep,
10,000 hours theory. It's clipped away off his pads very nicely, very clinically by Joe Root for another single. So in the indoor school, over the course of 2 months, he faced 10,000 bouncers from a bowling machine in the indoor school. 10,000 bouncers.
So was it a weakness of his that he then addressed?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he addressed it very early, and he became really good against the short ball.
I'm trying to divide that. So over 2 months, that's 60 days. You're facing just under 150 bounces a day.
Yeah.
I don't fancy that at all.
That's pushed away by James Rew, I think off the pad. There was the beginnings of an appeal. So the thing is that the bouncer is so much more unpleasant when you don't know it's coming. But when you stand there, you go like spend the morning and then 2 hours in the afternoon facing just bouncers. That's okay.
You say it's okay, Manners.
Well,
it sounds pretty
it's going to be a
unpleasant.
bouncer.
That's true.
So, and it was the process of repetition and repetition and repetition, and yeah, I mean he became quite a good batsman in the end, didn't he? Where were you when he scored his 311 on this ground? Here is Smith once again, and pushed away behind square on the offside. Don't say school.
I wasn't at school, but I wasn't here. That might be a lie, actually. I might be lying for your sake there. I might have actually been at school. But I've rightly or wrongly had several friends talk about being here for Hashim Amla's famous, historic triple century and unanimously refer to it as the dullest day of cricket they've ever witnessed in their lives, as a very competent batsman went about batting all day and never looking like getting out. Apparently there's a rumour, I'm going to try and remember this off the top of my head, and all good stories don't necessarily have to be 100% true, that it was the day that the bars at the Oval made the most ever money, because everyone was so fed up of just being sat in the stands. They piled out into the concourse, and you perched up with your mates, you had a few drinks.
There's an Emirates A380 directly above the ground at the moment. It's an astonishing sight, isn't it? Quite incredible that stays in the air. Flicked away off the pads by Joe Root as Will O'Rourke begins a new over. Graham Swan tells the best story of that innings. He bowled 52 overs, like none for 180. And he said, because Hashim was very unorthodox actually against the off spinner, and he left this gap between bat and pad for 52 overs, and Swan just kept on saying, I'm going to spin one between them. I'm going to get one. I'm going to get one past the inside edge. It's definitely going to happen. He's leaving a gap. He's leaving me, and he never did. Here's O'Rourke again. James Rue guides this into the gully, and it's fielded by Henry Nicholls, who actually cost his team a run because he fielded it and he knocked it on past Devon Conway at backward point, who had it covered.
Well, we have some commotion in the crowd at the moment over towards our left. I think a few people have been doing their best to break the record, the Hashim Amla record of a couple of years ago.
The police are climbing in there to try and break up the snake. Look.
So we have a beer snake that's being juggled around the fans, passing it from one to the other. Some celebrations are happening. It all seems good-natured.
Actually, one of the policemen is even smiling. Here's O'Rourke again, and it's nudged away by Joe Root up towards mid-on. I mean, I'm like one of those people that thinks, why do they have to just let the people have some fun? Why do they have to break it up? But I know that that beer snakes have caused injuries because people have had a couple and they try to partake in it, and and so people have fallen over chairs. And
is that the issue? I've often wondered what the actual problem is. Sometimes I've assumed it's just 500 dregs of beer all in a line being dripped over people who don't particularly want that as part of their day.
No, it's actually I think over there in the bleachers they don't mind. They're not even aware of it. That's pushed away behind square on the offside by Root. 167 for 4, no run there, fielded by Nicholls. No, it's the same reason that Australian police can fine you $5,000 for blowing up a beach ball and knocking it about, because people want to hit the beach ball and they fall over the seat in front of them, and there have been a couple of broken legs actually. I think if you break your leg trying to hit a beach ball, then that's your responsibility. You should sign a disclaimer when you come in. If I break my leg hitting a beach ball, it's my fault.
Well, we have a lot of extracurricular activities happening at the Oval at the moment. We've got beer snakes to our left. Carl Jamieson's doing Pilates on the ground, and Will O'Rourke's running into bowl. 2 slips,
slip in a gully, short, pulled away by Root. What a gorgeous shot is that? We're just so in control of it. Picks the height, picks the right ball to pull, and plays it immaculately.
The policeman has the beer snake. They've managed to find the culprit. It's not even that big a snake, to be honest. I've seen...
It was bigger before the police got in there.
That would make sense.
It broke in half. That's when the booing first started. Do you not get £1 for each one of those cups that you give back?
You do in some places. I don't know if the Oval is still doing that, but it used to be an amazing way to make some money as a kid, or as an adult if you really want to.
Did, right. Yeah. Punched away by the left-handed James Rue straight to cover point. I remember a couple of years ago when they were first introduced, the reusable mugs, and you get £1. So it's basically £1 deposit, isn't it? And yeah, I remember somebody, not me, working out exactly. They estimated the length of the beer snake was about 4 meters, which came to something like 600 mugs. It's like, what? It's a 600 pound
beer snake.
No wonder the coppers need to go and confiscate it. They don't get paid that well in this country, do they?
That would be kind of the quite an exciting ending to that story. If you then saw the policeman at the bar returning the cups and getting a bit of a bonus for his end of day. I had 300 beers today, actually. Thank you very much.
Here are my mugs as proof. 168 for 4. James Root 9. Joe Root 67. Here's Nathan Smith continuing to Joe Root. Opens the face of the bat and trundles off down to the non-striker's end. It's been, you know, a thoroughly professional performance from New Zealand, and Jeremy Coney doesn't go along with this because he is a perfectionist. He always wants more, and so he sees scores in New Zealand's first innings of 24, 33, 44, 51, 41, and he just sees missed opportunities. Whereas I look and I see a whole series of doughty fight backs and a brilliant century debut, maiden Test century from Glenn Phillips, and I see that Matt Henry's magnificent bowling. James Root punches this one firmly up towards mid-off, and I'm afraid I also see an England team, and particularly an England attack, that's been quite significantly outplayed. Stuart Broad had some interesting comments to make, didn't he, about experience and the value of it and what it actually means. And the crux of it, I think, was that you know, Joe Root, when a team needs options and inspiration and ideas, they can't all look at the captain. And that's what experience gives you. You know, he said many of them won't have experienced anything like this in county cricket. Driven now by Roo once again up towards mid-off, and he just felt that there were these sort of children requiring guidance and kept looking to Joe Root for ideas and inspiration.
Well, there are two other very experienced, I'll rephrase that, there are two other cricketers with captaincy experience on the field for England. If it wasn't a very distinct set of circumstances that had led to Ben Stokes' absence, Harry Brook would be captaining this Test match. If Ben Stokes had just done a hamstring, Brook would be filling in. Similarly, Jacob Bethell, yes, he's only played fewer than 10 Test matches. He's also captained England's white ball team. So there are people out there. Ben Ducket has played dozens of Tests at this point, which supports Broad's point. You can't all just be looking towards Joe Root.
Nathan Smith in again. Root defends. This is Bethell's 8th Test match, and his captaincy experience came in T20 cricket. Come on. And how many first-class games has he played? 15?
In the context of this 11, he's probably the fifth most experienced cricketer out there. There was someone made a good point, because obviously, if someone's in their first or second Test match, you give them an extra bit of leeway. The beer stakes are getting closer to us, by the way, and also getting bigger. Manners, you got any cups that you can contribute? You've had a few flat white cups over there.
I tell you what, we're off commentary soon. We should go and grab that beer snake ourselves and take it down, see how much we can get for it. James Root plays defensively, pushing it out towards Ducket. No run.
Some more snakes being added. That's looking like it doesn't look very structurally sound, this beer snake over towards our left.
That's the point. That's why it's a snake.
Good.
It kind of wobbles and.
Good point. Good point. But yes, if you have 5 cricketers who are in their first or second Test match and you're giving them all leeway, that means you're then giving half your team leeway to be off kind of Test standard. And if you have half your team off Test standard, you lose the Test matches. You lose Test matches.
Yeah, more often than not. And that looks like that might be the fate that befalls England. James Root plays defensively again as Nathan Smith toils away. There's a whole bunch of men in high vis and green bibs. 2 from both teams. So 2 substitutes from both teams running onto the field for an impromptu drinks break as we say goodbye to Cameron Ponsonby. Half an hour to go. Half an hour of the day's play. Just to finish up, for those of you who haven't got the scorecard in front of you, New Zealand 362 all out, 3 wickets apiece for Jofra Archer, 3 for 62. Matt Fisher, 3 consolation wickets at the end, 3 for 58. All of which left England requiring 463 in round about 140 overs. Ducket, Gay and Bethell been dismissed for 9, 11 and 0. England were 40 for 3 before Harry Brook and Joe Root added 97 for the 4th wicket. Harry Brook reaching his 50 from 33 balls. It was dazzling, absolutely compelling entertainment, but he edged Matt Henry to slip where Daryl Mitchell took a good catch. He went for 58. Root is still there on 68. James Root has 9. And to take you through to the last half an hour of the day as the beer snake gets closer, Melinda Farrell, except that Jeremy... Are you supposed to be on with Jeremy? Okay, I'll sit here. You take over the ball by ball. That's the first ball from O'Rourke outside the off stump, left alone by Joe Root. You're the driver. I'll wait for Jeremy alongside you.
Okay, but now I'm in the wrong seat. We're all over the place. Oh, hang on. If we do the hokey pokey, it's all very technical. I will come over this side, and there we go. I'm going to change mics first of all. It's seamless. It's absolutely seamless. And I'm going to change my headphones as well, but I'm going to do it after this ball. Root is there. And Jamieson bowls, and it's defended into the covers. 169 for 4. Tell you what, it's chaos here. There's beer snakes being fed. There's musical chairs going on. Jeremy Coney has found his way down here. I'm finally getting myself sorted with swapping mics and swapping headphones, and if only I could swap my brain. He set up a slip and a gully in for Root as in comes Jamieson over the wicket, bowls, and it's fenced away along the carpet down to wide deep third. Go through for a single. England now 170 for 4 with Root on 69 and Rue on 9. There's the late afternoon sunshine bakes this very happy crowd, it has to be said. Jeremy Coney, there are beer snakes being fed to our left, causing quite a lot of excitement. Have you ever fed a beer snake?
No, I haven't fed, but I've seen much longer ones than these are just young'uns.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, but the men are stepping in very quickly, the response men.
Here's Jamieson, and Rue just turns that into the leg side, no run. Yeah, I think we do bigger beer snakes in England and New Zealand and Australia, don't we? We do proper ones, proper mammoth pythons.
I think Leeds are pretty good for the...
Headingley, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they grow big, the beer snakes in Headingley. Well, they've certainly been entertaining the crowd today. They've seen plenty of wickets. They've seen some exciting runs from that partnership between Brook and Root. Now, it's Rue on strike as Jamieson is in. It's down the leg side. He angled that across the left-hander, and it takes a big dive from Blundell to stop that ball.
Tell you what else is also missing from my memories here is, well, are pigeons. Where there are normally, with the oval, definitely pigeons. Normally on the square, well, that's a large square, but they usually like the offside. And they congregate there together. Usually maybe a band of up to 25, 30 of them. Not here, absent. I want to know why.
As Jamieson is into Rue, and he plays it up to mid-on, no run. Maybe they've been frightened off by the snakes. I don't think pigeons like snakes as we finish off the over. 170 for 4 with Rue on 9 and Root on 69.
Possibly that. Maybe that drone.
That could be it. Oh, there's
maybe.
A pigeon. I can see a pigeon flying across.
Yeah, but not landing.
No, we've Lords always has some pigeons as well. We sometimes get a bit close to the action.
Rightio, here's a change. It's been all medium fast right arm bowling from New Zealand. And now we're going to see some left arm spin. I think probably New Zealand have delayed this a little bit because of the presence of Joe Root, who plays spin. I mean, he has a reputation of playing it very well, and he does. So it's more maybe for Roo, trying to give Root a single and go stand up at the non-striker's end for a while, please, Joe, and we will bowl at Mr. Roo, and that's what they would quite like to do, I think.
Slip in as Ravindra starts his spell, and they do get a single to bring Roo on strike. So he's heard you. He's heard you.
And now you'll find Ravindra, I would think, will bowl, instead of around the wicket, he'll bowl over the wicket and into some footmarks that Bethel struck yesterday, which are just player traffic marks that have become targets, and usually it's the second stride after the ball has been bowled, and it's on a length where you've got to kind of play it and go forward. Now the key men are the slip and the bat pad.
In comes Ravindra and forward comes Roo, just to defend. Well, one thing about Roo, I mean, it's going to be an interesting test for him because he does play at Taunton, which has been renowned over the past several years as being particularly spin friendly. And he goes out with the reverse sweep. That's how he plays it. That's a really well executed shot. He gets it out early in front of the bat and just puts it away. We might see a few more of those.
Slow it down, Ravindra. Don't bowl so fast. Try and find those footmarks, and you know that they're there. Yes, he can see them.
Next ball is just clipped into the leg side, and no run available. They've got a backward point in, but it's quite a deepish backward point. They've had that position there before. It's not officially deep, but he's just a little bit further back and from the ring. And the next ball is forward again, and it pops up but lands safely as Gully comes rushing in. It feels a bit fraught, and with the noise roiling around and around the oval, it's just got a bit of a strange atmosphere here at the moment. It's tense, but the crowd is very jolly. The slip and that short leg in. And ball just scoots off the inside edge of Roo's bat, but along the ground to Gully. And we've had someone attempt to invade the pitch, which is why you're hearing an awful lot of noise now at the end of the over. The police and the stewards are rushing across, and there's a bit of a chase on this. It's all going off here. It's pretty raucous and rowdy here at the Oval now, but at the end of that over from Ravindra, England are 175 for 4, Roo on 13, Root on 70.
Ravindra, I can report, hit those targets that I was talking about twice in the over. One beat their bat and went into the sort of the hip area, and then rebounded from there to the man who was at sort of 45 on the leg side. But there was plenty of talk from New Zealand.
Jamieson is in, and Roo just clips that one up to mid-on, no run.
So that's really the idea at this stage about bringing Ravindra in and trying to get him to push forward. He's got to protect his stumps, and so try and get into, and then of course the uncertain bounce that comes from those areas, because it is slightly sandy. Then you can get a bat, you can get a glove, all sorts of little things that make it difficult for batsmen. Into that Phillips, who is actually at that positioned at the bat pad.
Sort of second slip and a gully in as in comes Jamieson, but it's just played calmly to mid-wicket by Root. I would love to know how England are talking about this now, because we spoke about the fact that they don't do draws, it's been a thing, and they play to win. Still 288 runs required for that victory, so they're not even close to halfway, and they've lost 4 wickets, and they still have to survive a day as well. So it's a fascinating scenario as Jamieson runs in, bowls to Root, who just squirts this one up to mid-off, no run.
You can see Ravindra away now down to that third man area, and who's gone round to see him? Mitchell Santner. And so he is a left arm spinner, and he's starting to talk to him about how to do this, and a little bit of advice here and there for Ravindra about how to bowl next over, or to just a policy of how to get it there and what sort of speeds. So that's I don't know, I don't have any view about should he be doing that or not, but nevertheless that's what's happening down there. I would say they're not really saying what are you going to do tonight later, Ratchin.
Here's Jamieson, and a good bounce on it that Root gets on top of, just plays out towards gully, no run.
2 balls remaining in the over for Jamieson here. This is where everybody out on the park realises we want to keep Root on strike. You don't want to give a boundary away, you know, bowl a bad ball to keep him down there. You want to really just bowl 2 decent deliveries here from Jamieson.
Officially 12.2 overs remaining in the day, but it's 6:14 p.m. local time. We're not going to get those in. As Jamieson comes steaming in, and Root turns this one up to mid-on. No run. He's just playing a calm hand at the moment, but now in this final ball of the over, can Jamieson keep Root pinned down and give Ravindra a real go at Roo? I'm struggling with Roo and Root. It's far too similar, Jeremy. I do love that the crowd has picked up their Root Roo chant, and it's just gone straight to James Roo. As Root, you can hear the tapping of his bat, and he stands up tall, back cocked, as in comes Jamieson, and he lets that one go. So he did keep him up one end. So that's a good job done there by Jamieson. And now what can Ravindra do? What are the magic words that have been said to him by Mitchell Santner?
Well, I don't know, but he's certainly, the plan is very clear about what New Zealand are trying to do. Roo is obviously very much engaged with that. The question is, does he get himself, does he move across his stumps more, get to more off stumps so you are closer to those 2 marks? And you just got to make sure that you're hit outside the line. That's the first thing. And you don't want to be playing it with your bat too much.
Now here's Ravindra over the wicket. He pulls out the reverse sweep again, but this time that fielder who's been in that deepish backward point is able to get around. It's an option that I think Roo is quite comfortable with, the reverse.
It's a dangerous stroke. If you get irregular bounce from that area, you have got problems playing any shot. If it's a sweep, you get a top edge. If it's a low stretching forward press,
and the next ball is just defended by Root in the offside.
Your hands get low to the ground because you're reaching out to cover it and to keep it down, and it brings the gloves into play for a catch square. So it's a good plan. I mean, it's been done for years. Nothing new about it.
Ravindra darting on in a little bit quicker, but it's defended out to backward point by Root. So 17 minutes past 6.
New Zealand would love an extra wicket tonight if they can just make another breakthrough. Doesn't matter which one. Be nice if it was Joe Root, but he's playing pretty sensibly.
It's whipped away through mid-wicket, beats a diving fielder. And come back for 2. Good bit of work on the boundary rope by Willow Rourke. Will save 1 run because they've come back for the 3rd. England now 179 for 4. Root on 14, Root on 73. It's been quite a marvellous day of Test cricket, though, Jeremy. I've got to say, I've really enjoyed it. I always enjoy it a bit more when there are a few wickets falling, I'll admit. It's Ravindra in and on the back foot this time. Root clips it through and past the diving fielder just in front of square leg. It is the captain. Come through for a single.
Yep. Too short. You can see he's getting right outside that off stump to try and tuck it into the leg side with the turn.
Around the wicket comes Ravindra, who bowls to Root, and it's the captain Latham having to do the tumbling stop once more. So that will bring Roo onto strike again as we start another over. How many left in the day? 18 minutes past. We've got 3 more overs with Ravindra there.
Well, it's not a bad idea to try Ravindra, especially to the left-handers, because you're bringing those into play. And once New Zealand, if they're able to dismiss Joe Root, who's looking, I've got to add, pretty comfortable and is handling most of the questions that New Zealand are posing for him, that if they can do that, then the following right-handers will be tested as well, the spin.
Here's Jamieson. It's defended by Roo out into short cover. No run.
Looks as though we'll finish round about on the cusp of 50 overs, 48 overs, that kind of area. So there's a period of play tomorrow in the first session that New Zealand will, and it'll be after session that they will get the second new ball, and they'll prepare for that, I would guess, and they won't over bowl someone like Henry, and that will be an interesting session of play as well if it goes that far.
Jamieson, he's in, bowls, and that's a very high elbowed drive up to mid-off from Roo, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, I've got to say I was pleased for Matt Henry. He absolutely bowled his heart out, and with no little skill today, was getting those inside edges. And when he was finally rewarded with the wicket of Brook, when he was 58, it was just the delight on him, because he tried everything and he'd done very little wrong. Jamieson in once more, and that has bounced up and struck Roo as he spun around, tried to hook it, but it's gone under the bat, and they are appealing. A little discussion going on now as they decide, are they going to review? The clock ticking down, they have done it. With 3 seconds remaining, Tom Latham is sent it upstairs. So nervous moments at the end of the day here.
Original decision is not out.
Well,
it's a fair delivery.
That means as soon as it's given not out on the field, you have to have more of the ball hitting the stumps. And it's nipped back from outside Roo as he's seen the short ball coming to him, and it's hit him kind of as he's kind of semi-squatted to play that stroke. It's hit him sort of, I suppose, the thigh area, let's call it that. And the height, I don't know, it's hard to tell. So that New Zealand think that it's going to hit the leg stump, and it is. And it's looks as though it's going to be out, is it? Yep. I'm afraid that's enough of the ball hitting the stumps. And Nitesh Menon has had to change his mind there as an umpire, and so that's the 5th wicket to fall, and that wicket that I was talking about, the one that New Zealand wanted in the last 3 overs, has been attained.
Well, it was a terrific review. 3 seconds left on the countdown clock when that one was sent upstairs, so they weren't immediately confident, and just trying to play across the line. James Roo, he comes unstuck, so as twilight falls here at the Oval, England lose their 5th wicket for 180. They're not halfway there with the runs, But New Zealand, they are halfway there with the wickets required. England still need 283. That's a big ask with 5 wickets in hand. But while they have root, they have hope.
They do. It's a question of the bounce of this surface, which has been a little bit unreliable throughout this match. And the new man, of course, is James Cox. And he's an attacking batsman. He is also he's a new man as well on debut.
I love that you say debut.
Well, he is. He's not a debutant. A debutant is someone that goes to the ball.
I get in trouble for that. I was talked out of saying debut because everyone here says debut.
They also, what it's saying is that they're not going to protect Jordan Cox. They're not sending out a night watchman. I know you're not allowed to say that nowadays, but I do. I'm sorry.
You can say whatever you like.
No,
all right.
Well,
you
apparently.
can. No,
Okay.
it's all right. You can say it.
So that's okay. I don't mind that at all. It's good light.
Well, Cox on strike as Jamieson is in, and he lets that one go outside the off stump. A tricky period for Cox to come in, though.
3rd wicket for Jamieson. 3 for 36 now off his. He's into his 13th over, and so a chance for him now. You've earned the chance when you bowled that many overs. It's a slight drag down to claim the wicket, but it hasn't bounced as much as Roo expected, and it's on to him a bit more quickly. It beats the stroke, and New Zealand celebrate with the review that they've taken, and Henry's up there climbing up his back. So yeah.
In comes Jamieson, and Cox gets right behind that and forward, almost shepherds the ball back down the pitch. I mean, Matt Henry, he was trying to pat Jamieson on the head, and he almost needed a pogo stick to get up there. But Roo, departing for 15 off 39. Got a couple away, but it was reward for Jamieson too, who we talked about Henry bowling his heart out. And so is Jamieson. They've got 2 catching mid-wickets in as Cox gets behind that one, and now he's down on his haunches doing everything to keep that ball out. He does so successfully.
Now they want 2 more overs, don't they? That's why everybody, it looks sort of renewed vigour as they're running about into their fielding positions. So who are they going to use? They're going to come straight away.
Henry. Henry is back. Give him one more. That's what they've decided. So it's going to be Henry bowling to Root.
Well, Root doesn't have to take the single, does he? If he wants to take this over, he'll just play it out there and not take the run at all.
Henry is in, bowling to Root. And
he does.
He's just played it out towards deep backward point and takes the single. So interesting. Now, it's almost like Cox is playing the night watcher role. And you can say night watchman. I kept thinking when they were shouting feed the snake, it sounded like they were saying USA, and I was getting very confused, Jeremy, with that chant. So Henry stands in the shadows as he starts his run up, moves into full sunlight. He's in and bowls to Cox, who punches that one straight into the ground, and it's picked up on the run in the covers.
Henry walking vigorously and quite quickly back, ready to bowl the next ball. So if he wants to get through this over more quickly, just take your time, make sure the delivery's a good one.
He's in now over the wicket, and Cox twists his bat, gets himself right forward. It's in behind another one, and yes, Henry goes running back, quick, smart, just to reach the line of the shadow from the stand. Late in the day. It's Henry. He's in again. It's turned into the leg side. It feels very fraught at the moment. I've got those 2 catching mid-wickets there. They've got Nicholls catching cover, trying to squeeze, put all the pressure they possibly can. There's a slip in there, and you've got Blundell keeping up to the stumps as well. All the pressure on Cox as Henry is in. He's forward in defence and gets his head right over the ball. Just wants to survive at the moment.
Yep, 5-4 field for Henry. Slip, gully, backward point, short cover, mid-off. Those are the fielders on the offside, and the 4 on the leg side, mid-on, and then a sort of a short mid-wicket, and the man by the square by the umpire has been dispatched a little bit deeper to give the single, so Cox could perhaps face the last over.
And deep point now in place as well as Henry is in, but no, Cox just defends straight back down the pitch. Doesn't take the single that was offered. And we're heading to the last over of the day. What a wonderful day it's been. England 181 for 5 as we head to the last over. And they started off the day, New Zealand 252 for 3. So this really has been moving day. We had 7 wickets fall in that second session of the day as well. Then we were treated to some entertaining stuff from Root when he was batting with Brook. Final over of the day now. Here is Jamieson to Root. Just defends it back to the bowler. I think Root will be very happy to just play out this over if he can. Get inside the dressing room, reset, refresh, and then decide what the plan of attack is tomorrow. They still need 282 runs with only 5 wickets remaining. I would generally say it's an impossible task, but we will see. Here's Jamieson, and that's just pulled gently down towards long leg. So Root does take the single. So Cox now has 4 balls remaining to get through.
Thank you for that person that sent in that I was showing my compatriot here and the boss, basically Scott, how to hold a golf club. and I've got something coming in here that's a slicer's grip. No, I haven't sliced a ball in years.
Here's Jamieson to Cox, who punches this one into the covers and wanted to take a single, but there's so many fielders crowded around that ring, he thinks better of it.
I've topped them, I've duffed them.
Have you shanked?
I've done lots. No,
No?
I haven't shanked too many. I'll make sure I get a lesson from Scott. He's the man.
He's a bit obsessive about his golf. Here's Scotty. Right, we are now 3 balls away from stumps. And it's Cox on strike as Jamieson over the wicket. Full ball, dug out. Extra cover, no run.
Well, the game's poised. Of course, a lot of runs left for England to secure tomorrow. It is possible while Root is still there. It is also a long way away. It's going to take them, but they've got enough overs if they are good enough to get there. So while New Zealand didn't declare, they just were bowled out. That's fine. And they didn't have to actually work that out.
Last ball of the day, Jamieson in, turned into mid-wicket by Cox. And he survives. No, that's not the last ball of the day. It's the second last ball of the day. Oh, I was getting ahead of myself. I was all wound up. It was the penultimate ball of the day. Does that mean this is the ultimate ball of the day then, Jeremy?
Well, if this is the last one, it's not a no ball.
We don't call it the ultimate ball, though, do we? We just call it, say, penultimate.
We just say it's the last ball of the day.
We do indeed. And the crowd is clapping. Been well and truly entertained today. Had a very good time. The bear snake has grown. Well, there's another one to our right. That one's looking pretty healthy. They're well oiled, this crowd, and well entertained. We've seen some terrific cricket today. Cox on strike as in comes Jamieson for the last ball of the day, and he defends it out into the offside, and that will be Stumps. That has been an eventful day here at the Kia Oval. Started with New Zealand on 252 for 3. And then before New Zealand were bowled out for 362, setting England a target of 463, an enormous target. Well, they've knocked off 182 of those at the moment, but they've lost 5 wickets along the way. In Joe Root, perhaps their hopes for a miracle lie. He is on 75, and very much the man that England will have to bat around. Cox will rejoin him in the morning. He is yet to score. England still trailing by 280, or needing 280. New Zealand needing 5 wickets. What a wonderful day we have had, and I'm sure you'll hang around for the podcast while the gents discuss the events of today. But from all of us here at talkSPORT, thanks so much for joining us. It's been a brilliant day of cricket, and who knows what will transpire on day 5. But until then, that's it from me, and I'm going to hand over. I think we might hear Jon Norman coming on very soon. See you tomorrow.
Well done.
Doing this again.
Hello and welcome to Following On. I'm Jon Norman alongside the former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney, following another big day of Test cricket. New Zealand starting the day 252 for 3. They lost, I was about to say Willie Nicholls, but it's not Willie Nicholls, it's Henry Nicholls. Lost Nicholls early. He only added a couple to his overnight score, but still got warm applause from another good crowd at the Oval. 121 for him as Josh Tongue and Jofra Archer opening up the bowling for England caused a few issues. Blundell was dismissed cheaply, as was Phillips. Mitchell hung around, as did Nathan Smith. New Zealand bowled out after the lunch break for 362. That meant England needed about 1 billion. And they lost wickets early themselves. Emilio Gay caught at mid-wicket for 11. Jacob Bethel dismissed for a duck. Those 2 wickets going the way of Cole Jamieson. And when Ben Ducket was out, toe-ending a pull to mid-on for 9 before the tea break, we figured we might even get Sunday off. Father's Day could be spent in bed. But it wasn't to be, because of a quite brilliant counter-attacking innings from Harry Brook alongside Joe Root. The 2 both going past 50 and both surviving on-field leg before decisions before finally Matt Henry, who bowled brilliantly. What a spell that was. Had Brook caught at first slip for 58. And just before Stumps, James Aru was dismissed on review, leg before wicket for 15. Joe Root's still there, 75 not out. Cox alongside him, yet to score. England trail by 280, and New Zealand need 5 wickets. Jeremy Coney, you will be sleeping soundly tonight. I'll tell you why. 3 reasons. 1, you've worked harder than anyone over the last 4 days. 2, we're going to go out for drinks. 3, New Zealand going to win this Test match, aren't they? And don't tell me I'm not Nostradamus.
Well, they've certainly got the upper hand, haven't they?
I'd
And-
say typical Kiwi understatement.
But while Root is there and looking secure, it'll be very interesting to watch how he plays tomorrow. How is he going to shield? He hasn't tonight shielded Cox. They haven't used what we now call a night watch, an awful word. So night watchman, they haven't used one at all. They just sent him out, and I think that's a good idea. What's wrong with the light? Nothing at all. The bowlers have bowled a few deliveries, and so it wasn't particularly, demanding few deliveries that he faced. So I'm all for that, to be honest. It's not really even Stevens, but while Root is there, there's a chance.
So
Not a big chance, but a chance.
So
Well, don't you think? Can he get another 100 tomorrow? Yes, he can.
there's always a chance.
Yeah.
That's why we'll
That's why we
turn up
go.
tomorrow.
Yep.
But realistically, this pitch to me doesn't look like the pitch that's going to allow England.
That's one of the reasons. I think that it won't be easy for England. The odd one is keeping a little low. The odd one is starting to turn a little bit more now, so New Zealand can use a wider range of the people they've got in their side to test the English batsmen. And Henry, to me, has still been the pick of the bowlers by far. Cutting down his pace a little bit, he can therefore perhaps bowl a few more overs in a spell, as he did today. He's accurate enough, it's quick enough and getting enough little bit of inward slanting movement from the surface that it's challenging the forward defence of some of the right-handers. And so, that's a nice person to have there. They would like Will O'Rourke, who I thought learned about not bowling too short on this pitch. When he came back for his second spell, bowled a little fuller and brought the bat into play a bit more. Can still go to his short one if he needs it. There's not much. I didn't see much swing, but there's another new ball. That's another important part of the day tomorrow. Probably occurring, I'm guessing, just after lunch at some stage.
Probably. Well, it depends how much spin we get, I suppose.
Of course.
But yeah, 48 overs old, this new ball, or this ball. So that's another 32 overs. So yeah, probably just after lunch, if England are still batting there, and say they've just lost the one wicket, and Joe Root is still at the crease, they would have no doubt added another 100. So they'll be within maybe 160 with 4 wickets in hand. And Root's at the crease.
What New Zealand would like to see tomorrow morning is exactly what we saw today, where the game suddenly changed. Okay, we haven't got an Archer or a Tongue, but nevertheless the ball bounced a little bit more. It nipped a little bit more for the first hour's play. New Zealand lost early wickets because of that. They lost Nicholls, he didn't get away. He was hit on the hand. They had almost a cloth hook again that could have been caught from Mitchell. There was a couple of run-out chances. So they were much more dangerous. There was a dropped catch. So that was the awkward part of the day for New Zealand for batting.
I suppose from an English perspective, what they need first up tomorrow is something that we haven't seen in this Test match. And I don't know if we saw it at Lord's either, and that's a wicketless session. There have been wickets throughout, right? I do want to talk about Matt Henry, because I was just having a little look at his figures with Cameron Ponsonby, or rather I was looking at them and I was talking to Cameron about it.
It's a story of two parts.
Well, do you know how many years it took him to register his first fiver in Test cricket?
No.
7 years. 7 years in which he played just 14 Test matches and had to sit out and watch as three of the greatest New Zealand bowlers to have ever bowled for New Zealand. And you would have to count Matt Henry probably in that list now. He's certainly in the top 20.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
And Tim Southey.
Bolton, Southey and Wagner.
Yeah, so Wagner started in about 2012. And Southey and Bolt, of course, have been a mainstay of the side for quite some time. At one stage, and for a couple of years, in Southey, Bolt and Wagner, New Zealand had 3 of the world's top 10 fast bowlers in their side, and Cole Jamieson doing a Joel Garner impression at the start of his career.
Correct.
So it was very difficult to get into this side, right? And
He spent a lot of time on the warming the Pine bench, and I think his average was something like 40, between 40 and 50, until he came into the side properly.
It's very difficult just to come in for a test at the end of a series, isn't it? What we saw from him today was a kind of accuracy, consistency, and longevity isn't quite the right word, but you know what I mean. He could bowl Nous. He threatened the front pad, he threatened the inside edge, he stopped run scoring, and then he took the outside edge of Harry Brook's bat. Brilliant, brilliant bowling, and not quite as explosive, and maybe didn't quite have the crowd on the edge of its seat in the way that Jofra Archer did against Glenn Phillips, but as engrossing a spell of cricket as we've seen this test.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need out and out pace all the time. There's still place for other bowlers in a game of cricket. He slowed down, actually. I thought his pace was just down a little so he could be more accurate. And because he was bringing the ball back in, that's why Harry Brook got the outside edge, looking for the inside one to get out there, and it just held its line and carried on, and it was edged through to Mitchell at first slip. So it was a lovely dismissal, important dismissal for New Zealand, because Brook and Root were their most experienced batsmen and were both looking pretty sound. And Brook can change a game quite quickly the way that he likes to play aggressively.
Well, there isn't a team in world cricket that knows that quite as much as New Zealand, right?
Absolutely.
But watching Matt Henry bowl for Tom Latham today, I just wondered how much Joe Root would have loved to be able to have called upon a bowler like that at some point in this test.
Why have England not? I mean, he's a seamer, and he's not overly fast. Okay, maybe within the McCullum regime they want people to bowl at 85, but we know that in England, long-fingered seam bowlers have for years and years been very, very effective bowlers. You go back to Derek Shackleton and people like that, and from quite a long time ago, but they were so hard to score from. I remember facing him, and he was very difficult to get away, and Henry's a bit like that.
I suppose you could say they do have a bowler like that, but of course he's missing this test match because he got a sore knee. Sure. Ollie Robinson would have been a real handful on this pitch, and I don't think New Zealand would have scored whatever they scored, 362 in second innings, if Ollie Robinson's bowling. But he wasn't. So that's just how it goes. Brilliance from Matt Henry today, and Cole Jamieson. What an incredible bowler he is. There's talk about him having the kind of record that you have to go back to pre-war times to see it, to find a comparison. And then the first innings didn't quite go his way. And I find with Cole Jamieson that every single time I start to think we're about to watch his average reach normalcy or normality, or at least, just go up a couple of digits because it's... And then today, with the new ball, and then back at the end of a day where it looked to me that they kind of all quite tired and wanted to get off the field and probably would have taken where they were. Jamieson again steaming in, and you can see how exhausted he is because the LBW decision that wasn't given, that he forced or encouraged Tom Latham to take, whilst waiting for the decision, he was having to sit down pretty much because he's knackered. But again, what a talent New Zealand have got there.
Yeah, it's a different kind of Jamieson that we're looking at these days, but he's still finding ways to get wickets, and he's got 3 of them so far in this innings. He can bowl over the wicket, he can bowl round the wicket, he looks for swing, and if it's not there, he's able to use his height. He's able to get a little bit of variation of bounce, particularly on this surface. So he is actually an important cog to go with Henry as well, particularly. Henry, quite a short man, a skiddy kind of man, and same as Smith. Henry and Smith from one end, the Vauxhall end in this case, and at the far end, the other 2 bowlers, the 2 tall men, the tall timber are operating. So it's a nice foursome there. We're also starting to see a little bit of spin from Ravindra. I could see Santner having a bit of a word down when Ravindra was down at third man, sort of talking him through some of the things he might think about. So that's an important part as well, and it could be tomorrow where the ball starts turning a little bit more.
I was slightly surprised not to see him a bit earlier, especially when you consider that Jacob Ethel yesterday was getting quite a lot of turn out there. So, yeah, I imagine we will see him at some point tomorrow.
Well, the answer to that is Henry.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is Henry.
From this end.
From this end,
yeah,
absolutely. And that was the thing with New Zealand. For whilst Joe Root was constantly switching his bowlers to bowl at both ends and asking them to do very different jobs, to very different fields, and of course a couple of them are quite inexperienced as well, and one of them can't bowl more than 4 overs. Tom Latham had the luxury of having 2 very tall bowlers that could pound in from the pavilion end, and at this side, the Vauxhall end, Matt Henry and Nathan Smith can both bowl very long spells and keep things quite tight. A little less so with Nathan Smith, but certainly with Matt Henry. So, yeah, that was great to see. From an England perspective, looking on at the side, the imbalance that we talked about yesterday with the structure of this 11, which we expect will change, again just didn't help Joe Root. With calling upon his bowlers, it's not quite the variety and experience of the attack, and similarly with the batting, you still have in this side. And I think it was brought into focus yesterday. Henry Nicholls, back in this side, scored 10 Test centuries. And yesterday's Test century was his 11th. 11 Test centuries. Now, if you have a look at that top order for England, Ben Ducket has, 6? Emilio Gay obviously hasn't got any. Jacob Ethel has the 1 in the SCG. Then, of course, you've got your power-packed numbers 4 and 5 with the best part of 40-odd Test centuries between them, most of them going the way of Joe Root. And then, of course, you've got Jordan Cox and James Roon. Of course, they're on debut, so they haven't scored any centuries either. Henry Nicholls coming in, for all of the chat about maybe it being a safe choice, he came into a side with bags of experience, and once again, this England team looks like it's got a lovely, juicy, hearty filling, but on the either side of it, the experience is showing.
Yeah, it is. And Gay has only just been brought into the side, so they're going to have to spend some time with him, aren't they, it looks like. Bethel is still emerging. He shows a great deal of talent, I think, and shows time with the bat, which is very important as well. Ducket just looked a little bit out of form today, I thought, and the stroke was a strange one. Then he's finally dismissed a high lobbing kind of short ball, and he sort of tapped it on the head. Up went the periscope, went up the chimney, and so that was an unfortunate dismissal. Brook looked in good form, didn't he? Attacked strongly, and Roo getting LBW.
Ball didn't hit the leg though, did it?
Pardon?
Just saying, didn't hit the leg. I was surprised when that was out. I thought that was a slightly ambitious review, and even when I saw the replay, and you watch the ball tracker, I was surprised that the ball was going on to hit.
Well, hit enough of the stump because it was given not out by
3
the
reds.
umpire. Yeah, but it was hitting hard enough that I'm afraid he had to change his mind. So yeah, so he had to go, and now of course Cox is the main part. I suppose you could say Archer can bat for a while.
Yeah.
But it's a long way away, and that's the main thing. That's the back part for New Zealand, and other things for going for them. We've mentioned the new ball, etc., and Henry and so on. But the main part really is the number of runs that they've been managed to get ahead of the England side, and that towers over them all, I think, at the moment.
Like Kyle Jamieson. So England trail by 280 runs, and the team will be back tomorrow. We're off for a couple of drinks. But yeah, 280 runs needed, so no chance of a draw. England will either win or New Zealand will take those 5 wickets that they need. Root, 75 not out. He went past 14,000 test runs today. Jordan Cox at the start of his career, yet to get off the mark, and both will put a high price on their wicket. They will walk out just before 11 o'clock alongside each other, with this game very much against them. But if they were to walk back again 2 hours later at 1 p.m, then possibly, just possibly, England will start to believe that a truly remarkable run chase was not within grasp, and has become a possibility. Maybe there'll even be some nerves in the New Zealand camp. They would have had to have bowled a few overs, that's for sure. Either way, thanks so much for joining us here throughout day 4 of the second test match with New Zealand. Very much in the ascendancy. We'll be back via the following on podcast feed or on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But for now, thanks for joining us, and bye for now.